Okay, well, I'm down. I'm here. What's up? What up, Lexi? You are first. We're back. Many have been asking, where's the late night HASAN? Where's the OPRAH of whiteboards? Where's he been? I'm right here. I'm back. I'm back with allergies. Let's go. I can't breathe out my nose right now. Oh, what the hell? I thought I changed my Discord profile picture, not the... Oh my god, I changed the whole Discord picture? That's hilarious. Hold on. Let me fix that. I thought I did it to my own profile picture. I'm such a boomer. What up, weed? Yeah, I am such a boomer. Hold on. There we go. See, I'm still wondering, is that TOS? I feel like I'd have to express material support for them for that to be TOS. Is an emote... is a profile picture or an emote, does that constitute as material support? Oh, and wait, I saw your message. I didn't have a chance to respond. I'll write back right after stream. And then I just want to, like, sometimes it can get lost in translation and text. I wasn't mad or anything. I was just trying to figure it out. You brought something to my attention and I was like, oh fuck, we need to get to the bottom of this. But I'll write you back. I didn't have a chance. Okay. So yeah, I just didn't have a chance to write back. The tech left my house and I instantly passed out. It was like 5:30. But it looks like everything's running fine. We're 5 minutes in. Stream hasn't crashed. I'm not getting any drop frames. Let's go. What up, Hellish? All right, let's chug this yerba real quick. I've been good. I mean, the past couple days have been rough, but I've been good other than that. But we got a new internet router. Everything seems to be running smooth. Think we're good. Praging. I hope you've been good. What if a guard? On guard! A guard. Okay. I am so happy that you guys made those Bernie emotes. I have so many photos of him that need to be turned into emotes. I'm just gonna start posting them in the Discord. I'll just start going through on my days off and just posting pictures of Bernie that can just be turned into emotes. Okay, so you'd think that there was a whole bunch of news to talk about tonight, and there is, but it's not a wide range of news. It's mainly a bunch of stuff on Gaza and then some immigration stuff, and it's a lot, but it's not like, oh, here's 20 different things we're gonna talk about tonight. We're mainly gonna be talking about Gaza and immigration, and I got some fun videos to watch. And then, if it gets to that point, you know, we're going to keep grinding that Helldivers update. Oh, there was a Trump press conference today. It was only 30 minutes. So there is that. But yeah, it's been kind of a slow week for news. Not a whole lot going on. I mean, there's a lot going on, but usually there's like, oh fuck, 20 different things to talk about today. Today alone. Gonna be 20 more things to talk about tomorrow. It's not gonna be like that today. It's gonna be more streamlined, more succinct. There's also some new games that are coming out that I kind of want to check out. I got some trailers right here. That and Asgard. Asgards are important. They protect your ass when you're playing sports. Oh, and you know what? I think the first thing we're gonna watch today is the new Adam Friedland show or episode with Anthony Weiner. I think we'll watch that. I think we should watch that. We'll just start off with a little fun hang sesh. First, we'll go through stuff in the Discord, and then we'll watch that. Night raid today? Oh shit! I wish I could afford that right now. We'll be playing that once I can get it, though. Does it come out at 12? What time does it come out? All right, I'm almost done with this yerba. Hold on. The lemon ones take me a little bit longer to drink. New pictures of kitten. I didn't. I haven't really checked the Discord much. I was saving all that for stream. We'll look at here. Let's. I'll look at that right when we start. Let's get started. Oh god, I can't breathe out of my nose right now. So many people have been asking, where's the late night HASAN? Where's the OPRAH writing names on the whiteboard? Where'd they go? Where have they been? Did they forget about us? Are they never coming back? And then you start asking yourself, is your life even gonna be the same if they never come back? Will you ever be happy again? Will you ever feel joy and accomplishment in your life now that In a Band is gone forever? Probably not. But don't worry, I'm not gone. I'm still here. So all those things you don't have to worry about. You can still feel happiness. You can still feel accomplishment, all that. Don't worry. Something crazy happened. Something insane happened. Your mom and I were doing a promo session for the ages. We tapped into new levels of consciousness. We had a paradigm shift. I was hitting that shit from the back so hard, creating so much friction. An electrostatic pulse went off, an EMP. It shot throughout my bedroom, out into the neighborhood, and made the internet go out for miles. There was no internet, no electricity. People were starving. People were going in without water. People were going without medical treatment. All because I had to have the best promo session of my life with your mom clapping your cheeks into oblivion. The water! The water! The bridges! We're gonna go to the beach! We're gonna go down that hole at the beach! We're gonna keep driving down that road. The water! We're gonna drive down that road next to the beach. The water! We're gonna rise above the trees, above the clouds. We're gonna rise to the very tippy tops of the forest. Together. Subscribe for free right now at your Twitch Prime. It's the only thing that's gonna pay back all the money I had to put into the city to rebuild all the infrastructure from that EMP your mom and I created. Yo! Brian, it's okay. I don't mind the music being a little loud right now. I don't mind. It's okay. It's a celebration. It's a time for celebration. We're back. We're all good. I think we're good. We're 14 minutes in. I haven't dropped any frames. I haven't seen one red light. It's been green the whole time. I think we're good. I think we're okay. Brian, music can go down now. Okay, you can turn the music down. Thank you. I'm here. My face is here. And the lighting on fleek, too. New lights. New lights all set up. Let's go. New lights all good. We're chilling. Brian, that's not the button I wanted you to press. There we go. Brian, now the camera's all fucked up. Okay. New lighting. New router. God, that was so annoying. I've never had that issue before, and I think it was just my router was broken. That's what it was, because I got a new one and everything's fine. So, but it was just so weird. Like, it started last Saturday, that last stream, and I was sitting here for like an hour before I start. Like, I went to start stream at like 9:30, whatever it was. Then I sat here for an hour just trying to get the internet to work, because everything was working. I like opened up all my playlists, all that, and then out of nowhere, all my playlists started giving me that circle of death. And like, I was able to tweet from my computer. Like, I showed you guys in both those videos. It showed that I was connected to the internet on my computer, but I think it was just my router was broken and it was sending such a low signal that it was like, I was able to tweet from my computer. I was able to like type in this Twitch chat. But then when it came to starting stream, it would stream for like 2 seconds and it would cut out, or it wouldn't even let me start. So I think it was just something wrong with my router. Because like I said, the weirdest thing is I was able to tweet from this computer. There was one time where I tweeted test just from the computer when the internet wasn't working. But then I would go to try to upload something from my phone, like the videos I was taking, and they would only upload to the Discord if I would disconnect from the Wi-Fi and use my phone's data. So, I don't know. I have a new router. Everything seems like it's fine now. I hope that's all it was. I hope there's nothing else wrong. What up, Bent? I saw Bent in here the other night. Bent was the first one right when it went out. I said, F, And then Thrasher came in with the excuses where no, you're working for the CIA. Thrasher? That CIA compound in Australia? I'm definitely not in control of that. That's not me. You've been hacked. No, that's legitimately what I started to think. Saturday when my internet started to go out, I was like, am I getting DDoSed right now? There was that person that I banned in chat last week who sent me a private message saying, like, you have like 5 minutes to unban me or else. And I thought about that and I was like, fuck, am I getting DDoSed right now? Did this person figure out my information? If I was getting DDoSed, I have a new router now. They're gonna have to figure out my information all over again. So they can't DDoS me anymore. Easy clap. Easy clap. I cannot breathe right now. I did a neti pot earlier thinking that would help. It did not. My allergies are still going crazy. But yeah, what's up with you guys? Anything go on? I've been pretty... I haven't done much the past couple of days other than stress out about my internet, but we're here. Did I read about your weird dream? No, did you post that in the Discord? I'm gonna look at some stuff in the Discord here in a minute. We'll go over all that. Oh yeah, Vovin posted about his cat too. And then Night Rain comes out today. So is it out yet? Is it officially out? Actually, no, I think I saw Weed say she just pre-installed it, preloaded it. 16 hours, okay. Damn. Whatever happened to midnight releases? Whatever happened to releasing a game at midnight? It's 2007, Burning Crusade comes out. We're all out 11:30 at night outside in line at the Best Buy waiting for the game to come out. They're gonna open the doors at 12 special for all of us waiting in line to get the game. We get the game, we rush home, it's 12:30, we install it. It takes an hour to install. Or yeah, the Halo days waiting outside of a GameStop. What up, Crow? Man, 16 hours? The screenshot from your FB post? Okay, we'll look at that. A natty light and pot? Okay, good to know. I'm not much of a drinker. I don't ever have alcohol on deck. And I've already taken my pre-stream rips. So I don't think I'm gonna take any more. I'm already like 20 deep. I think I'm good for now. And it didn't help with my sinuses at all. I still can't breathe. You know, weed never helps me with my sinuses. As somebody that has very bad allergies and nonstop sinus problems, like every day when I wake up, it's just snot pouring out of my nose. And then I'll go to blow my nose a bunch to get it out, and I'll blow my nose and nothing will be coming out, but it's all still in there. But yeah, weed has never been something that unclogs my sinuses. You're not doing it right? I haven't been smoking weed right all these years? What the fuck? How do I smoke weed right? How you been? I've been all right. I had some internet issues the past couple days. I hope you're good. Got a new pen. Nice. Unless I'm like really, really fucking sick, I still... Oh, I mean, I'm smoking through a sickness. But it's like when I'm smoking through a sickness, it's not clearing my sinuses or my lungs at all. It's just helping me get through the pain of being sick. Have you ever wanted to play any BioShock games? I'd rather just read Ayn Rand and live my libertarian anarcho-capitalist lifestyle in real life instead of play it through a game. I'm just kidding. Inhale through your nose? No, No, I don't inhale. I knew some people that used to do that though, and then they would fuck up their sinuses even more. They would do like the French inhale where they're and then like blow it out their mouth and suck it up their nose, and then they would have like resin coming out of their nose after a while. It was gross. No libertarian shaming, my bad. I forgot, this isn't the majority report, my bad. Oh, the entire series is 12 bucks. Actually, I think I have some of them on Epic. Do I have any on Steam? Okay, no, I don't have them on Steam. I think I have them on Epic. There are a couple games though that I have some trailers for we're gonna check out. Let me see real quick. Do I have BioShock? There we go. Oh, BioShock 2. BioShock Infinite. BioShock Remastered. How many more are there? I got them on Epic. Also, wait, what's going on with the free game? What's Epic's free game for the day? I haven't checked that in a minute. Wait, where are they? Why don't I see the free game? Oh, deals of the week. Oh no, these are deals. Oh, free game, here we go. Deliver at all costs? Giantopolis, Sifu? Oh wait, no, I was thinking Sisu, the Nazi killing movie. Okay, never mind. Whatever. Okay, I have them all, then there we go. I don't need the bundle. I don't need it. What was I gonna say? What were we talking about? Oh yeah, weed and sinuses. Yeah, weed has never been anything that's helped me with my, like, clear my sinuses at all. Or it's never been anything that's cleared my lungs out or anything when I'm sick, but when I do get sick, I chief through it, just like I chief through life. Did you hear about the new offer Trump made trying to annex Canada? The Golden Dome? Is that what it is? Trump news has been pretty lackluster this week. Hasn't been much going on. Like a couple like tariff announcements, him dealing with Putin. But there hasn't been anything that crazy that's gone on this week. But yeah, I did see that. And I saw like some of the conservative news outlets tweeting things like, Canada's thinking about it. They're considering becoming the 51st state for Golden Dome protection. It's like, Canada doesn't have to worry about anybody attacking them. Like, we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about anybody coming and bombing us. There's no point. Even though we have like surface to air missiles already, the best that there are, like protecting our borders, we don't need to invest in a Golden Dome. Nobody's attacking us. We're not having other countries send intercontinental ballistics our way that we need to shoot down. And so if we don't, neither does Canada. Canada has nothing to worry about. We had to drag them into the Iraq-Afghanistan wars. Like, come on, guys. The Golden Dome. We can't afford Medicare for all. Our government is currently, like, the House already passed it. Senate is looking to pass it by July 4th. A tax cuts for the rich bill that's going to come at the expense of social welfare programs like Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP. All of these social welfare programs are about to be cut into oblivion because of the tax cuts for the rich bill that Trump wants to pass. Can't afford Medicare for all. We just have to keep cutting people's social welfare programs, but we can afford a Golden Dome. Can't afford to give kids free school lunches, but we can afford a Golden Dome. Love it. What a great country we live in. Would you say you're down with the sickness? Oh, wow. All day, every day, except fuck that band. I mean, if a lot of people now are saying they hate Disturbed just because he's a Zionist, and it's like, come on, let's be real. Like, there is nothing ever good about Disturbed. him being a Zionist is just another reason to hate him. But you should have hated Disturbed before that. If you considered yourself a high IQ individual, nobody with a high IQ listens to Disturbed in their free time. Okay? Nobody. Especially if you're like, oh my god, their Sound of Silence cover was so beautiful and moving. It's like, yo, dog, come on. Let's take an IQ test. And I'm not someone that advocates for IQ tests. I think those things are stupid. But in that scenario, if you're out here saying Disturbed is great, let's take that test. Let's see where we're at. Fucked with, yeah, I'm very worried about losing Medicaid. I'm lucky that I got renewed for a year, but without Medicaid, I'm fucked. I have a blood disorder where if I don't have my blood treatments, my phlebotomies, I'll die in my 40s. And if they were to throw me off Medicaid and I had to get a job where I had to like buy privatized healthcare, I don't know if I'd be able to afford it. Just with a normal job and be able to pay all my bills and stuff. I don't think I would. I don't think it would work. Crohn's, yeah, that's horrible. It seems the type of people to praise Hatred as game of the year. I don't even know that game. But the lead singer of Disturbed recently went to Israel and signed some bombs. Signed his name on some bombs that were gonna get dropped on some Palestinian children. Scumbag. And he was out, I think he was one of the people out here like tweeting at Kneecap, the band. And just constantly like going off on these paragraph like essays about how he's such a staunch Zionist. He's a little disturbed, yeah. Definitely. Oh god, I can't fucking breathe. Hold on. Okay. Still can't breathe. But the neti pot that I did, every time I blow my nose, it's making my ears pop in the craziest ways. It feels so good. Oh, I wish I could breathe right now. But yeah, we're good. We're 30 minutes in. Stream hasn't cut out. I think we're all good. I think it was my router. The guy confirmed that it was the router, but I'm still like, you never know. It could just go out at any moment. I think it's gonna go out now. Just kidding. Okay. Woo! Imagine Postal 1, but just the most 13-year-old edgy. My name isn't important, but what is important is the fact the world is fucked, so I gotta kill everyone. Edgy. So edgy. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for being here. I did intend to take Monday off. Like I told you guys in the Discord, I had to get caught up on the YouTube edits, which, because the internet was fucked, I didn't get totally caught up. Almost. I just got to do a little bit in the morning after stream. Publish a couple more, edit a couple more VODs, but yeah, it's last night, completely unintended. But I think we're good now. I hope that stops any future internet issues. Like, of course, there's always there's an outage in the neighborhood. But I hope all those little like random stream drops, stream cutting out, I hope all that stops now that the router's fixed. Hopefully that was all because my router was just going out. There's only one city left on Super. Oh shit. Okay. We'll be doing that later if we have time. Like I was saying, there isn't an abundance of news today. There isn't like 20 different things to talk about. There is a lot on Gaza I want to cover that we have missed the past few days, and then there is some stuff on immigration that I'd like to talk about, but beyond that, there's not much Trump news. And I just got some fun stuff I want to watch. I really want to watch the new Adam Friedland episode with Anthony Weiner. Some of you guys are about to learn who Anthony Weiner is. I feel like most of you are probably like, huh, who's that? You're about to learn. Oh, and there was this Trump press conference. He swore in Jeanine Pirro as new U.S. attorney. What is her position? U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. That's right. Judge Jeanine, baby, from Fox News. Let's go. District Court of Columbia. The voteless are in larger hordes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that hopefully tonight if we get through all the Gaza stuff. We might get through the Gaza news, and I might say we'll do immigration stuff tomorrow. Because there is a lot of Gaza news to talk about. The aid situation, potential ceasefire. There's Miss Rachel. What else? Stuff Netanyahu said the past couple days. Stuff other leaders of other countries have said the past couple days. There's a lot. There's a lot of Gaza. I got a lot of videos, a lot of tweets. So we're going to be doing a long segment on Gaza. That's the one thing I don't like about Helldivers is how paywalled it is. I think it's dumb. They should do it like Fortnite, where the stuff that you get from their war bonds is purely cosmetic. They should just be adding in cool new armor sets and things like that. And they should do what we've been saying for a long time, where all of the different passives you get with armor sets can be swapped. Like if I want to take my +2 stim passive and put that on another armor set, I should be able to do that. But the fact that they put all these good weapons behind the paywall, it's a pay-to-win game. It's a very fun game. I enjoy the gameplay. I enjoy the game loop a lot. But it is pay to win, and that sucks. There's so many weapons I want from those war bonds, but I'm not about to go back and buy all those. I'm not giving them my money. Two more days, the Illuminate fleet. Oh, okay. I can't wait for them to bring the robots and the bugs. Super Earth. That's gonna be fun. It explodes after you die. But you know, hey, you take someone out with you when you go. And then Night Rain. Can we all just acknowledge? I know I said this months ago, but can we all just acknowledge that FromSoft came up with the concept for Night Rain after we did our Elden Ring co-op randomizer chaos mod streams? Pretty sure the whole game, yeah, basically we made Night Rain. We did that. It was you, it was Volk, it was, I think, Fourth joined in. I forget everybody else that played, but we did that shit. That was us. Where are our royalties at? Are we gonna get any money for that? Because I sure could use some fucking money right now, Brian. Are you gonna contact FromSoft, see if they're gonna pay up, fork over some cash? Only reason they're not here is because the Illuminate is on the sector. I was thinking the Illuminate will like bring the bugs. That'll be like the lore is the Illuminate transported the bugs from the planets to Super Earth or something. Or like we bring them there. So we're like, hey, we want to have some E710 farms on Super Earth. And then they break out, of course. Of course. All right, is Vovin still here? Vovin mentioned their new cat. Let's see. Oh, here, I gotta fix this real quick. There we go. Okay, that should be good. Okay. Vovin got a new cat? I don't want to look at it if Vovin's not here, though. If Vovin's not listening, we'll hold off on that. Oh, I remember, Volk. You were having such a hard time with the Elden Ring mods. I remember that now. Maybe we'll go back to that. Maybe one day. We'll probably end up playing Night Rain before we do that. I don't know when I'm going to play Night Rain, though. It probably won't be till my next paycheck. We'll see. Do we got... Oh, we got some music in here. Okay. We got some new music. All right, well, you know what? We'll start off with music. I don't think I have anything to share today. But we'll start off with some music. I remember these were the playlists from the other day, but here's the new stuff. Oh, Bent posted something. Yvette Young. Oh, wait. Did she post a new song? I was never the biggest Covet fan. I booked Covet back in the day. I was never the biggest Covet fan, but I'm down to listen if she's got a new song. All right, yeah, we'll do that here in a second. Chilly kitty. Let's just do music now. Roro, I don't think Roro's here. Is Bent still here? What is this? Is it a new song? Oh, it's not even a new song. Just a collab? Wait, what? What is she doing with Blake from Workaholics? 6625? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, like I was saying, I was never the biggest Covet fan. That style of like super clean guitar, like twinkly guitar tone, tappy stuff was never... It just got really outplayed to me. And Covet always really reminded me of This Town Needs Guns, and I hate that band. But I'm down to listen to a new Covet song. I don't like hate Covet. It was just not a band that I was ever found myself listening to in my free time. And poor bass player of that band. He's not the bass player anymore, but I know he was in love with her. He was in love with Yvette. And she started getting boyfriends, and him and the drummer were out of the band pretty quickly after she started going public with her relationships. And it was never the same after that. It was never the same. Yeah, very weird that she's collaborating with the Workaholics guy. I'm excited to see what it is. But yeah, the bass player, her old bass player, was in love with her. And I don't think that shit worked out. And once it didn't work out, him and the drummer were gone. Ooh, new Jane remover. All right, let's check this out. Let's see what this is. He stole your hair type. Yeah, Blake does kill it with that hair type. Ooh, wait a minute. Whoa. Hold on. Oh yeah, I love that rhythm. Whoa.
The end of the battle is getting closer by the minute. Time to sleep.
Okay. Okay.
Pretty girl dance for my video. I'm run to pretty girl to stand for my video. I'm just waiting for this bitch to go. My camera ain't. Hold on, that we blow up supernova. Some bitches they gon' never meet the quota.
Jane remover, man.
Hold on, that we blow up supernova.
One of my new favorites. Every time we hear a Jane remover track, every time you post one, it's like one of my new favorite songs. Oh, I heard that Fortnite noise. I heard that. like bubbly melody line. Sounds like a bunch of bubbles. Oh, weed. I remember something I wanted to say to you. Last week, that coffee pasta you made, one of the funniest things that's ever been made in this chat. Thank you again for that. The mini shop hit you up this week? Volk, that's sad. So what you're telling me is you were trying to curb your addiction, you were trying to work on it, and the drug dealer straight up called you and said, hey, where you been? Volk, one in the chat if you need help. One in the chat if you need help, okay? Let us know. Do you need help? Do we need to intervene? Do we need to call the authorities? Are you being held hostage by your dealer? This is sad. All that money that I spent from the sub count to get you into a rehab, and now you're already back at the fucking comic book shop? Oh my God. That song was fucking amazing. That was so good. Thank you, Weed. Shark posted this. I don't think Shark is here, so we'll skip that. Adrian is here, though. What is this? Oh, I like that chord. Oh, the song's called Police Oppression. You ever thought about maybe the police feel oppressed? Maybe the defund the police movement made police feel so ashamed that they feel oppressed and embarrassed to do their job?
I just can't take much more of this oppression. I'm going on my head and it's good, not oppression. I gotta go out.
When did this song come out? This song came out in 1999? Sounds like this song was recorded in like 82. That chord progression? I think it reminds me of that one Misfits song. I got something to say. I killed your baby today, and it doesn't matter much to me. Fuck, is that the song I'm thinking of?
Police oppression. Police oppression. I'm going on my head and it's good, not oppression. I gotta go out for a walk. I gotta sit down and have a talk. They're asking me how and they're asking me why. Have you ever seen grown men cry? Police oppression. Police oppression.
Yeah, I think that's what that chord progression reminds me of. It's straight up. Might not be that one Misfit song I sang, but there's another song that has that same exact chord progression. Can't remember.
No questions and I'll tell you no lie. It's been different, really fine. Police suppression.
Damn, a box that's been out of stock for 2 months and sold out in an hour on launch. Volk, I do not want to know what you had to do to get special access to that. Just chat, everybody know Volk has to do some very deep and dark things every time he talks about getting something like that. Especially when it's so exclusive like that. Beat the shit out of Nazis. Oh, well, you know, speaking of that, that actually went on. Punk Rock Bowling just happened over the weekend. And man, Punk Rock Bowling used to be my favorite time of the year. Now it just makes me sad. But there was a Nazi showed up with an SS shirt at Punk Rock Bowling, got kicked out pretty quick. People in the punk rock community dealt with them pretty quickly. Let them know Nazi punks fuck off. Hell yeah, throw your trash at him. Push him over. Get that motherfucker. Punch a Nazi. Yeah, kick him. Get him in the shins. Get his cankles. Like, how do you go wearing this shit? Like, he has to be that, like, that guy that, like, sits on a plane and films himself with a Trump shirt, just, like, waiting for people to come by and say something about it. Like, he has to be in the same mindset. Like, I'm going to go to Punk Rock Bowling and trigger the libs. Dude, you're so outnumbered.
Get out of our fucking scene! Get out of our fucking scene! Get out of our fucking scene! Get out of our scene!
I cast upon thee testicular torsion. Wait, hold on. I think I missed the best part. Yeah, get him! Get him!
Get out of our fucking scene! Get out of our fucking scene! Get out of our scene!
Itchy bones, tungsten balls, and manual breathing. What a fucking idiot. That guy's probably an actual, like, card carrying, shows up in meetings Nazi. To show up in a shirt like that. Yeah, he needs an escort. Wait, yeah, who was that? I think that was security walking him out. I don't know, though. I think that is security. But yeah, Punk Rock Bowling, people showing out, you know, standing on business. There was also this over the weekend. On Saturday, more than 100 masked white fascists snapped open the rear doors of a convoy of a U-Haul trucks, spilled onto the steps of Kansas City's War Memorial, World War I Memorial. Faces hidden by white masks. This is something that they did years ago, and the FBI caught them before they did it. They were going to show up at an LGBTQ rally and do violence, and they all got in the back of some moving trucks like this, and we all saw pictures and footage of them being, like, led out of the trucks by the police and FBI agents. But I guess they did it again and that we're actually successful this time.
You're not gonna invade our men's privacy.
Your privacy. You're in public,
Fucking
bro.
freaks, dude.
Why do you need to be private to... I thought you'd be proud of your opinion. Why you gotta cover up your face?
Yeah, you know, what do I always say? Wear it with your fucking chests, you racists. Don't be little bitches about it. If you're gonna be a Nazi, wear that shit loud and proud. Don't cover your face up. Say it with your chest, bitch.
Shouldn't you be proud of what you preach?
Exactly.
I want to shave that nose hair, bud. That's embarrassing.
Got him. Wrecked. Custard.
You're not gonna invade our men's privacy.
Tug down their masks, right?
You're in public, bro. Why do you need to be private?
You're going to cover the dude who approached
you'd be
Kai
proud
during the
of your
AMAs about
opinion.
yay? I have no idea about that.
you
No
be
idea
proud
what
of
that
what you
even
preach?
means.
I want to shave that nose hair,
That's
bud.
a whole bunch of words I don't even understand. Kai, AMAs, yay? I don't know what those words mean. I don't know what the AMAs stand for. What is that? I know what Kai and yay stand for. AMAs. What's that? Ask me anything? Wait,
You're not gonna invade our men's privacy.
was there an ask me anything with Kai
You're in public, bro.
on Reddit?
Why do you need
Are
to
those
be
still a
private
thing?
to- I thought you'd be proud of your
Oh, the American Music Awards. Duh. Okay. No, I don't
Shouldn't
know
you be proud
anything
of what
about
you
that.
preach? I want to shave that nose hair, bud. That's embarrassing.
Um,
You gonna run for office now? Are you from here? Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing?
I got
That's
people
how
from the
many
whole
it takes
country.
to
Oh,
get-
so you're astroturfing. Okay,
Couple
got it.
hundred? The whole country.
AstroTurf
You're
protest.
embarrassing.
Got it. You're busting them in.
You're embarrassing. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, look at that. Let me in.
Nice job,
Don't close the
Tubbs.
door. Hold on. Wait for me.
You're embarrassing. You're embarrassing. Get the fuck out of here.
Fucking losers, dude. Scumbags.
Nice job, Tubbs.
Nice job, Tubbs, he
Street
says.
official from Texas. I don't see anything. That's embarrassing.
It's the same thing they did a couple years ago. I think it was during Joe Biden's presidency, the first year, maybe second year, when their plan to go disrupt an LGBTQ protest or rally was thwarted by the FBI, and we got a bunch of footage of them being dragged out of these U-Hauls by the FBI.
Hey, have fun in that hot box, guys.
Have fun in that hot box, guys. But yeah, this time it probably wasn't planned as a terror attack, and they were just showing up.
Now? Are you from here?
Literal loser. I just look at him. Like, just look at this guy.
Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing?
Actually, I think I saw some tweets. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Okay, Brian. Okay, dude. Okay, Brian. Brian liking all these thirst traps, making it seem like I'm liking 3 Rose V TikToks in a row. Okay. Okay. I don't see what I was looking for. I don't see it. It's gone. They disappeared. What the fuck? Where did they go? Whatever. They weren't important. They weren't that important. See my dream story in the chat line. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get to that. I will be getting to that. So satisfying. Kai AMA. Okay, here. What is this?
How you doing, bro? Nice to meet you. Good to see you. Hi. Hi. I'm on. How you doing?
Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye at? We want to say we love Ye.
Ew, what the fuck? Oh, God. Ew. With his kid right there?
Spoken regardless because it's America and I think it's a great thing to live.
Just out of nowhere, just like, hey, oh, who let you in here? Hey, it's me and my kid. We love Kanye. What?
Man, looking good over
How you
here.
doing, bro? Nice to meet you.
Man, good to see you.
Hi.
Hey, Sarah, it's
Hi. I'm about.
Hey,
How you
wait a minute.
doing?
Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye at? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great
Ew, and dude, in the little kid voice, dude, we love Ye because he's outspoken. Oh, gross, dude. One, you shouldn't talk to kids like that. If you ever have a kid, if you have children, siblings, do not baby them. Talk to them like a human being. All right, that's number one. All right, but the fact that he's like in the baby voice while talking to Kai about Kanye is so gross. It's like he's trying to appeal to children.
great thing to live in a free country, don't you, Kai? I think it's a free country.
No, and like he obviously knows Kai has a huge audience of kids. He's like trying, oh, hey guys, we love Kanye, don't we? Let's sing our ABCs. A, B, Kanye!
You really hopped on my screen, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day.
I think he's a great guy.
You having a dialogue with him?
Hey, that's what I'm going to say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah, well, I think you letting him talk is a good thing.
Look, I'm going to politely ask you.
Even the kids, like, Dad, you're embarrassing me right now. What are you doing?
Guys,
well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
I get
God
it,
bless you, Kai.
but I don't want that. Whatever you got going on, you deal with that. Thank you for your service.
Okay. All right. Well.
Man, looking good over
How you
here.
doing, bro? Nice to meet you.
Man, good to see you.
Hi.
Hey, Sarah, it's
Hi. I'm out.
Hey,
How you
wait a
doing?
minute. Who let this guy
We
in
can
here?
disavow. We can do two things at once. We can disavow Nazis and also not
We
thank
love
someone
you
for their
being
service. Okay.
outspoken
Anyway.
regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free country, don't you, Kai? I think it's a free country.
Look at Kai's face. He's just like, huh, bruh. And it's true. He just straight up used his kid to try to manipulate Kai's like mainly like child audience.
Opinions.
You really hopped on my screen, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end
I
of the
think
day,
he's a
you
great
have
guy.
dialogue with him.
Hey, that's what I'm gonna say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah. Well, I think
Dude.
letting him talk is a good thing.
Look, I'm gonna politely ask you. Get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
I get
God
it.
bless
But,
you, Kai.
Yeah,
I
motherfucking
don't want that.
Zoolander
Whatever you
Nazi
got
at the
going on,
AMA
you deal with
Awards
that.
on
Thank you
Kai's
for your
stream.
service.
Yeah, we live in a timeline. It's definitely a timeline. It's not the right one, but it's a timeline. Damn, dude. The American Music Awards. Was Kanye there? Who even? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to press that. Who even is that guy? Is there anything on Reddit in there about who this guy is? I'm glad that on Livestream Fails they titled it Kai Meets a Nazi. Should have told the kid to be less white than his, less white than his kid. Should have told than his dad, yeah. He was crying because Kanye wasn't allowed to go, I bet, yeah, true. Who is this guy, though? Not seeing anything about who the guy is. It's like, what the fuck is he? What's he even doing at the American Music Awards? Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Come here. Oh, Bernie. Oh, God, my nose. Oh. I did that neti pot, so sometimes when I bend down in a weird way, like the fluid is just like pouring out of my nose. Oh. Okay. Chat, it's Bernie! Bernie's got no panties on. He's got no panties on. Bernie's got no panties on the dance floor. Bernie's got no panties on. He's got no panties on. Bernie's got no panties on the dance floor. Okay, anyway. Oh, sorry, Bernie. Oops, I'm sorry about that, Bernie. Need to do that. Yo, baby. How we doing today? How we feeling right now? Bernie has only thrown up once this week, and it was yesterday. And it was literally after I went live and my stream cut out. He was right here. He pooped and he threw up. And I think he was letting me know how he felt sick because the internet wasn't working. But no, I stopped giving him his pain medicine. Like, I'm giving him all his, like, normal medicine that I'm supposed to give him for his, like, liver and his kidney levels and everything like that. But I stopped giving him his pain medicine a week ago. And, like, he's still at end of life Bernie. It's not like, oh, he's a different dog now, he's better. But it's way different, him not just, like, constantly being on pain meds. He seems happier now. We were just convinced that we were supposed to be giving it to him because the vet told us to. Because he has arthritis and the doggy dementia. And I don't know. I'm starting to want to get a different vet. I feel like they're just pumping him full of stuff. Not actually caring. They're just like, oh, he's at the end of his life. Just like prescribe him a bunch of shit. Because those couple weeks of giving him pain meds, like, he really took a turn for the worse. And now it's not as bad. He's, like I said, he's still old at the end of his life, has doggy dementia. Not the same dog he was last year or the year before that, but not as bad as it was the past couple weeks giving him pain meds every day. Rip in his brain fluid. Yep, true. What up, Reeks? Just a baby. Look at him. Does he ever act confused? Or yeah, that was it. And like I said, he already, before we started giving him pain meds, he crossed into this era of having doggy dementia where he'll like walk in circles a lot. He'll just kind of walk around aimlessly. He'll run into things. My whole house, I have pillows and blankets set up everywhere, like on the floor, like on my wood floors. I got rugs all throughout the floors. I got pillows up against the wall, blankets, because he'll just like run into the wall and hit his head. Not run, but he'll just be like walking and bump into the wall. And that was exacerbated after we started giving him the pain meds. And now that the pain meds are cut out, he's still walking in circles, very much so as doggy dementia, but it's not as enhanced as it was, exacerbated. But yeah, that's Bernie news. Oh yeah, here, sorry. Let's what did Adrian want me to read in the complimentary chat lounge? Let's see. Oh shit, oh my god. Last night I had the most strangest dream. That it was St. Patrick's Day and half of it involved the Dropkick Murphys. So the dream started off where I'm hanging with some former friends I haven't seen in 15 years. They were participating in a crazy event and wanted me to join, but I refused. This is a Dreamland fictional, very violent event that is Irish versus Scots. This is an event where they all get completely shit-faced. The Irish dressed in these huge custom green shirts. The Scots wear huge red shirts. They're all provided a sharp spear, battled it out with each other. These drunks were killing each other. And I witnessed one of the Scots launch the spear at my old friend, but somehow the spear magically made a U-turn, a boomerang, and went through the Scots' eyes. Oh my god, okay. He was screaming in agony, and I was frightened and told my friend, oh shit, William Wallace lost an eye. Let's get the fuck out of here. Okay, Dropkick Murphys are outside the train station. Van broke down. Oh shit, didn't know my camera was off, sorry. Damn, that sounds like a crazy ass dream. Okay. Mike was like, you may not want to drop those. I was like, but I'm not gonna buy them. Then the head of security comes. Funny enough, in this fictional dreamland, the security was late. Actor Dennis Farina walking up to me to confront me and accuse me of stealing. Then I woke up from the dream. I swear I get the strangest dreams. Damn. All right, if anybody wants to read that full dream Adrian had, it's posted in there. Sounds like a crazy wild dream. What a time. What a time to be asleep. Is there anything else I missed in here? Oh god, what is this? Fetterman, often absent from Senate, says he's been shamed into returning. I didn't want this job. It's not like I ran for office. I was drafted into this. Had somebody told me that I was gonna have to do a bunch of work, I would have never been drafted into this job that I didn't want. I didn't run for. I just want to kill myself. It's my son's birthday and I just want to go visit my college buddy's grave. I hate life. I'm John Fetterman. I want to die. Every second I think about wanting to die. Often absent from the Senate, says he's been shamed into returning. Dog, you guys work like 3 months out of the fucking year. Do your job. You signed up for this. You ran a fucking race. You weren't drafted into this. Fucking God, he's such a loser. God. And I like legitimately after reading that story of him spiraling out of control, like I fear, not for him, but I fear for his family. Because that man has a gun. And I don't care what he does to himself with that gun, but I definitely fear if he were to do something to himself with that gun, that he's going to do something to his family first, or he's just going to do something to his family. Because he's at that point in his mental derangement where it seems like he might get violent toward the people around him. I'm not even kidding about that. That's a legit fear I have for his family. That dream means you're gonna find love soon. I know Dreamology. There we go. Don't forget to check media share. Got it. What's in there? What do we got in media share? Peak content incoming. Debate on Africa must evict its colonial masters with Dr. Umar versus Elon's. Oh, God. No. This is... Umar Johnson is going to, like, prove that white genocide is the thing. Having Dr. Umar Johnson be a part of this conversation is just going to do bad things for the proving that white genocide isn't real. Oh, God. He's going to be like, white genocide is happening and we want you all to leave. Oh, no. God, Umar Johnson is just the worst. I hate that guy. Debate on Africa must evict its colonial masters with Dr. Umar versus Elon Musk's dad. But yeah, as somebody that used to be in an interracial relationship, I fucking hate Dr. Umar Johnson. Can't stand that guy. What up, Sleepy? Wow, didn't know you were racist. You got me. You got me. But wait, hold on. So it's at Oxford Union. It's an Oxford Union debate. And Errol Musk, an actual like former neo-Nazi. The guy who we watched that clip of him where he like talks about Elon's mom and her family all being former neo-Nazis. Or it's not former Nazis, apartheid apologists, and him being like, we fought hard in Rhodesia against those Africans. We fought hard. Us whites, Afrikaners. Oh my God. Africa must evict its colonial masters. Umar's gonna set South Africa back a couple decades, I think. I think apartheid might be coming back after this debate. And they're all going to be like, see, he's the racist one. They're going to be like, see, no, look, it's Dr. Umar. He's the racist one. He doesn't believe in interracial marriages. He's the racist guy, not us. Promoting white genocide. He's the racist one. Oh, fuck. All jokes aside, I could have lived my life not knowing what snow bunny meant. Yep. In that relationship, I was the snow bunny. I was the snow bunny. What up, Karist? No, yeah, Hassan got unbanned after a day. He just got banned for a day for reading that manifesto from the Israeli embassy staff shooter. Apparently, you're not allowed to read any manifestos on Twitch. We read that manifesto a night before Hasan did, or like half of it. Didn't get banned. That VOD is unpublished though, so get fucked. Can't do anything about it. But yeah, we read that on stream. I didn't know you couldn't read those. Did not know. We've all read multiple. We've all read multiple other manifestos, Hasan included. But apparently Twitch had to draw the line at the one that had to do with the Israeli embassy. All those other manifestos we've read, even ones we've read this year, from the dudes that did the terrorist attacks at the beginning of the year. We read those manifestos. Nothing came of it. Hasan read those manifestos. Nothing came of it. But we read the one on the Israeli staff shooter and instantly clapped. You confess manifesto readings have been reported to Twitch police. The VOD is deleted. You can't even get me. Can't get me. And you know, there was this one tweet that I had. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was the best summarization for what happened to Hasan. Right here. Oh, wrong button. Suspended for showing an extremist manifesto while denouncing it. One way manufacturing consent works is by preventing people from even reading the words of the terrorists. Even if you disagree completely with them, it's not enough because they must be fully dehumanized. Now, again, am I... Oh, sorry. My camera keeps going away. Here, let me see if I can fix this real quick. Okay, it should be fixed now. Okay. But what was I gonna say? Here, let me read this again. I completely forgot what I read. Suspended for showing an extremist manifesto while denouncing it. One way manufacturing consent works is by preventing people from even reading the words of the terrorists. Even if you disagree completely with them, it's not enough because they must be fully dehumanized. Hasan, just like me, from the moment I found out, like I started stream that night having not known that the shooting took place. Bent posted the manifesto and I was like, oh fuck, what happened? Instantly, what did I say? This is going to be so bad for the Palestinian people, and not just the Palestinian people, but it's also going to be bad for pro-Palestinian anti-genocide advocates in the country. This isn't like an act of like collective action, collective activism, like can't be compared to Hamas's collective action resisting the oppression. This is an individual act that is going to take us further away from accomplishing the goal of Palestinian liberation. It's going to make it to where Netanyahu ramps up his assault. It's going to make it to where Trump ramps up his assault on black bagging students, saying, oh, look, Hamas is here now. They're in the country. National emergency, just like Tren de Aragua. But also, at the same time, you don't need to be sad that this fucking rabid Zionist freak who is a Christian German died. You don't have to be sad that he died. You don't gotta be sad about that freak that had an obsession with joining the Israeli baby killing forces. You don't have to feel bad that he died. But the guy that killed him, despite him being pro-Palestinian, being an advocate for the Palestinian cause, being anti-genocide, what he did is a net negative for the Palestinian people. Yeah, it had the man. I even read the manifesto off stream because we only read like half of it, I think, on stream that one night, and then we didn't read any more because Hasan got banned. But there was nothing in there that had any anti-Semitic sentiment. It was all pro-Palestinian. His beef was with Israel, not with the Jews. But yeah, the attack wasn't anti-Semitic. It was not an anti-Semitic hate crime. It was a anti-Zionist attack. Yeah, Christian Zionist. Like, what do we always say? There's more Christian Zionists than Zionist Jews. I do see a shocking amount of anti-Semitism on Red Note from random people. Okay. Yeah, and that's, like you just said, these people will likely never meet a Jewish person in their whole life, but Israel's actions have caused the spread of old-school anti-Semitic tropes on there. What justifies Israel's existence? Anti-Semitism. The more anti-Semitism is perpetuated around the world, the more Israel's existence is justified. Israel themselves, Mossad, goes around and has done anti-Semitic terrorist attacks to further justify their existence, to make more people want to move there. And whether it's intentional or unintentional, it's gonna, like what Israel is doing, killing fucking hundreds of babies every week, killing hundreds of women and children every single week, is gonna lead to people being anti-Semitic. They're gonna be like, wow. Because not everybody's gonna be smart enough to not conflate Judaism with Zionism, and they're gonna conflate the two. They're gonna say they're both the same. They're gonna be like, oh my God, these Jewish people are killing babies every week, instead of what you should say, these Israelis, these Zionists are killing babies every week. But most people aren't gonna do that. They're just gonna say, oh wow, this land of the Jews is killing babies every week. And when you say the Christian prophecy shit, do you mean like the Waspage, the great, what is it, the Anglo-Saxon migration to Mecca or whatever it is, where when the second coming happens, they're all gonna travel back there. Jesus is gonna, like the Christians believe that the Jews are cleansing those lands for them, and when the second coming happens, Jesus is gonna cleanse them of those lands so that the Christians can go there, and that'll be their new home, their homeland. Yeah, okay. Yeah, psycho shit. Psycho shit. Yeah, trying to trigger the right. Yeah, they're trying to do it themselves. Yeah. Like, if we just kill 1,000 more Palestinians, the rapture will be triggered. That's, yeah, psycho shit. Second coming. I mean, you know my advocacy around here is come fast, big loads. And then repeat. Keep going. Don't stop. Anyway. But yeah, hopefully that answered your question, Lexi, about HASAN being banned. Glad you brought that up, actually.
That's insane, bro.
Oh yeah, we weren't done with the Discord. What else we got in there? Yeah, game over for everyone else in the entire world. It's exactly what they think. And for me, I don't believe in God. I never have. For me, when we die, I just envision nothingness. We die and that's it. And we're gonna get into this Jordan Peterson debate here in a few minutes. We're not watching the whole thing. We're gonna watch two parts from it. But I say that about my belief of God to also say this. I don't care. I think those atheists that like make their whole life's mission debating Christians and religious people is so fucking cringe. It's the worst. They're the worst people. I would never in my life be like, yeah, I don't believe in God. Let me go start debating religious people over that. Because one, it's not anything that can be proved. I can't prove that or like at all. I have no idea what happens after we die. Nobody does. But it's just this feeling I have in me that says it's going to be nothing. Eternal darkness. It's over after that. And if I were to tell myself like, no, I believe in heaven, I'd be lying to myself because I don't. There's just this thing deep within me that tells me that that's not going to happen. But if I were to die and I were to be placed in front of this God and he was like, oh, worship me and I'll let you into heaven. If you don't like praise me and like give your life to me right now, you're going to hell. I'd say, suck my dick, send me to hell. Like, what the fuck? I'd be like, hell no, I don't care. I mean, I didn't live my life bowing down to you for one moment. And if their God that they've prayed and bowed down to their whole lives requires you to bow down to him to enter into heaven, I don't want to go. That ain't my kind of place. I'm good on that. They're killing over a book that isn't even real. Yeah, makes me feel like I'm the crazy one. Believe whatever you want, but don't kill a motherfucker over it, you know? Exactly. Draw the line somewhere. Well, apparently that lawn was drawing at, oh, you know what? God said Israel has a right to exist, so that's where the line was drawn. Get fucked. I mean, they're supposed to be forgiving and all-powerful. Why send anyone to hell? That's, yeah. You know, but I'm not a religious scholar. I don't know anything about theocracy. But yeah, that's where I'm coming from when it comes to that kind of stuff. But you know what? Since we just started talking about that, let's look at these Jordan Peterson clips. Jordan Peterson did a debate over the week. Oh, wait, hold on. Before we do that, sorry, there was more in the media share, I think. Okay, this is all stuff. Oh, wait, what? Internet comment etiquette, refugee opposite day? Oh, we gotta watch this. What up, Garlo? I miss you. I'm so glad you're here. Okay, I don't think Doom is here. So we'll skip this. One of the funniest videos you've seen. Hentai games with PVC-based cuck holding. The Goon Files? Sure. How long is this video? 17 minutes? Okay, we're not watching that right now. What is this? Blurred the shampoo because she's gatekeeping her hair routine based. Okay, 5head. I didn't even think of that. I was just thinking Inna needed to step up his game with some toilet seat percussion and furry accessories. Toilet seat percussion? I used to pull out the bongos every hype sesh, okay? They're copying me. I'm not copying them. And I see a melodica in their hands. What the fuck is this? English translation, please. Oh, I thought it was a video. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Do I need to be in a bathtub? Oh, it is a video. Okay. You know, I haven't played the melodica in a long time, but I shred way harder than that. Some of y'all know that. It is me, but it's a cat. Okay, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that I've done this. How about ears and a tail, though? I'm not a furry. I'm not about to do stolen valor. I'm not a furry. I'm not about to culturally appropriate furriness. I respect my furry friends. I'm not about to appropriate their culture or steal their valor. Furry chatters. Furry chatters rise up. Wouldn't you hate it if I was out here stealing your valor, pretending like I was a furry when I'm not? Hope that bathtub has grip. True. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Ben. Was there anything else? Okay, no, that was it. All right. We'll check out this one video. I'm going to add this to the watch later list, this hentai game. Maybe we'll watch this on Friday or Saturday. We'll do some like more fun stuff. You know what? We'll watch this and watch that one section from the new Grums video. That video about Grums. I remember you said there was like one part we needed to watch. We'll do that.
You are now
Okay, we did that. Okay. Let's watch this Jordan Peterson interview or debate. Right here. And you know what? We're going to watch the actual video. I got the thing right here. We don't normally watch Jubilee, and we're not watching the whole thing because I did watch some of the other parts of this debate, and it's so fucking boring. Like I was saying, I cannot stand atheists that make it their life's goal to debate religious people. It's so dumb. Neither of them are going to be able to prove what they believe is true at all. So it's just pointless. It's just masturbation. It's just to make themselves feel good and feel smart, like they know what they're talking about. And that's how I feel about most debates. I feel like most debates don't end up in there being this like, well, it usually ends up in, oh, there's this common ground that these two centrists found. It's usually not, oh, we're breaking ground, we're getting a bunch of new people on our side. It's usually just, in the marketplace of ideas, I can rhetorically own you, and people are going to notice that and think I'm smart. And that's what a lot of this was. It was a fucking snooze fest of a bunch of atheists just being like, yeah, God's not real. Who cares? But there were two moments from this debate that transcended that. Two moments. And these two moments transcended that in a way Sam Cedar goes about these debates. It's the whole reason why people like Jordan Peterson, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro don't want to talk to Sam Cedar, is because the moment that they talk to him, Sam Cedar corners them and makes them look like a fucking idiot. Like they have no idea what they're talking about. And they all pretend like, oh, Sam Cedar, he doesn't have as big of an audience as us. We're going to platform him and we don't want to do that. Or he's not serious enough. It's because he comsters them so hard that it actually does what people in debates want to do, bring the other side to your side. When Sam Cedar and Ethan did the Steven Crowder debate, it made Steven Crowder viewers be like, oh, wow, what's wrong with my streamer, Steven Crowder? He couldn't even converse with Sam Cedar for a moment. The moment he did have like a couple words, Sam Cedar made him look like an idiot. Wow, I'm a Sam Cedar fan now. That's the way these two kids went about this debate with Jordan Peterson. All right, let's see how it went. What up, Roro? Wait, they also got unhinged white nationalists for Sam? Wait, what do you mean? Jordan would rather be talking to his grandma's coochie weeds.
One of your whims gratified.
But yeah, this is a debate. Originally, the video was titled Christian versus 20 Atheists. But because of one of the moments we're about to see in this video, Jordan Peterson contacted Jubilee and had them change it to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. Okay, just know that. Who said USA for European Christians? Oh, yeah. I get, okay. I forgot you were talking. I didn't realize you were talking about Sam's debate that he had on Jubilee. Okay. Got it. Yeah.
Now? Or do you mean you
okay.
and everyone you love?
Let's see what Jordan Peterson had to say to two atheists. We're not getting through all 20.
Whims,
Hell no.
I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine when you're talking about, oh, you and I just believe.
Yeah, the idea like of debating the existence of God.
The reality of the God when
just like why?
Because
who cares?
That,
you believe in God, believe in God, enjoy yourself. If you don't and enjoy yourself. Who fucking cares? All right, here we go.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure. But I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be. Like,
he looks so mad. Look at his. I'm so mad already.
These atheists. I'm surrounded by a bunch of sinners.
As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists, and I don't believe that a God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like
The
prescribe
wife beater
themselves.
look, he
So I guess
mastered
Is that
it.
relevant to this claim?
You're basing
Oh, wait,
a
what did he say?
position of
Wait, hold on, what?
morality describe themselves. So I guess
How is that relevant to this claim?
you're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
What typical Christians?
yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing
About Cardinal
Wait, what?
Numerical Christians.
same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
What typical Christians?
Yeah,
What do you
typically-
mean? What do you mean by typical Christians?
when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an
How
all-knowing.
about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience?
What do
He's
you
a major
mean? What do you mean by God? I don't know what you mean.
influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Bro,
Sure.
Jordan Peterson is a fucking bridge troll. He's the bridge troll that you come across when you're trying to cross the bridge and he's like,
I have a riddle for you. What does this one cardinal priest say about God existing as a figment in your mind, in the imagination? Like,
Sure,
answer my riddle and I will let you cross the bridge.
Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
What does believe mean? Please explain what belief means.
It to be true.
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if
What's
you
a belief?
believe something,
What do you mean? First you said believe, and then you said true. What do you mean? Explain.
stake your life on it.
Answer me, young man.
You live for it and you die for it. That's what I mean. If
What's
you
a
believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it.
he's so dramatic.
You live for it and you die for it.
There's plenty of things that I believe in that I wouldn't die for. What?
That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action.
What
and you're
the fuck, bro?
You're fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something.
At first you said belief, and then you said true. What is it? Belief or true? What do you mean? Do you believe it to be true, or is it a true belief?
If you wouldn't
You're going in circles.
die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something you say?
Can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life,
Exactly.
right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
Kill me now. Take the pen and stab me. Stab me in the eye with the pen right now. Kill me.
You wouldn't lie to save your life? Yeah, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life?
be so sure.
Kill me now.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career.
I would
didn't
never lie. I'm not a sinner.
lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie?
What is this pen? Tell me what the pen is. Stab me with the pen now.
Lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
No, can there ever
What
be
do
a
you mean by pen? What is this pen? Explain what the pen is to me, and then kill me with it.
circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I would never get to a point in my life where I would have to lie, because I don't sin. What is this pen? Wait, young man, you answer me. What is the pen?
that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
I would never have a Jew as a friend.
well could so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with.
I would never be in that situation because I would never have a Jew as a friend. I would have been so hostile to Jews at the time that they wouldn't have ever come to me for help.
Everything I bloody well could so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today?
Look,
Did you eat
don't
today?
play games.
Bro, don't play games with me. Tell me what the pen is and then stab me with it. Kill me now.
I'm not playing a game. I'm just
Yes,
asking if you
you
ate
are.
it today.
If you present me with an intractable moral
Can you
choice
sell me this pen?
that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation.
I would never be friends with a Jew. I rest my case. I'm done with you, bucko.
By the time you've got there,
You're
you've made-
dismissed.
made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like, are you like
clarify.
uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic hypothetical where you put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question.
No, I wouldn't. You can't tell me I would lie in that situation.
For some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why
anti-fascist?
are you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's not
manner
what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously,
Because
because I care about
you're-
you.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't
You
really.
listen here, bucko. I didn't come here to be bullied by you. I'm done with you. You're dismissed.
Want to be associated with Christianity with that
imagine
respect?
I don't have to agree with anything you say.
In a situation.
Kill me with the pen now.
The best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So
Right.
you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even though you like lied in that scenario.
You're not about to bully me into submission.
Context that I put it in.
You were not willing to
I
die for it. You
said-
were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing.
You're
at the
doing exactly what Sam Cedar would do in this situation. You're dismissed, bucko.
beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with no precursors to back me into a
How is
corner.
it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Yeah. My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Okay, so yeah, fuck this part. I think the next one right here, this kid.
Really, very thoughtful.
Such a grot energy, it's crazy. Never mind, grots have. Wait, what is a grot?
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You're saying atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, wait. So wait, what was the question?
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
By the majority.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Really, very thoughtful.
Is it everybody worships something even though they might not know it?
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You're saying atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of...
One thing I will say, just with what he said, I do think these atheists out here that make their whole life about debating religious people end up like being no different than those like religious people. I think that they're activating the same areas in their brain that those religious people activate when they're proselytizing and congregating.
Worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, that's it. That's your understanding of worship.
Well, I could flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay.
Grot is what orcs call tiny goblins used for manual labor. Oh, okay.
Do Catholics attend to Mary?
It's stupider.
Yes.
Okay. So do they fit that description of
Claim
worship?
is up to in the video.
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary.
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. Now you're taking it back
There's
now?
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within the
There's something at the top.
All right, you can worship things
Mary
below.
is quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's go over your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to.
Prioritize.
Do
And
Catholics
sacrifice for.
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't
Well,
add that to my definition.
You understand.
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend to
So you can attend to something trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
Listen here, bucko. I know we're 30 seconds in, but I'm not letting you bully me into submission either.
stuff the definition.
I'll be
but
done with you in a second.
Your original
I
definition.
added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
didn't understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay. You're familiar.
The thing that you have to understand going into this is Jordan Peterson isn't actually Christian. He isn't actually a God-fearing religious man. He just says that he is so he can grift and get that religious money.
How do they regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say
He
that.
appeals to a hyper-conservative religious audience. That's what he's doing. And all of these people that have sexual assault allegations, which he has had, they all turn Christian. It's, oh, I'm a God-fearing man now. I'm changed.
I haven't claimed that.
They all do it to mask the horrible things that they do. Same thing with, and this is on a different level because, like, I don't think Jordan Peterson has done this same type of like sexual abuse that Russell Brand has, but Russell Brand is another example of a person that is doing atrocities, but is trying to mask all of that with this like veil of religion.
This is Christians versus Christian.
Their doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't.
Do not call me that. Do not say that I am a Christian. What do you mean by Christian? What do you mean by God? What do you mean by that?
Claim that?
Oh, what is this? Is this
Joe Rogan went to church recently? No way. Do you have any like? Do you have a link? I don't. I need a link before I believe that.
Christians versus atheists?
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Yeah, I'm only here as Jordan Peterson to debate atheists. Not a Christian. I am Jordan B. Peterson. I thought I was here to talk about my grandma's coochie wheats.
What is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh,
Excuse you, young man, bucko. You're not gonna bully me. You can't get me into submission. I am done with you. You're dismissed.
either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
Bro! The debate was called a Christian versus 20 atheists, and Jordan Peterson, because of this moment, contacted Jubilee and said, actually, just change it from Christian to Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something.
You're
are.
quite something, bucko.
Ty, but you're really quite nothing.
Oh!
I'm done with him.
I'm done with you. I'm done with him. Be gone. Be gone. I'm done with you.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk to
not.
you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is?
But that's what they call Sam Cedar.
Like, Sam Cedar's just a smartass. I'm not talking to him.
Is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Oh, I'm done with him.
Got him, dude. Wrecked. He instantly takes the sip of water, not because he's thirsty, but because something awkward happened, and he's trying to like take everyone's thoughts off of the awkward situation and just look at him drinking water real quick. He's trying to divert the situation, and then look, he's so mad. God, get wrecked. But now the rest of this video, you couldn't pay me to watch the rest of this. You couldn't. A gun to my head, CIA black site. I'm choosing death before watching this video. Okay, you couldn't torture me. Couldn't torture me into watching this. Couldn't even imagine watching the rest of that shit. I watched a couple minutes of it on HASAN's stream. No. Good on that. Good on that. But yeah, sorry, I wasn't reading chat. A lot of people in the atheist camp are just ex-religious people that feel conned. Yeah, I get that for sure. A lot of it's not a principled stance. Yeah, Joe Rogan. Okay, so yeah, Joe Rogan went to church. Hold on. Joe Rogan starts going to church. Oh, wait. Allow ads on Fox News. Okay. Shut up. Fine. I'll allow ads. Hold on.
He spent $24 billion.
Pause on this site. There we go. Joe Rogan starts going to church as faith resurgence gains momentum. Christian apologist claims. Podcast host Joe Rogan is apparently making a faith-driven change to his Sundays. He's going to church. According to Christian apologist Wesley Huff, who appeared on the... Yeah, Christian apologist. Aren't you just a Christian? What? Anyway. World-famous podcast host has been attending church consistently. Damn. Yo. He's about to have some sexual allegations drop, huh? We're days away, maybe like weeks away from some Joe Rogan sexual abuse allegations dropping. That's what that means. That's 100% what that means. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. When they drop, when those allegations drop, just remember where you heard it first. Okay? That's about to happen. A hard Christian heel turn because he's about to have some allegations drop. Get ready. I wish Shadows of Doubt was multiplayer. What game is that? Oh, Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have been charged with rape and human trafficking in the UK. Charged with 21 counts of rape and other offenses. Andrew Tate, 38, faces 10 charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for gain, relating to 3 women. His brother Tristan Tate, 36, faces 11 charges. Damn, Tristan faces more. Relating to 1 woman, including rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking. Damn. Good. Hopefully they get held accountable. I have a feeling these guys are just going on like a world tour. A world rape charges tour. They had charges in Romania. They got dropped. They were allowed to leave the country. They came to America, instantly had some charges brought up against them. They left America. Now they're traveling again. Charges get brought back up in the UK. They're just on a sex trafficking charges world tour. Hopefully they get held accountable. That'd be cool. They really did fall off from prominence, though. Like, from really ever since HASAN debated him and just comstered him, but he was still prominent after that. But hopefully they get held accountable and just fade into obscurity. Hopefully. What else we got? What else I don't feel like talking about any of this Asmongold shit right now. You know what I do feel like doing though? Wait, was there anything else fun before we move on? No, we'll talk about this iDubbbz stuff another day. The iDubbbz Ethan virgin shit. Yeah, you know, I just feel like watching this Adam Friedland episode. We're gonna do some fun stuff. Then we'll get to Gaza news. But there was a new Adam Friedland episode today. It's the new season, season 2. Nick Mullen has left the podcast. It is now just Adam Friedland's show. And this is the first episode of the new era. Had Anthony Weiner on as a guest. For some of you, this might be the first time you've ever heard of Anthony Weiner. Deeply in-depth detective game. Oh, okay. Wait, do I have that game right here? I have a couple games on... No, okay, not that one. People need to wake up and realize what scum these people are. The Tates, yep. And like I was saying, they kind of faded into obscurity. They're not as popular as they were a year and a half ago. But hopefully they just continue to fade into obscurity. Yeah, Mimesis, I have the trailer right here. We'll look at some of these trailers here in a little bit. Maybe after this, we might save game trailers for tomorrow, but I got a couple. This one, Aneurysm game, looks really cool. But all right, let's watch this. Like I said, for some of you, this might be the first time you've heard of Anthony Weiner. Oh! Okay. You know what? I got Bernie in my lap. Let me put Bernie down. We'll write your name up on the whiteboard. Let's go.
Passeggio tutta sola per le strade, guardando attentamente i monumenti. La classica straniera con un'aria strana che gira stanca tutta la città. A un certo punto della passeggiata mi chiama da una parte un ragazzino. Sembrava a prima vista tanto per benino.
Doom coming in with the resub. Tier 1, 7 months. Doom, your name is about to be up on... Your name is about to be on the... Oh my god, this pen hit a little hard today. It's been a couple days since I've taken a rip of the pen. There we go. There's your name, Doom, right there. Your name's on the whiteboard. Let's go. Woo! Oh, sorry. There were 2 songs playing.
If you ever think about giving up,
I did not realize there were 2 songs playing.
When your back's against the wall and you're living on a prayer, backing down from the fight's gonna get you nowhere.
Thank you, Doom. Thank you for the resub. Okay. like I was saying, Anthony Weiner. This is somebody that we haven't heard about since like 2015. What was Huma Abedin to Hillary Clinton? I know it was Anthony Weiner's ex-wife, and she was a part of the Clinton campaign. Let me see here. Okay, here. Anthony Weiner sexting scandal. So Anthony Weiner is a former congressperson, husband of Huma Abedin, which, like I said, what was Huma Abedin's position in the Hillary campaign? See, she was vice chairperson. Okay. And also her personal assistant. Okay. So Anthony Weiner found himself in the early 2010s in a couple of sexting scandals. And I think scandal is not the right word because he sexted a minor. So he was involved in like pedophilia. It's not just a scandal, but he had multiple instances where he was caught sending nudes. And honestly, I don't think he sent full nudes to anybody. I think he just sent like boner pictures, like with underwear on. I saw the picture. I remember it was literally just a picture of him in his underwear with a boner. I think that was the one that he sent to the 21-year-old woman while he was married, by the way, to Huma Abedin. And then years later also got caught sexting a 15-year-old girl. His laptop was seized and emails relating to the Hillary Clinton email controversy were found on it. But yeah, he was also partly to blame from the Hillary Clinton campaign for why she lost. Now, we all know why she really lost. But the Hillary Clinton cope was that it was Jim Comey and Anthony Weiner's fault that she lost the 2016 election. But yeah, so he gets caught up in this sexting a 15-year-old scandal. His wife, who is a part of the Hillary Clinton campaign, is involved. It made Hillary look bad. But he kind of faded away into obscurity after that scandal happened, after he was exposed. We haven't really talked about him since. Him and Huma Abedin got a divorce. Huma got married to George Soros' son. And she's been living her good life while Anthony Weiner just faded into obscurity. And also, his name is Anthony Weiner. There's something to be said. I remember when I was in high school and I took psychology for the first time, there was that thing with like names like relating to your personality. Makes sense that a guy with the last name Weiner would be texting pictures of his wiener to people. Not that far off. Not that much of a stretch of the wiener. Okay, anyway, let's watch this. Let's see what Adam Friedland got into with Anthony Weiner, former congressman from New York, and I think was he also a mayor? I forget.
Get it. Sometimes I critique
What,
the question
this
you're
that we're
asking,
Jewish?
and you do this thing of like,
This is not good for you to make fun of your host on the show. It's not working.
I'm like, all right, I get it. I have not seen the documentary.
But you leave the documentary, so I'm going to ask you a question because I saw
You don't need
it.
to set it up as the documentary when I haven't seen it. If
Midway-
I did it in real life, you can just say, I understand
You're
you.
the one wasting time right now.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay, new intro. I share a name with chocolate, a bird, and soap. Uh-oh. About to have chocolate soap delivered to you by carrier pigeon every day. Do first names say more than last names? I don't remember.
Hello, America. My name is
Why
Adam
does the
Friedland.
volume seem weird to me? Hold on. No, volume's all the way up.
I'm extremely excited to welcome you to the premiere episode of the new season of The Adam Friedland Show. On a weekly basis, I will be releasing episodes where I sit down with some of the world's most important and interesting people. And for our first guest, I was joined by none other than current candidate for New York City Council and former Congressman.
He's running for City Council? Bro, these scumbags, they know no bounds. They just like, oh yeah, you know, sex scandals, still gonna run for office years later, a decade later, what the fuck?
Wiener. Now, it would be easy for
These
me...
people don't care about anything other than power. They don't care about making people's lives better. All they care about is attaining power and holding on to it.
...to prepare for my guest like a tabloid fixture. But let's not forget, Wiener is a seasoned and accomplished politician, and above all else, a human being. So in order to prepare,
above all else,
I decided it was necessary for me to sit down with an expert on human psychotherapy, and I may have even learned a little bit about myself in the process. So without further ado, this.
I feel like this is what Adam wanted the show to be from the very beginning.
A red rose and a romantic novel. That's how I told my guests to identify me today amongst the hustle and bustle
this is
of
already
the
kind of
highlight,
what it was.
one of New York City's many hidden gems. I was here to meet James Foley, a renowned psychotherapist to the rich and powerful. If anyone could help me get into the psychology behind Wiener, it was James. After a brief stroll through the neighborhood, we sat down in my Hudson Yards penthouse to discuss the psychological profiles of the men that have shaped our world.
I'm James Foley. I'm a psychotherapist. I treat men for sexual misbehavior, such as affairs, hiring sugar babies, and things like that.
Tell us where we can find you. Do you have an Instagram?
www.sexuallycompulsive.com.
What's the general profile of your client?
Yeah, so my practice is composed of high functioning men, you know, like CEOs, guys that run banks, film directors, art, even high end artists, musicians. I've had elected officials.
Let's say like a man sends just like a picture of his erection like under his underpants, but he's like, I'm not showing full meat. Like, is that like in a psychological process? Is like, well, if I'm not showing full meat, then, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So he's like, but then obviously his wife sees it. He's like, well, obviously it's legal if I'm just showing dick print, but no full meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people who engage in these things will
make deals with themselves.
Yes, they'll make a bargain with themselves and obviously get themselves hurt with that bargain.
Adam making that argument for him
really makes sense.
Okay, what is the difference between when a man cheats and a woman cheats? You kind of indicated something.
But a lot of our programming as men and for women as women, like, it's different. And a lot of our programming is behind our irrational behavior.
True,
so
Sleepy.
You and I are guys. We got different programming typically than.
Wow, if it's not my favorite racist in the chat derby, my favorite anti-white racist.
Than a woman would get, and then
wow,
but they cheat.
Your racism in the Discord knows no bounds.
I'm not saying they don't cheat, but
a lot of them do cheat.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's immune from that. At least no gender. But the idea is what's powering it can be different.
So why would a girl cheat?
Sleepy's like, don't come after me, okay? Don't come after me for how I want to live my life. Just because I'm out here looking for sugar daddies doesn't mean they're engaging in sexual misbehavior.
On her boyfriend, like,
you live your life.
If he's like, especially if he's a great guy and stuff.
I wouldn't know.
Live your truth.
You know, that's a blood rush kind of thing.
It's just, but it's not. So it's. And there it was, straight from the horse's mouth. Women cheat too. And with that in mind, I was finally ready to take on my biggest challenge to date. Anthony Weiner. Pause.
Our next guest is a former congressman.
Pause.
Biggest challenge to date. Anthony Weiner.
Pause.
Our next guest is a former congressman.
That's a big
He's
game,
the youngest
man.
ever elected member of the New York City Council. He's run for mayor twice, and currently
He is running in 2025 for City Council. Please welcome Anthony Weiner, everyone. Let's get some energy in this room.
That's right. That's not enough energy. Wrong one, Brian. There we go.
My pleasure to be here. We talked on the phone for 10 minutes.
We did. It was a good talk. You want this in your cup so we can... Oh, no, it's already got water.
I totally would. I feel like a lot of those dudes looking for sugar babies are kind of gross men.
You just featured.
No, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Kind of men with like super long nose hairs and long, wrinkly, dangly balls.
So this is like yours is white, mine is black.
Yeah,
like,
they're usually pretty gross. And I know you're speaking from experience, Sleepy, when you say this.
Spy styles.
Yeah. So you're a big
Not
fan
that
of the
I
show.
would know. Okay.
This one.
Yes.
Maybe the biggest. Which tells you a little something about the show.
He sent
yeah.
dozens of emails. Actually, your email style is very funny because you just go last name. No, like sincerely.
Correct.
Oh yeah. Last name.
I think there's a lot of wasted words generally in the world.
Yeah.
Like that's why I like that your show.
Bro lost Huma Abedin, man. He lost this so he could send his wiener in picture form to a couple girls, dude. One of them being 15. What a freak! What is wrong with him? He had it all. He had it all.
Show's about 8 minutes. It's quick in and out.
Were you like a last name?
What's wrong with
guy,
this man?
Like with your friends? It's kind of a.
Well, I mean, wiener kind of lends itself to that,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, I mean, yeah.
So growing up, you were Wiener to your boys.
Yeah.
I saw your
Wiener!
Patrick Bet David thing.
Had you heard of that guy? See, this is what
that guy.
I like how casually he's like, yeah, that's how I was known. It was Wiener.
I saw a video of him recently where he's like, 4 years ago,
Who needs
technology,
a sugar daddy when
3
you get
years,
a pay
pandemic.
pig Findom? Where are my Findoms at?
2 years ago.
Yep, she's married to Alex Soros now.
Vaccine. This year, AI technology. Yeah. he just says sentences like that, and like guys are like,
yeah,
I'm gonna pay $10,000 to go to a seminar. Yeah, and he's a billionaire now.
No, I asked these questions because I'm on
So
terrestrial radio.
you went there,
here in
you
New York.
didn't know who the fuck that guy was.
No, I mean, I'm not saying like I didn't do anything to get. I got on a plane and flew down there, but it's more kind of like the season of yes, of saying yes to arguing with people, and so I didn't quite. And I had a certain. Once I looked it up a little bit, and I saw that there was no. It was just a person who this ran. I became kind of fascinated to understand what exactly was going on, because I'm trying to understand this a little bit. Like
this is okay. I was.
You don't think you're a kindred spirit with him in terms of what you're trying to do? Like
no, certainly not.
Not on substance.
Bro, Anthony Weiner has been gone for so long that he podcasting is new to him. He's like, what is this whole thing? Like nowadays you expect people to be like, oh, what is this whole streaming thing? YouTube and podcasting, that's like in the forefront. We all know what that is now. Whereas like to like the older generation, oh, what's this new streaming thing? Twitch, what's that? He's been gone so long, he's like, oh, what is this whole thing you got going on? What is this podcast thing?
It's not on substance, but in the general, like, people want to look at interesting shit.
It's been like 10 years since we've heard from him.
The objective with our show is this, right? The internet makes.
Someone should have told me this sentence before, but go ahead.
I actually did. No. I'll tell you this right now. I talked to him on the phone. He's like, and he's like, and you make money from this? And I was like, well, we were on a podcast for morons for 6 years, and then the fat one left to do crowd work, and so then we changed it because I was kind of the schmuck. I was the nebbish, and we rebranded it to make me into an intellectual talk show host, and then. This was amazing what you did. You let like a little pregnant pause after my whole soliloquy. He goes, and you go, well, you took me on quite the journey there, but you did not in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, Ox. I've seen a couple clips from that Euphoria show. That seemed like the weirdest fucking show to me. It seemed like a show that wasn't like a social critique of that kind of lifestyle, but it was like glorifying and advocating for this type of lifestyle for these like high schoolers. So it was so weird.
But
anyway,
no, I don't say way, shape, or form. I don't think people talk like that. I just said I didn't get the answer.
You were like vis-a-vis, etc., etc. You did not.
All right.
I'm but a Southern lawyer.
Who did they?
And like anytime I see clips of all those characters, they all fucking annoy me to no end. Every single character in that show I've seen clips from, I'm just like, this seems like the most annoying show ever.
Who did the notes for you? Who did the sample question? Like, did you do that on your own?
No, I have an
you got the manager.
I have a room full
White
of
people
women of color who are my writers.
I thought it might just be
I don't have a single honky ass
Okay, well, that does not go in the episode. Okay, you're born in 1964 in New York City.
I was, yes.
Okay, and you're a Brooklyn boy.
I grew up in Brooklyn, right?
Where you're Park Slope?
Park Slope, 6 between 8th and the Park.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
Yes, 39, junior high school 51.
How was was the food co-op there at the time?
No, it was a very different kind of vibe then.
Where are you now? Lower
East Side.
Lower East Side?
Well, East Village.
But
Alphabet
it's
City.
It's too loud.
Yes, too loud.
It's too loud in these.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on there.
And then you have like an NYU vomit when you walk outside.
There's
Come
a
on.
lot. There's a lot going on there.
And your mother was an educator?
Or a math teacher.
Or a math teacher.
Well, educator. Who are you trying to impress? She's a teacher. Teacher.
I was trying to compliment your mother.
I'm not sure why.
Why are you trying to shit on your?
No,
Okay.
why are you down branding teacher?
I think it's an umbrella term.
Which one?
Educator.
Right, and a more precise one is teacher. She was a teacher.
Okay, your dad, an attorney.
He was like a little neighborhood attorney. He kind of hung a shingle outside our house, that kind of vibe.
Just like a family law practice.
He did some real estate stuff. Yeah, I don't really know for sure. Like did some real estate closings, that kind of thing. Wasn't big enough. He's like for people who wouldn't have Jacoby Myers, but they wouldn't have a big firm. They'd have like Grau and Wiener.
And did they split up when you were a kid?
What did he just
Jacoby
say?
Myers, but they wouldn't have a big firm. They'd have like Grau and Wiener.
And did they split up
Grau
when
and
you were a
Wiener.
kid?
When I was in college.
When you were in college.
Your parents together?
My mother passed away.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to
They
hear
were
that.
together for 40 years. Yeah.
Yeah, my thing was like, my dad passed away recently. My thing was when my parents, man, I can tell the story. The story's really not apropos of anything. Go ahead.
Tell the story, what?
No, it's just when they split up.
Let me tell, okay,
when
take
I
a pause. This is a
Literal pause or just
no,
a pause in the conversation?
Shut the fuck up. No, okay. People want to know you as a human being.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right, so let me continue.
Yeah.
So when they broke up when I was like in my 20s.
Okay, hurry up.
And I'm like,
I think they were saying the name of the other person from the law from the other last name. I thought it said growing wiener too.
So,
or growling wiener. I
Come
heard
on,
both.
I'm a schmuck.
Kind of weak.
You gotta pop.
What is that?
It gotta pop. It gotta pop.
I understand what that
It
tells
gotta
me.
pop.
No, I wasn't beefing about you. Like
wait,
you.
what? Okay, wait, hold on. What?
They broke up when I was like in my 20s.
Okay, hurry up.
And I'm like, exactly. That was like so.
That was a jack. Come on, I'm a schmuck.
Kind of weak.
You gotta pop.
What is that?
It gotta pop. It gotta pop.
I understand what that
It
tells
gotta
me.
pop.
No, I wasn't beefing about you. Like you.
Oh my God.
You know, there's the.
Sorry, I'm not. I'm not.
No,
trying
I'm not beefing about you. You never. What is it? You never
Okay,
miss the
sorry,
shots you don't
I
take.
gotta laugh. I'm not trying to do a whip of a pork
about
barrel backroom
No, it
deal
takes-
in the fucking halls of or
No,
whatever.
it takes a little while for me to figure out where the crowd is. This is not a very strong crowd. I mean, they're just laughing at
It's
like.
4 guys.
Yeah.
What do you mean not a strong crowd? They laughed at Wiener? Sorry, your last name means Bean. It's not a big deal.
All right, fair enough.
Okay? There was did you think you were like, I'm fine, dude. There's another guy in Congress named Dick Armey.
Here's the thing is, Dick Armey.
You're like, compared to Dick Armey, this is not that bad.
There was Norm Dix too.
Norm Dix?
Yeah, in Washington.
Yeah.
You see, this is what it'll take.
It's funny. It's funny, okay? And you're not a coward like that goddamn John Stewart Leibowitz trying to erase our culture.
Okay, wait, why are we talking
New York
about
City
this?
kids. My girlfriend grew up in
I have a girlfriend right now? Okay, we're just gonna keep on with this video.
Grow up faster. Like my friends that grew up in the city, they're like, I had my coke phase at 13.
Yeah.
They kind of become adults
I
faster.
guess so. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the kind of the argument of public schools. You bounce off a lot of different types of people. Plus, growing up in the '70s, you get mugged a lot. Like, yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
And you were going to Manhattan with your friends in high school?
High school, yeah. Actually, the same neighborhood I live in now, we would kind of go and it would, just to see how edgy it was, that kind of stuff.
Where are you going? Studio 54?
No.
Andy
We would go to
Warhol's
like
Factory?
we go to like Rocky Horror,
Rocky Horror?
Yeah, St. Mark's, that kind of style.
But that's that's for fucking nerds.
Yeah,
You're
but
doing
that's
that thing
probably
where
a
you throw things?
fair characterization of like where I was.
Yeah, I would have been at CBGB's if I was you.
You?
CBGB's?
Yeah, if I was your age in New York City.
So you're gonna say you were cool then. Now what happened? What is
I've
this?
always been one of the coolest guys. No, so I mean, I guess New York in the 70s is characterized as like a completely different place.
Yes.
You've lived here for most of your life, like.
Oh my whole except when I was in college and
Yeah.
in prison, I was here. And in Washington, I would go back and forth.
Yeah. I used to live in D.C. I went to college there.
Where?
GW.
You're just like this. Yeah, you're a Jew through and through, huh?
No, they gave me the most money.
Your girlfriend Jewish?
Why?
I'm just curious.
What are you, my fucking
I'm
parent?
just curious.
Yeah, she's 20. Her mom's half Jewish. 25% is my max.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I can't stand it.
Sorry.
No, it's not.
No, I'm trying to gauge the level of the back and forth. You do the questions.
No,
I'll do
we're
just
having
the
fun.
answer.
I'm just doing a shtick where I'm like, oh.
And I'm doing.
What
a
are you,
shtick
my
to-
mother?
And I'm doing a shtick to being offended by like being apologetic. We're just all doing it.
Listen, you could have been a nightclub comedian in another life. I could have been a member of the U.S. House of Representatives.
You probably could have been.
We in parallel universes.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Vegas.
Yeah, you could have. You
Yeah,
could have been like Shelley Berkeley or something like
Actually,
that.
I worked for Shelley Berkeley.
Yeah,
I
you
told
could have been that. That could have been you.
I was an intern when I was a junior in high school at the Congresswoman's field office.
Yeah.
Me and my best friend Alex were interns there, and we'd like wear like a shirt.
Do you remember what office were you in? Do you remember?
Do you know the field offices of Shelley?
Oh, you were in the
Vegas.
district office.
Yeah, she was my congresswoman.
Got it.
And,
so you weren't really committed. You were like just doing it.
What do you mean committed? I was in high school. I had to go back home
No, there are
afterwards.
people that do internships in Washington.
Not in the middle of school. I just did it to get out of 8th period.
There you go.
Okay, so I'd go.
I think that's the definition of not being committed, is when you say, I just want to get out of 8th period.
Well, I got good. What was your GPA graduating?
It's a little bit.
What was your SAT?
In high school?
In high school.
I don't think I had a 3.
You didn't have a 3?
I don't think so. I was not a great student. But listen, I still got. Have you heard of Harvard?
What?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Harvard University.
Yeah, I didn't go there, but I just want to make sure you've heard of it. Well, I went to the state. You see now I know the room.
You went to Plattsburgh.
Okay. I went to Plattsburgh State.
Me and my friend Alex, when we were working at our congresswoman's office, we'd have to like wear a shirt, so we felt like we were businessmen, and we'd go afterwards to Hooters because we thought that we were like adult.
This is
men.
in Vegas.
Yeah, when we were like 17, 16-year-old boys.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a great place. Have you been there?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
No, Hooters.
I don't believe I have.
It's demeaning.
Which
Wait,
part?
And I'm doing a shtick where I take a shit on the floor and the interviewer calls for security, but I smile. Wait, did I miss something in the interview? What's going on?
The fact that they don't let like.
Did I miss something in the 30 seconds when I went to the bathroom?
Generally, being here.
In relation to that
I was
comment? I'm so confused.
This is good for you. I'm telling you, this is good for you. So you're a city kid, Mets Islanders.
Correct.
The Mets are the team of the Jews and the redheads, right?
Brooklyn. Brooklyn.
Your family were Dodger fans?
No, but
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this whole video.
Would not if you grew up in Brooklyn.
I love
like
Adam Friedland, but I don't know if I'm making it
You're
through
a Met
this.
fan that acts like a Yankee fan.
What?
You were like
No, I'm a middle class guy. I'm like.
Oh, you go toe to toe in Congress.
That's
what
the Mets do.
27 rings.
The Mets are a blue collar team. That's my team. Yeah.
No, the Mets are like, I'm sorry.
The Mets?
I've been at Citi Field sitting next to people and they're like, more of this again with this. You're like an abused wife that keeps going back to him.
Not anymore.
Yeah, you keep going back
no
to him.
wonder
the Mets,
Huma
and
left.
saying he's changed. He's not going to hit
Had
me
nothing to do
anymore.
with anything else, and everything to do with him being a
Who tunes
complete
into listen to
charisma
Mets
suck.
Yankee banter on this show?
I was on a good.
I don't want to. Who tunes into listen to Mets Yankee banter on this show?
True, I
I was on a
agree.
good riff right now. You just killed it.
I'm not so sure because I'm not.
You're a Met fan, but you act Yankees.
I know you did that line. It wasn't that great the first time. I'm saying no. I am a Brooklyn guy. The Mets are a middle class team.
Adam,
you guys
how are you gonna let Anthony Weiner make you look bad
buy
on your own
rings,
show?
We earn them. And
Guys that have two
Is that the whole point of this new show? Is it's his like he's in the cuck chair? He's just getting cucked the whole time?
families that live 3 blocks away from each other.
It's like the inverse of Eric Andre. He brings people on and they clown on him and make him look dumb and uncomfortable.
Are Yankee fans, right? Guys that are
Okay,
like
I'm going back to this. Get fucked,
like
Ben. I hope you feel like you got your points
chronic
worth out of that.
allergies and like get sensitive when they listen to Paul
If
Simon.
you don't feel like you got your points worth, take it up with Brian. I don't care.
Are Met
the
fans?
86 Mets were like the iconic bad boy team of
Yeah, but
books have been
you
written
weren't
about.
there. You were with Dykstra doing lines.
First of all, no. Is that the measure of like what team I've lost the thread here.
What do you mean?
Can we edit out
said-
the sports parts of this show?
Why is this the offensive part of the show?
No, I'm just saying.
See, this is the thing.
No!
He's a Met fan.
How could
He's
you?
acting like a Met fan right now.
No real New Yorker is a Yankee fan.
It's,
I mean, I'll give you
we're
the
back in
Bronx.
white
Wanna do
people
the
camp.
geography thing, I'll give you the
I think a
Bronx.
lot of
You?
Italian and Dominican guys would disagree with you.
In the Bronx.
No, in
they're not-
Bensonhurst, they're
No.
yes, they
Except
are.
that asshole Giuliani. That was it.
You think Mayor Giuliani was an asshole?
No, I think, no, that wasn't the hard part. The Yankee.
Yeah. Hey guys, I want to talk to you about having better sex with Blue Chew.
Oh my! They got Blue Chew back. They got Blue Chew back as a sponsor.
Blue Chew, but you eat it.
All it took was Nick Mullen leaving the show.
And then you have sex. So that your guys, it's a couple clicks to your doctor, like a combination of try it.
I'm so
Blue Chew,
glad.
every man could use an extra hand.
So glad Nick Mullen left the show, so Adam Friedland is free to do his own show, and Nick Mullen's free to go on all the conservative comedian podcasts.
And with Blue Chew, you get an extra leg. It's pretty funny. And guys, make your life easier. Go to BlueChew.com. You know the frickin' deal. You try your first month of Blue Chew free by putting in our promo code TAFS. You only pay the $5 in shipping. That's promo code TAFS.
Okay, no.
Blue Chew.
Next.
One thing that helps me on
Why does the Blue Chew bag look like the bag I get from the dispensary? Anyway.
He's getting a little crazy. Incredible. Gummies. I'm not as young as my second men were curious. They got flavor.
Blue Chew, pay 10 of them.
And enjoy
Like
5
Skittles.
CB.
No side effects.
I mean,
No,
that's pretty
Plattsburgh
much what
State.
that one guy used to say on TikTok. Two-turn Tony wasn't that his name? He used to say that about Blue Chew.
Okay.
Just pop that
Let's get
shit
back
like
to
it's
it.
Skittles.
You went to Plattsburgh College.
No, Plattsburgh State University College of Arts and Sciences.
I know.
PSUC.
Plattsburgh 4 College. I'm sorry.
PSUC. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
they call it the Yale of the
PSUC?
SUNY system.
They totally
What?
do.
Sorry.
PSUC. No, Plattsburgh State University.
Dude, what is up with this man, his last name, and the constant innuendos?
College of Arts and Sciences.
I know.
PSUC.
Plattsburgh 4 College.
The PSUC?
I'm sorry.
PSUC. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
they call it the Yale. Of
Like,
the,
you know, when he said that, he instantly thought of his last name. Anytime he says something regarding a wiener or a dick or pee-pee, he instantly thinks of his last name. You know it.
the SUNY system.
They totally do.
Okay, and when did you get involved or become interested in politics?
Probably there.
Probably there.
I ran for student
Like when he
government
said
there.
P-suck, instantly thought that's my last name.
What was your platform? What were you fighting?
Vote for Wiener, he'll be frank.
Okay.
Okay, dude. Vote for Wiener, he'll be frank. Oh my God. Just kill me now.
That's just a saying. Well, like, what did you want to do?
That's what do you think you need in college? It's really no more fish
I
sticks in
pressed the
cafeteria?
Brian kill me button, but Brian didn't have the soundboard fucking ready.
And they were like, that's good.
Vote for Wiener, he's on a roll.
Oh my God. Stop it.
What? But that was your entire platform. You were like,
okay,
I want to. I want to
know. So
I want an office of Palestinian investigations or
So
something.
the division in student government, at least at Plattsburgh, is probably other places, is you have these guys, these resident assistants who basically they're the professional guys on campus who are hired by the colleges
Wiener.
to be
He's
in
a
the
dick.
dorms. The RAs, we all know what they are.
But they're
So
students.
my whole thing, right? So my whole thing is those people should not be allowed to be on student government.
Vote for Wiener. He'll be
because
hard
they
on
effectively work
crime.
for the administration. So there's so I don't think they should be. Those are always the ones that are most ambitious to run. So I ran. It wasn't a
Vote for
platform.
Wiener. He'll get hard
kinda
on
like
crime.
that as spite.
Yeah, so that's what I did, and I didn't win. I came in anyway. I came close, and then there was a bit. You want to keep hearing the rest of the story?
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever told it on any podcast.
Anthony Wiener
This is
coming
what
to a
people
district
want.
near you.
I'm dubious.
Coming
but
in a
I'll
district
continue.
near
We'll
you.
see. We'll see if the dial groups do well for this
We'll
segment.
cut it if it's boring.
So there was a vacancy because some kid didn't come back for whatever. He ran and then he didn't come back for whatever reason.
What was this guy's name?
Vote
I don't
Anthony
remember
Wiener.
the name. I don't remember the guy's name.
Experience
So
the
there's a
long
vacancy.
dick of the
Definitely
law.
remember
I remember names for the rest of the story.
Okay.
Okay. So then the charter of the Student Association of Plattsburgh State says that the president who's elected gets to choose a vacancy and has to get ratified by
Anthony
the
Wiener
Senate,
coming
right?
hard
so
or hardly coming.
The president was Christine Slobin.
Wiener.
And she chose someone not
He's also
me.
got balls.
And I'm like, that's not fucking fair. I was the next person votes, so I lobbied all the members of the Senate to reject her appointment.
Oh my God.
And they did.
And she was your first enemy in politics.
And she said, all right, fine. Who the fuck wants this job? Fine, you can have it. And then I made the rest of the Senate miserable the rest of the time because I was constantly complaining.
So you love the game.
I got a taste for it then in college, yes.
Okay, and then you worked for Chuck Schumer.
I did.
In D.C. right afterwards. And that was kind of was he your first like mentor in politics?
Yeah, first and only, really.
What did you learn about how politics actually works?
I learned a couple of things. One, I learned the combination of the inside-outside game, and I also learned that relatively few people run Congress. That there are 435 of them, but there's really only a handful that actually do a lot of the work, so that you actually can really influence things a lot easier than.
Oh, 100%. Had it not been for Anthony Weiner and James Comey, Hillary would have won.
I think, like you run
It
for
had nothing to do with her performance or the campaign that she ran, not doing any stops in Pennsylvania or the battleground states where it mattered the most. Had nothing to do with that and everything to do with Anthony Weiner and James Comey and Bernie Sanders and the Bernie Bros.
Congress, if you can figure out the 25 or 30 people.
For some reason, Bernie Sanders and the Bernie Bros were the problem in 2016, but now in 2025, the Democrats are like, we got to get the men. We got to figure out how to get the men on our side. Meanwhile, had the men on their side in 2016 with Bernie.
Get shit done, you can really get a lot done.
And who called them Bernie Bros? These toxic, masculine men that love Bernie so much. The Bernie Bros.
Who are those people?
Sometimes they're staffers to committees, sometimes they're members who are super insider kind of.
I'm just thinking Hillary would not have taken this much shit from Netanyahu.
People.
True.
Like, you know, Nancy Pelosi, knowing Nancy Pelosi was going to be someone early on, like I supported Nancy for whip. And
I'm pretty
majority
sure
Hillary
hated Yasser Arafat. Wasn't she
really
a big Yasser Arafat hater?
She's very good. She's
incredible at it.
She didn't care for Palestine.
No, I'm just talking, she's unreal.
Yeah, but people have
How
money.
the hell does she know?
No, you know, I think Hillary is so anti-Iran. I think she would have been advocating for Israel to strike Iran's nuclear sites. She would have came in there, ended the nuclear deal, the Iran deal, like Trump did, and she would have been like, yeah, Israel strike their sites. I've been trying to invade Iran for 10 years now.
Oh, what stocks to get behind?
A lot of people.
But who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Are you not familiar with that?
Just like Obama was very he wasn't pro-Palestine, but he also wasn't like, oh, Netanyahu, you're my best friend, like Biden was.
A joke about how
But at the end of his term, he did give Israel a ton of money.
Yeah, and I'm not playing along.
But Netanyahu was one step away from calling Obama the N-word every single time they were on camera together.
Do you think that members of Congress should own stocks?
Why shouldn't members of Congress own stock? It's the most transparent fucking body on earth.
I think that
every fucking word is published.
Did she brag about it during the debates? I don't remember that. She probably did, though.
Where every word
I believe. That if you have an investment in something,
go ahead,
and there's a piece of
legislation.
That's true.
Yeah, heel turned real
would
quick.
Threaten that investment. Do you think that is a conflict of interest?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because
my thing is just Hillary has been advocating for invading Iran for decades now.
Piece of legislation is incredibly public, and anyone who's investing based on pieces of legislation is not going to do very well.
Let's say you already have an investment, and this would threaten that investment. Is it morally correct?
There are pieces of legislation that threaten and enhance every investment on Earth. Go ahead, give me an investment. I'll tell you, there's legislation on both sides.
I don't think for the relaunch. I don't think that's a good one.
Okay, let me tell you this.
I don't think that's a good one for you.
And this kind of like superficial bumper sticker.
Oh, you know what? I'm a goldfish too, Sleepy. I don't remember who he said.
This is like wafer thin, man. Oh my God, the conflict of interest.
It doesn't matter being right. It doesn't matter being right, right? And it sounds bad to people that members of Congress come in with not a lot of money and leave incredibly wealthy.
Dude,
okay?
My dude, listen,
Small
I understand.
world.
Yes, brother.
People have a
the Weenie 500.
Virtually translucent knowledge of politics that gets reinforced by assholes like you, and I'm supposed to go, oh yeah, that's up to them.
Why is that?
I'm not gonna lie, this is fucking boring. I don't know. Is anybody else enjoying it? Because I'm really not.
You're choosing the wrong correlative.
I love Adam Friedland, but this is not it for me.
Correlative is that these are people that are exposed to a lot of rich people. So the idea that investing on like inside information, every single thing that goes on in the economy, sometime or another, the United States Congress touches upon. So basically you're saying, well, you've got all this inside knowledge about everything on Earth.
I'm going to give it a couple more minutes to see if it gets any better.
From Brooklyn, I was voting on agriculture policy. Didn't mean that I have inside information on soybean prices. It's a stupid premise. Now, if you want to say that rich people become members of Congress,
Did he
bounce off
spit?
other
I
rich
missed
people,
it.
have information and investment opportunities that normal Mrs. Krapalucci doesn't have, 100% right. But it has nothing to do with the work of Congress, with being in a committee and saying, this line 17 here, which no one can read.
Okay, I just want to know, does he talk to him about his scandal at all?
You, not you particularly, but you people like you, want to find an easy pat boogeyman for these things. Even if you're a middle class
God
guy
damn
like me,
it!
who am I calling up for money? A bunch of rich
I
people.
come back to stream after having the internet issues and you just want to hit me with wide people. Fuck!
Right? So now in the city it's a little bit different. They incentivize you to call, regular New Yorkers. Your guy Pete lives in my district. I'm gonna ask him for $10 on the way out of here. I mean, Pete? Yeah, he lives in my district.
Pete?
Don't give him $10.
It's worth it's 8 to 1.
That's kind of me giving you $10, just so you know.
You just pleaded guilty to a felony.
Why? What's the felony?
Well, you can't.
He's
a straw donor.
Being a good friend.
Uh-oh.
He's a straw donor.
Oh,
Being a good
shit.
friend? Okay, so
The
Chuck
thing
was your
Dinesh
next.
D'Souza did. Meanwhile, super PACs exist. You could donate unlimited amounts of money to a super PAC. Dinesh D'Souza actually did election fraud.
Right?
Yes.
And you took his seat in the House.
I did.
Okay, and
By force.
After you were in also, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
You were I used to live in D.C.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how ugly are these people?
Physically?
In the government. I mean, the only two pieces of ass I think in Congress when you were there were you and probably Mitch McConnell.
Huh? That was good. Here, hold on. That was good.
Physically?
In D.C. Also, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
You were I used to live in D.C.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how ugly are these people?
How ugly
Physically?
are they?
In the government. I mean, the only two pieces of ass I think in Congress when you were there were you and probably Mitch McConnell.
And John Boehner, or John Boehner, I mean. Sorry, I got a wiener on the mind. John Boehner. Paul Ryan's a hunk.
Let's move on. Okay, so what is your relationship with Senator Schumer now?
Not great now.
Not great.
I've kind of given him a lot of space because I want him to be able to say, I don't know what the Rangers up to nowadays.
Joke? No, I haven't.
You feel like you've become
I might have skipped past it.
I feel that I let him down, yeah. I mean,
But I don't know if we're going to get to it because I feel like skipping this whole video.
During your scandals and stuff?
No, he was very kind, actually, during my scandals, etc. But I think that obviously, I caused him a lot of aggravation, and I was closely associated with him. So when my shit happened, I think a lot, the blast radius for my stuff included him. So.
I was hoping the whole thing would be more about clowning on him for his scandal. We're 31 minutes into this hour and 11-minute video, and they haven't brought that up once.
I want to talk about being a Democrat during the Bush era, and I want to talk about your rise to prominence.
Because your viewers are really into the Bush era right now. That's there.
What do you mean? I am.
The Bush era is largely forgotten. I did my A work then, and no one remembers it. But go ahead.
I mean, we shouldn't forget it. I mean, you did vote for the Iraq War.
I did. Yeah, I did.
That was a crap war.
That was a bad call by me.
That was a bad call.
Oof, bad call.
Yeah. I thought that.
Did you know at the time it was a shitty call, or because you were such an ardent Zionist, you were like, yeah, get in there?
I did a walkout. I did a walkout of my high school.
Damn.
That's good. And everyone's like, fag.
That was just an
It really upset me.
Whoa, Adam.
I fucking hated Bush. I hated him.
No, Bush wasn't
I hated Bush.
Jesus, Adam.
Well, right, okay.
But you're not allowed to say that word. You're not gay, Adam. I know it's a joke, but you're not.
In spirit, I was. I was listening to Howard Stern. I was on the radio, so I felt like I was there.
Close enough.
You know that someone called in from the tower to Howard from the.
Oh shit! I did not know that.
And he was like, "Howard, Baba Booey, I'm in tower." Not funny.
Too
not
soon.
funny.
Too soon.
Not funny. Well, because the rest of America, we thought it was pretty funny. Anyway, of course, you rose to prominence in national attention.
Goodbye, VOD. No, I don't have to delete the VOD for that.
First responders bill. There used to be this notion of there were Democrats in the party there were also fucking killers. You were a Democrat who wasn't a pussy. You were a macho. You were known for going on Fox News and smacking them down. And that did something for a lot of people, because that was during the rise of Fox News, that was during the Bush era. What do you make of the state of the modern day Democratic Party? Do you think there are people that have that fire?
Well, it's the comparison doesn't fit, because I was a bigger fish in a smaller pond at the time. Like, there was this notion you don't go on Fox News.
Now
and
I'm
fight
done with
these
why
guys, 'cause
people
why
can
do
get
it?
fucked.
What does it get? And I thought, one, it's the sport of it, and two,
Hopefully you feel like you got your points worth out of that. If not, take it up with Brian. I don't care.
It's I get one,
They're
two.
idiots.
Yeah, but now it's now the entire institution of politics has gotten to be performative of people who just say shit for the purpose
Anthony
of
Penis.
having it echo for no particular reason.
What if I just
So
don't
there are a lot
do
of
it?
people that
What
do
does
that
that mean?
well.
What does that
People that just want to be in it for the clicks and just want to say the outrageous things because they know it'll get picked up.
Bernie?
But they're in the
Bernie's getting a little
modern-day
restless. I might have
Democratic
to take him out and go to the
Party.
bathroom.
I'm talking about because you're a Democrat. The party is.
I think
is
Bernie has
kind
to go
of-
to the
they don't
bathroom.
have
God
a
damn it,
defined
Garlo.
message against Trump right now, or a unified message against Trump right now. They just lost an election to The Apprentice for a second
Here
time.
we are.
You know, the party is kind of in a bad way right now, but they are perceived, I think, by the electorate as perhaps a feat or lacking in passion or kind of empty. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, the one party won by 1.3% of the vote.
Okay,
and yes,
I'm
you
fucking
can be
bored.
entire-
and they were like, with your butch body and your bad haircut.
What is
like,
that all about?
It's the government. They're acting like fucking Jerry Springer right now. When I see that slob,
Right, but you're asking
when I see
me,
that
is there
lurch,
anyone who does that like I used to do?
that's not like what you used to do. What you were doing was like you were standing up for a piece of legislation and you were standing up for people. You were talking shit about someone's haircut and your outfit looked bad. You know, seriously, it's trash. When I see that slob, that lurch Fetterman, I'm like, put on a fucking shirt. You're in the government. Have some fucking respect. It's the government. You know, the only time he wore his suit was when Netanyahu came and spoke to the Congress, and he looked worse in the suit. I got you there. I got you there.
What? Yeah, that's great. Fetterman's clothing.
I think you should put a shirt.
Fair enough.
It's Shabbos. Put a shirt.
By the way, am I underdressed for the show?
No, you asked me before what you should wear.
I did, because I didn't have enough experience.
No, this is a great outfit for you.
Okay, thank you.
How are you 60?
Guys, I want to talk to you about Lucy.
Ooh, another ad
We're really
break.
excited to Lord Lucy for and policy. And now back to the show.
Okay, so I want to ask you about the ACA in 2008.
I'm surprised Adam said the F slur. It's like the first episode without Nick Mullen. It's what? Like Nick is the one that says that. Okay, I'm gonna take Bernie out. He's freaking out.
Who do you think the audience is for this show? They want to ask you about the ACA, right?
Don't talk down at people.
No, they know it as Obamacare.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, I didn't coin it, but
Here,
I
I'm
called
gonna-
it when
I'm
the
gonna go to
Republicans called it
normal
Obamacare
cam
to be
while I'm
derisive. I
gone.
called it Obamacare to say, yeah, we should own this.
They didn't own it. I mean, the Heritage Foundation owned it.
No, that's the point. And I was saying, why are we running away from it? Either we're proud of this thing or not. You want to call it Obamacare. If you're proud of it, you should call it Obamacare too. And they called me from the White House, and they're like, you mocking the president's accomplishment. I'm like, no, I'm just calling it what, if they want to call it this, we're proud of it too.
It felt like Bush left office with an atrociously low approval rating.
He did.
It felt like there was this guy. I lived in D.C. at the time. And I remember the night Obama won. And I was with my friends. I was in college. We were like listening to "Born in the USA," and we didn't realize it was a song about how America has abandoned the veterans coming back from Vietnam. But we're like, it was the first time we felt like, yeah, we're fucking patriotic. A black guy became the president, and he's incredible. He's an incredible speaker. I ran to the White House and I was shouting at the building, and I was like, fuck you, Bush.
Yeah.
And I was like, a black guy's moving into your house, you fucking piece of shit. And girls were showing their tits. But going back to the ACA, so we had an opportunity to finally give people the ability to go to the hospital as a human right. And it, on a personal level, I became jaded probably for the rest of my life because they immediately gave up on it.
Give up on?
On single payer.
Oh no, they never. They made a decision early on. I mean, look, you've got to decide. A lot of our economy is a single-payer system, and Medicare and Medicaid, the Indian Health Service, and then a lot of it is employer-based. And they had to make a decision early on what they were going to do, and they learned from the Clinton failures to double down on the insurance model and give insurance companies a bunch of money and give you money to give to insurance companies. It wasn't the transformative thing that maybe a young Adam Friedman.
Shut the fuck up! You're doing the Patrick Bet-David thing to me again.
Friedland. Shortened? Friedlander, was it? Was it shortened?
Anthony Penis.
Wow.
No, okay. So, do you think that caused a problem with you in the White House?
I had some conversations with the president himself and with his about the, but I repaired.
Let me be clear. Yeah.
I repaired them when I had an opportunity to bring a single-payer system to the floor, and I chose not to do it.
After the passage of the ACA?
After it passed out of committee, I had received a commitment to bring a single-payer system to the floor of the House, and it became clear that it would both go down and put a lot of my Republican colleagues in a situation they might not be able to vote for Obamacare, that I decided not to offer it. And still to this day, I wonder if that was the right decision that I made. But I made that sacrifice, and they appreciated it. And
you haven't seen the documentary, right, about your run for... I mean, I imagine that would be like fucking stressful as fuck for you to watch it.
The main reason I haven't seen it is that I don't have to talk about it.
I'll say this as a person that just watched it.
Right, I haven't seen it.
It's incredible. I mean, but like, it wouldn't be the way I'm watching it as like, this is an incredible film. You wouldn't feel the same way because obviously it's your life, right? And it's you in an incredibly stressful moment of your life.
Yeah,
right?
That's probably.
Do you know about the sandwich?
The sandwich?
Oh, you don't even know.
Well, you could say anything is in the movie and I would not know. That's not really fair.
There's a moment on election day. There's a moment on election day. It's like the greatest actor in the world could go to Juilliard and they could study acting for 40 years and not eat a sandwich in a moment of stress like you ate that sandwich. You were like, it was election day, you were like, everything's fucked. And you were eating this like Philly cheesesteak or something. It's like the way that Tony would go into the fridge and just like eat deli meats, right?
Right, I was falling apart at that point.
As a viewer,
yeah,
it's an incredible story because there's a turn in the middle of it, right?
I haven't seen it, man.
I'm not telling you to see it. I'm just telling you.
Well, you're asking me to get into like the experience of seeing it.
No, it's not about. That's not what I'm asking about. Okay. I said obviously don't see it. Please don't see it. That would suck. But like at the beginning of the documentary, they detailed what the first scandal was, which was the accidental tweet. Right. And the first thing that came to mind to me.
By the way, do you think your audience knows about you? One of the great questions I
Stop
had.
condescending the audience.
No, I'm asking you because we're having this conversation.
Wait, did it get good?
If the audience is completely tuned in on what my
Did it get
scandal
good?
was and was not.
Did I miss it? Did it get good in the past few minutes?
Way because obviously it's your life, right? And it's
Bernie didn't go to the bathroom, by the way.
Incredibly stressful moment of your life.
Yeah,
stared at me.
That's probably.
Do you know about the sandwich?
The sandwich?
I'm gonna put him down in a few minutes when he starts like acting up like he wants to get down. I'm gonna put him down. He's gonna pee right next to me.
Well, you could say anything is in the movie and I would not know. That's not really fair.
There's a moment on election day. There's a moment on election day.
Baiting him into the scandal slowly.
It's like
okay.
The greatest actor in the world could go to Juilliard and they could study acting for 40 years and not eat a sandwich in a moment of stress like you ate that sandwich. You were like, it was election day. You were like, everything's fucked.
That's the sandwich.
And you were eating this like Philly cheesesteak or something. It's like the way that Tony would go into the fridge and just like eat deli meats, right?
Right, I was falling apart at that point.
As a viewer, it's an incredible story because there's a turn in the middle
Where's the photo?
of it, right?
I haven't seen it, man.
I'm not telling you to see it. I'm just telling you.
Well, you're asking me to get into like the experience of seeing it.
No, it's not about. That's not what I'm asking about. Okay. I said obviously don't see it. Please don't see it. That would suck. But like at the beginning of the documentary, they detailed what the first scandal was, which was the accidental tweet. Right.
And the first thing that came to mind to me.
By the way, what do you think your audience knows about? One of the great questions.
Stop condescending the audience.
No, I'm asking you because we're having this conversation as if the audience is completely tuned in on what my scandal was and was not. It happened a long ass time ago.
Okay, then
a long ass time ago.
I don't fucking know, dude. It doesn't matter what they know.
If it happened a long time ago, that makes it not as bad that I
We're having an
sexted
interesting
a minor.
conversation.
Fair enough.
Okay. What do you think? They don't
No,
know.
it's just because this is a little bit of a meta question I'm experiencing in my life.
The amount of time since it happened lessens the severity of the crime.
Let me just finish my thought.
Yeah.
Is that like I'm now in this process of returning to public life to some degree, and some people are really tuned into my scandal and are like, how are you doing this with your scandal? And some people are like, what? What are you even talking about when you talk about your scandal?
What
and
people are saying that?
No, there are a lot of people who, for 2000 is the longest time ago.
In New York City, I think that I think
so
people
that's
know.
it's a Royce test. You, to some degree, are in that first camp, but there are a lot of people in the second camp that I experienced that when I start to talk about it, they're like, "What was that? Tell me about the scandal again." So I'm refreshed. Like the dude at Wingstop. I sent my son to pick up an order at Wingstop, and they're like, "Tell your dad he should run for governor again. That was ridiculous."
How
man.
do you know his son? How do you know your son?
Because it had my name, Anthony Weiner, on the thing, and they thought I was Elliot Spitzer. They conflated the two, confused or conflated.
Okay, dude, he's making up a story right now. I sent my son to go get our Wingstop order, and they knew exactly who we were, and they said, your dad should run again.
They confused the two stories.
Yeah.
The people are on his side.
You guys should be on a ticket a little bit. Spitzer Wieners.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay, that didn't work. Okay.
Anyway,
no,
keep going.
okay. So I'm going back to the White House thing.
Oh wait, we need a redo on that white people cam. You were okay. No,
there's a moment at the beginning of the documentary that
I hope you feel like you got your points worth out of that. It's over.
Details the first scandal. And
take it up with Brian if you got an issue with it.
They play a clip of Obama saying, "If it were me, I would resign." Right?
God. Yeah.
And it was kind of like the thing I picked up on was like, oh, the press.
What's that, Brian? They're gonna file a Twitch report, and I'm gonna get banned for scamming them out of their points.
President kind of like
Yeah.
took the shot, right? And I was wondering if the origin of that was like through
Okay,
from
we're
the
here, we're
ACA
back.
or from like something else that had happened in Washington D.C. that had nothing to do with this, where it's like there was tension between you and the White House.
I was not a particularly popular person in Washington.
Why not?
Because Washington it has a weird relationship with ambition. So like young,
What are you talking about?
I'm about to finish. Did that seem like
It's
the end
politics. What do you mean a weird? Everyone's that seems like a bullshit sentence.
Did it seem like the end of my thought though?
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's a bullshit sentence.
You let me know when I can continue my thought, and maybe we can draw a conclusion about the thought when I'm done with it.
I'm helping you out here.
You're not. You're like the Lee Harvey Oswald of stories. You're like just sniping at me while I'm talking. Can I continue? So Washington has a weird relationship with ambition in that people get rewarded, obviously, for being ambitious. They run for Senate. But if you're someone who thinks, well, this guy's not waiting in line. He's out there doing things on cable that we didn't think of doing. He's jumped over 5 members of Congress to run for mayor, et cetera, et cetera. That's the people don't like that. Institutional people in Washington don't like that. Now, maybe voters do, and maybe donors do, and maybe TV producers do, but other politicians.
God, dude, he's such a creep. This guy sexted a 15-year-old. What a creep. And he's talking about like running for office again.
So the fact that I was a relatively backbencher,
what a
and
fucking
I was someone who
predator.
would become the spokesman for and against Obamacare and for single payer and everything else, there was a little bit of like, you're too big for your britches kind of vibe.
You were getting airtime too, you know?
And I was getting airtime, etc.
Yeah.
And so people there was insiders who were like, who is this fucking guy? That
Name
kind
names.
of vibe.
Who were the guy? Who was doing it?
I think that there were times my colleagues here in the New York delegation didn't like that I was running for mayor when I had only been in office for a few years and was being successful at it. So there's that tension as well. And then the executive branch doesn't...
Who's it, Gerald Nadler?
Nadler was not a big fan of mine. He still isn't. Still grimaces at me when he sees me.
Well, I think he just looks like he's grimacing always. You know, he pooped his pants.
I thought it was you.
Me, McConnell, and Nadler. We all pooped our pants on TV. Okay, anyway, zooming out, right? The assumption is for a long time, is that power and celebrity and powerful men is an aphrodisiac. The women are
here we
attracted
go.
to powerful men.
Sure, my God.
For sure. For sure, and I can't wait to run again.
Crazy about me. Women are crazy about me.
No, we
Bro. Okay, this is where it gets good.
We celebrate our JFK. Like I think it was a 2011.
I'm glad I didn't
It
skip.
was indicative of
I'm
a
glad I
shift
held
in
out.
society. I think if
What a fucking creep, bro.
a congressman's underpants with a little
Gets caught like while he's married, sending other women pictures of his wiener. One of them being a 15-year-old, and he's out here. Yeah, women love me. They love me.
Right.
Okay.
What did Donald Trump say? If you're famous, you can grab them by the pussy. Women love me.
Print was tweeted out
These
in
fucking
2025.
freaks,
What I
man.
would say is it wouldn't make the top 100 news
That's
stories
probably
of this
right.
year.
That's probably
right? So it represents an intersection of like an old kind of New York
Women love
tabloid
that.
press, which is like that was kind of an old world thing.
Correct.
And then
Is this Adam Friedland's purpose now? Is he gonna just interview all the people running for office in New York and try to ruin them?
new world introduction of technology
Ruin their races?
That's one version. The other version is it was a relatively slow news period, and I'm a guy named Wiener who tweeted out a picture of his dick.
But
so
you
there's
were the
that.
first guy too.
No,
You didn't just tweet it out. That's not all that happened.
I'm saying that I'm not dismissing that idea. I'm saying that there was an element of it.
But Matt Gaetz fucked the kid.
Right, and if his name was Matt Kidfucker,
No.
then the story would.
No, that's not true. Think about it this way. Trump almost got shot on TV. 2 days later, we didn't even remember.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
But Matt,
I'm one version. The other version is it was a relatively slow news period.
He's like, the only reason that I got in trouble for what I did, which part of that was sexting a minor, is because my last name was Wiener.
And I'm a guy named Wiener who tweeted out a picture of his dick.
but
so
you
there's
were the
that.
first guy too.
No, I'm saying that I'm not dismissing that idea. I'm saying that there was an element of it.
But Matt Gaetz fucked the kid.
Right, and if his name was Matt Kidfucker,
No.
then the story would.
No, that's not true. Think about it this way. Trump almost got shot on TV. 2 days later, we didn't even remember.
Yeah. I'm not sure I see the transition in those.
If it was today, it wouldn't. It would be a 48-hour news
Right.
cycle, and it would be forgotten.
Yes, but yes, so technology. If similar technological norms were around, Kennedy would have been the same. Yes, but therefore what? Yes.
It's not therefore what. It's an interesting moment in our culture, right?
Yeah.
Because
not a terribly original thought, but yes, yes. No, people have said that about my case. Oh my God.
Sorry, I'm the Carlos
you, Wiener.
Mencia of original thoughts. Sorry,
The Carlos Mencia of original thoughts.
Whose original thought was that?
The movie was basically that premise.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Yell at me that Congress people should have fucking stocks? Okay. I mean, when this subject comes up, it's unpleasant for you to talk about, right?
Yeah. Look, we can do it. It's just let's move off of this one not terribly novel idea that technology played a part in my.
What I'm saying is this: you're running for.
I accidentally tweeted the dick pic.
Right now, right?
Twitter was new at the time. Smartphones were new.
This is the fourth time you've kind of given me advice on how to do something. I criticize.
Because you're doing a bad job right now.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
It could be, but your defense to me.
Yid to yid, you gotta be a little bit smooth. You gotta be smooth.
You've also done this bit 4 times already. I get it. Sometimes I critique the question you're
that we're
asking,
Jewish?
and you do this thing of this is not good for you to make fun of your host on the show. It's not working. I'm like, all right, I get it. I get it. All right, you turned the paper over. I thought that was a good sign. I thought we were going to go to some new material. No, I'm ready, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let's do some more of this. Yes, technology.
Getting clowned on instead of addressing the joke and trying to combat it. He's just like, your jokes are bad. Bad jokes.
Okay. No, I'm not doing the technology thing. What I'm
We
doing.
should have pivoted?
Yeah.
Gates Kidfucker. What was the chance to pivot?
Yeah.
That was the. All right, now we move to the next thing. Got the big laugh. We move on.
You're showing your hand a little bit.
No, all he was doing with the Gates kidfucker thing was trying to pivot away from people talking about him.
Right now.
Which is what?
That it's annoying that I'm asking any of these questions and you're sick of talking about it.
Incorrect. I just think the movie as a jumping off point is not great. But go ahead.
Why is that not great?
Because there's interesting questions about the movie, maybe, but
I have more questions about the movie.
By and large, people haven't seen the movie. I haven't seen the movie.
I think a lot of people have seen the movie.
I don't think a lot of people have seen this movie.
Guys?
I saw it. It's great.
He said multiple times. Yeah, multiple times. Okay, there's another moment that's really sweet. And my mother passed away 4 years ago. When your mom, she looks so sweet, that lady.
Yeah, she's
She
the best.
goes back in the phone bank for you while everything's falling apart.
Yeah.
And I start crying because I'm like, I miss her so much. Like I was like, it's so nice.
Is she still around? She's still around?
No, not. I don't miss your mom. Your mom's an educator. In the documentary, midway through, you can't do it this way.
I think I can. I have not seen the documentary.
But you leave the documentary, so I'm going to ask you a question because I saw it.
You don't need to set it up as the documentary when I haven't seen it. If I did it in real life, you can just say, I understand
You're the one wasting time right now.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
Obviously, it was something documenting your comeback, and then midway through, there's a shift.
Anthony
Was there
Weiner
ever
had a comeback?
A moment in your
Okay.
mind where you were like, let's stop doing this.
So the documentary came to be.
It was a staffer, right?
This guy that used to work for me said, let me document this stuff. And I'm like, look, dude, here's what I do need. I need someone to videotape everything that I do on the campaign for our own purposes. One, we might need it for ads, but two, I was very concerned about people making accusations about something that happened on the campaign. I wanted to document it.
Did you have it in the back of your mind that there was a possibility of something else derailing your chances at becoming mayor?
Oh, constantly.
So you were under constant stress even before this?
I always knew I had this scandal in the background and it was going to be hard for me to get behind it, to get ahead of it. Because one way or another, I'd have to persuade 50% of the voters to vote for me, either in a runoff or in the primary. So I always knew it was going to be tough. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever thought for sure, even when the polls were showing me ahead, I always knew it was going to be tough because I'm a smart political person. I knew that when you have these kind of negatives.
Obviously, like opening yourself up to another run right now.
Presently, yes.
Presently.
Very different vibe.
You think it's a different vibe?
I don't think I would be running if I thought good people were running. I think that there's kind of like it's been 10 years since I've run, so it's not like I've been, and I've had other opportunities, and people say it to me all the time, you should run, you should run. I just think that there's no good reason not to run, right? If I think I'd do a good job at the job, and I have, if I'm better than the other people, why shouldn't I run?
It happened.
It's been a long time since I was in a position of power. When you're in positions of power, women love you. I need to get back into that seat.
For a third time, and
I lost Uma.
Many people have asked you this question.
Uma,
I'm gonna
come
ask
back
it
to me.
again.
Go ahead.
Because of the proximity of the Comey letter to the election in 2016.
Correct. Here we go.
In some ways, you are considered kind of like a Archduke Ferdinand of
The reason Trump. The reason we got Trump.
Hemming and hard. You have to set
You're
this up.
doing this thing again where it's an annoying question.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. All right.
A third accusation arose in 2016, and as a result of it, your laptop was seized. And there were emails from Hillary Clinton, and 10 days before the election, James Comey wrote a letter to Congress. And in a razor-thin election, many people perceive it to be the thing that pushed Trump over the line.
Right. So Comey.
Yeah.
They had my laptop. They had it for weeks and weeks and weeks. They knew there wasn't anything on it that was relevant to the campaign, that was relevant to the investigation. The prosecutors in New York said, "Why are you guys just sitting on this?" And it turned out they were.
Even if the Anthony Weiner and James Comey stuff didn't happen, Hillary was still losing that election. It's because she didn't go to Pennsylvania and talk to the working class people.
Sitting on it because Comey did this 11th hour thing that is against the law, where he announces the announcement.
I'm not saying it was
regardless. Anthony Weiner, FBI, the Comey report, Hillary still would have lost without those things.
Or planned to do it, but through a butterfly effect.
Right, except it wasn't accidental. It was intentionally done that way. Giuliani leaked
and back to what Bent said earlier about, and I don't remember this, I don't remember Hillary mentioning the Iran deal in the debate, but I imagine she was asked that question because everyone knows how much of a war hawk she's been against Iran, and she had to be like, "Oh no, I support the Iran deal," but I don't remember. I'm just speculating there. Anyway, that's completely
before we
separate
got
to
this.
this.
We're holding it until the very end.
So James Comey was working in concert with the Trump campaign?
Oh, it's not really clear. I mean, he's never answered exactly why it was he held on to this so long until 10 days before the election. They had it weeks
Benghazi.
before. The inspector general that looked into this asked the same question.
Yeah.
That people in the FBI was pulling against Hillary Clinton and Giuliani was getting leaked all this information. They had it for a long time. Why did Comey wait till 10 days before to talk about it? That's a question for Comey. So if you have the butterfly effect is Comey holding on to stuff.
It's not me. He's like, it's not me, guys. I'm not. I did sext a 15-year-old and like cheat on my wife, sext other people while I was a elected official, but it was Comey's fault. Okay, Trump was Comey's fault.
I mean, like, I'm not saying that it was your
think
intention to get for a third time and then have Donald Trump accidentally become the president.
No, say that it was.
I'm not saying that it was.
No, saying that the Anthony Weiner butterfly effect is like it was held for weeks after.
It was your laptop, though.
I know, but it was held for weeks after that. The butterfly effect was not me. It was Comey. What Comey did with that.
He wouldn't have had the laptop, and that wouldn't have,
Right, but he could have had the laptop. My point is, he could have had it for 6 months and held on to it. It was weeks. It was not that close to the election.
You're still a part of the butterfly.
Someone could make that argument.
You're still a beautiful butterfly.
Someone could make that argument, but they'd have to construct a fairly convoluted.
But I'm saying, like, you are tangentially related to a historical
moment. There are also
moment.
people that, if you believe the Anthony Weiner part about it, you have to ignore the James Comey piece and the Rudy Giuliani piece and the FBI piece.
No, that's the butterfly effect. It's Anthony, we'll say the human centipede effect.
Okay.
You have the Anthony Weiner, you have Giuliani, you have Comey,
shit into his
you have
mouth.
Trump.
Right, but Adam.
You have Stormy Daniels.
But
shit
Adam,
is going in the mouths.
Could have been, if it's not Anthony Weiner, there could have been something else that was the butterfly.
But
and we'll do anything but take responsibility and go to therapy. Wow, the oppression of men happening in my chat right now.
In the material universe, what happened was that.
I mean, you could also say.
Why are we debating this? It's a ridiculous point for you to be taking. You know
again,
that
that's the 6th time
tangentially,
you've taken an answer of mine and
because
critiqued
you're
it in real
taking
time.
Some sort of abstract issue with it when it's a simple.
I am. You asked me what do you think about the butterfly effect argument, and I'm saying I'm dismissing it, and here's how I'm doing it.
You're dismissing it because James Comey could have used anything, but I'm saying what happened was he used your thing.
Right, or you could say
it's still a butterfly.
You can say that Hillary Clinton is the butterfly.
I think she's gorgeous. When you look at your life, you used your thing.
Right, or you could
so
say
it's still a butterfly effect.
You can say that Hillary Clinton is the butterfly.
I think she's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
When you look at your life,
what was that face? What was that face he just made? Hold on, why didn't it pause right?
Butterfly effect argument, and I'm saying I'm dismissing it, and here's how I'm doing it.
You're dismissing it because James Comey could have used anything, but I'm saying what happened was he used your thing.
Right, or you could say
so it's still a butterfly effect.
You can say that Hillary Clinton is the butterfly.
I think she's gorgeous.
And we'll be right back.
When you look at your life as you're like now the minority leader of the Senate was your first mentor.
Correct.
And then your wife was the assistant to the Secretary of State.
Correct.
President Clinton officiated your wedding.
Well, correct.
You were around incredibly powerful people,
and now
you're somewhat of a Forrest Gump.
Yeah, like a Zelig?
Well, Zelig isn't good too. You know, Woody did blackface in that movie too.
Yeah, I don't think also Zelig works.
You know, I met him.
Was Zelig or Woody Allen?
The Zelig's not a real guy.
I know, but I thought maybe.
I mean, Shrek?
I thought maybe you'd like.
Why does Zelig? Why does that sound so familiar to me?
You would appear.
I met him in a
restaurant.
restaurant.
That's Zelig, and then that's Sausage Friedlander over there.
Yeah,
so look at him.
No, that movie's incredible, actually, and it has become a cultural term. Of course.
I know. I don't know quite what I'm supposed to do about watching Woody Allen movies.
Why?
Are we allowed to do it? I don't know.
Yeah, we're allowed to do it.
Okay.
The joke, obviously, is to a comedian when we see this.
Okay, I'm thinking of
right?
something else.
Is this?
Oh, good. I love to see the comedian mind at work.
When we see that news story, we see that all of us as men possess the capacity to ruin our own lives with our own penises, to trip over our own penises, but that Western civilization perhaps tripped over your penis. It could have been the penis that changed history the most.
Got it. Seen it. Read it. Done it. Yeah, go ahead.
Who
Keep
read
going.
it? Who said it?
The penis that
People
changed
have
it
written,
all.
said it, and done it. But yeah, we can do it again.
I mean, I'm saying that to a comedian, that's kind of obviously how we're going to view it.
And you?
A wrinkle in time, or a penis in time.
The way I view it is that there's a human being that was an incredibly stressful situation.
Thank you, pal.
We have
Thank you,
obviously an
pal.
attitude towards addiction in society now. And that
sex addiction
if we
incoming?
can accept that your behavior, and I know you're in recovery, if we can accept that your
wrinkle in
behavior
wiener.
was impulsive or compulsive,
right?
That you were doing it after you resigned from Congress, you were doing it after you ran for mayor.
That's disgusting.
That
Now
you
I
know,
have a thought
that
in my
that was a
head, an
product
image
of a disease
that I don't want.
You know, I think society has that
Thinking of
view
one single wrinkle on a wiener right now, and I don't want to think about that.
nowadays. But what I think probably complicates matters for you is
now I'm thinking of my favorite Death Grips album cover. God damn it.
Jail sentence and
correct.
The final time that it included someone that was an underage individual.
Correct.
You now are on the registry, right?
Correct.
And
oh, got him! Oh, on a registry of what? What kind of registry are we talking about? It ain't for a wedding. It ain't for gifts for a wedding. Uh-oh.
I'm just wondering, you've been in the system now, right?
I have.
You know, and
so you can be a sex offender and still run for city council? Don't you like have to go near schools if you're going to be like a city council person?
I read your 25 ideas for.
And again, sorry I keep blowing my nose. I'm having crazy allergies tonight. I like can't fucking breathe.
New York City, and I didn't really see much about like criminal justice issues, and
that's fair.
And I wonder like what impact it had on you to be in the system, and
Yeah,
what impact
is
it has on you
wild.
now to still be still be on this registry and like have something that follows you the rest of your life.
Yeah, well, first of all, the registry part is something I had to agree to. The crime I committed, obscenity, was not included
I had to agree to it. I could have disagreed, but I agreed to it.
in that. But the prosecutor, look, it's informed me in the following
I
ways.
could have
One,
disagreed.
that prosecutors make decisions for political reasons. The
But
higher
I
the
went along with it for his political reasons.
monkey climbs, the more you can see his ass, and that I accept. I was a famous person, so someone that might not get charged for a crime, it was ridiculous for me to get charged with a crime and to do prison sentence for the things that I did.
You think that?
Well, no one
Is that your claim?
No one generally gets prosecuted. No one in the Southern District's ever been sentenced for obscenity, for transferring obscene material. So I did.
W New York Whites. Uh-oh, what are our Whites doing? Final round, Latinos, Cuomo 65%, Zoran 35%, Whites, Zoran 57%, Cuomo 43%. Oh shit. How is Cuomo doing better with Latinos? What? Black voters too, Cuomo. Damn, dude, White's on top right now. Man, is this the era of the white? Is this the white era? The white generation? Are white people gonna save us? Are white people gonna bring about public grocery stores? Oh shit! I hope. I've been saying it since we started talking about Zoran versus Cuomo that I hope Zoran wins. I think it's abhorrent that people like Bernie and AOC have not endorsed him yet. It's obviously AOC is just working tirelessly to endorse Zoran. She's working tirelessly to figure out when she's gonna endorse him. But I as much as I want him to win, my brain keeps telling me that, oh no, Cuomo's gonna win. That's just how it's gonna go. The neoliberal world that we live in, but I fucking hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong and that he wins. But just looking at it, even though white's 57%, but Latinos, black voters, Asians. I hope he wins. It's abhorrent that AOC hasn't endorsed him yet. Oh, it's because the other guy is her friend, the comptroller, whatever, dude.
I did learn that there was an element of prosecutorial discretion that I think everyone should.
Ooh, that sucks, Sleepy. Ooh, bummer.
Be concerned about that people being made examples of, and the idea of people being over incarcerated. I learned I was a
Maybe
very
they're just not fans of his mom's movies. That's probably what it is.
a privileged person to be in that system, but I
They didn't
experienced a lot of
contribute
men
good
in that
things to
system
white culture.
who were also charged with things they probably shouldn't have been for periods of time that they shouldn't have, and their inability to get a trial, a fair trial, because of the trial penalty in the federal system. So I learned a lot about that stuff that informs how I talk about this stuff today.
What was your
Oh, wait, what
experience
is it?
being incarcerated like?
Memes, okay. Is it this one?
Look, bro, y'all didn't know this. Also, like when you unplug something from your PC, it go like
doo-doo-doo,
right?
yeah.
And then when you plug it back in, look. This is the Freemason shit. Listen.
Oh shit.
You heard that? You heard what it said?
Uh-oh.
Listen. It said, Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg. You know who Mark Zuckerberg is? Do research. But
Do
look,
research.
No, you're not. Mark Zuckerberg. See?
Beautiful.
Look, bro, y'all
I
didn't
think
know.
that is what was wrong with my internet. I think you're right. It was not that my router was broken.
It was hard.
But you figured it out.
How did you politic?
I formed relationships with a lot of different elements inside.
Yeah.
Like there were guys at the prison library, these more senior black guys, and I would kibitz with them about what's going on in Washington.
He would kibitz with them?
I worked in the rec yard, and so, those guys I got a relationship with. I lived with the unit storeman. So people.
What's the storeman?
It's the guy who has stuff that he sells. You can only go to the commissary every so often, but if someone wants to go watch a movie and they want to get a bag of chips, the storeman will take care of you. And I lived with that guy, and no one really fucks with the storeman. And so there were ways that I stayed safe.
Being on a registry, like, if you kill someone, right? If I murder someone, I get out of jail, I don't have to like tell my neighbors that I'm a murderer.
Correct.
Like, what is it about like this category of crime? Like, why is it treated differently?
I don't know. It's the kind of the last. I mean, it's kind of weird. Obscenity is usually not considered.
He's about to go full libertarian right now. He's gonna be like, age of consent laws, they're different in every state.
One of these crimes, and so it's kind of weird, but I guess, sex crimes have their own special thing in people's imagination because they take in such a broad
People's
range.
imagination. Do not let this man near any position of power. He's gonna use it to sexually abuse people.
Range of different things.
Is it all sex crimes or is it just involving minors?
Oh, got him.
No, it's all sex
It's
crimes.
all sex crimes.
That's not true.
All sex crimes.
Yeah. Do you know that the
Is that true? I thought when you were on the sex offender list that only had to do with minors. Is that just with like if you've sexually assaulted somebody, you get put on the list? I don't even know.
Individual was underage at the time?
I didn't have a trial. And I'm reluctant to do anything that sounds like I'm not accepting responsibility for what I did. However, there are
Only
elements of
that's
this
what I always
case
thought
that
too.
made
Yeah,
it
okay.
Winnable for me.
Wow, dude, what a slime ball.
Let's put it that way.
If it was winnable, why wouldn't you try to win?
Because they said to you can either accept this charge or we're going to charge you with something else that has a mandatory minimum. And so the risk is called the
had to
trial
accept
penalty in the
it.
federal
I
system.
had to.
So it's very risky, and that's why so few people go to trial, because you can plea bargain for 21 months and see your 6-year-old again in a couple
It's
of
either
years.
I accepted getting put on the list or I was going to prison.
Or take your chance going to a trial with the name Anthony Weiner and all that goes with that.
Yeah.
And hope that you win the case and spend a lot of money, and then you could then get charged with, then you found guilty of a 10-year mandatory minimum because they charge you with something else. Not many people go to trial in the federal system, like 1
I
or 2%.
had to accept it. I just had to.
Yeah.
Because they have the ability
You
to
don't wanna go to
really
prison.
raise the cost for you if you decide to.
How has it affected your life, though, being on
I wish that somebody would have told me that it like got good at like 48 minutes and we just would have watched from there, because the first half was just
registry.
It's funny, but it just, I don't know. I was kind of bored.
It's a thing that people can say about you that taints you and that makes it seem like you're scary. And
But I get the whole point of easing him, Anthony Weiner, into it. Because if Adam had like right off the bat just started firing off these questions about the documentary, the sexual abuse that he did, things like that, he might have walked out. They might not have had an interview.
Stories. My whole thing is I'll accept responsibility for things I've done, not for things I have not done.
Yeah.
The prosecutors said you have to accept this as part of the penalties, part of your plea bargain, so we said we would.
I mean, obviously you're running for office again. Yeah. It must make it like. Do you intend on winning?
There we go.
Do you?
I
if
do
you run for
intend on
office.
winning.
Right. So how do you?
It's still crazy that you're allowed to be on the sexual offender list and you can run for office still.
Account for that, like in the eyes of a voter.
Especially something like city council, like that's going to require you to be near schools.
Well, it depends on where they enter the conversation. If they say you're on the sex registry and I can explain it,
you're going to be like making rulings like about school districts.
Say some people,
he might be in charge of allowing sex offenders near schools.
Them look, I have done my time, done my probation.
It's like a sex offender's not allowed to be within 10 miles of a school once he gets in office. 3 miles.
I have accepted responsibility, and why can't I go back and work for this community doing the job that I'm best at? To me, people who talk about the idea of justice and the justice system, they're full of shit if they believe that I'm not entitled to run, even though I have done my time and accepted responsibility. And my notion of criminal justice is you pay your debt to society, no more.
To what extent do you want to expose yourself?
Okay, certificate of relief. In New York, while a certificate of relief does not automatically enable someone to hold public office, it can help restore rights and remove legal bars related to convictions, including those for sex offenses. Oh, shit. Okay. He's trying to get a certificate of relief. Ew, dude. God, don't let this man anywhere near power.
For a third time now to that.
Yeah, I get versions of that question a lot, like, why are you putting yourself through it? And I guess the question, shouldn't the question
The reason
be,
why he's putting himself through it is exactly what he said a little bit ago. Women like him, and he wants to be in a position of power where women will like him.
Why shouldn't I? Like, what is the alternative? Is the idea, okay, there's this whole body of things that you're good at doing, but you shouldn't do it because people are going to say mean things to you. Well, the alternative is what? I only go into job spaces where people won't say mean things to me. I'm also on the radio, on a conservative radio station, where people call up and yell at me about stuff. There's a lot of things that people don't like candidates for. Maybe they don't like me because of these things in my background. But I guess the question I would have is like, well, what is the logical extension of that? That I curl up under a table somewhere, or I just disappear. If I would have been elected in 2013, we would have had a better city. I would have been a better mayor than de Blasio. So if someone wants to say, I'm not going to vote for that guy for city council, I'm going to vote for someone less good because I don't like what I know about this embarrassing thing I know about that guy. All right, well, fuck you.
That's embarrassing, he says. The act of sexting a minor just left him feeling embarrassed.
Your decision. If you want to vote for a less good city councilman because you know embarrassing things about me.
Yeah, it's not just something people don't like you for.
Then so be it. But as the person, what am I supposed to do? If I think I can be of service, if I think that I can add something, if I think I'm really good at this.
Again, this guy does not give a fuck about changing people's lives and only cares about holding a position of power.
And I'm better than the people running. What's the argument?
He's like, back in the day, I used to have the Clintons officiating my wedding. Where am I now? I got my kid picking up my Wingstop orders. Dude, I fucking fell off. I need to get back on.
People are going to say mean things to me?
Well, it feels shit to lose, right? If you lose.
I suppose it does, but you know, you're asking a different question. You're saying that you have to get. I could lose because I'm a Zionist in the district that's very lefty. I could lose because of any number of reasons. You can always lose if you're in an election. Is this a liability?
Oh, God. Sex offender on a list and an out and about Zionist, just
yes, but I also
all
have
the
assets.
red flags.
So, I mean, I'm
the
the
reddest
far
of
better
flags
candidate than any of these people. I've got better ideas than them.
But of course, a Zionist is going to end up being a sexual abuser. Makes sense,
etc. So, if you're saying you only go into a race,
just go look at Sidney Taymon prison.
You think that you're going to win?
Self-snitched, yeah.
You know, in a lot of cities, like a dog gets elected mayor. Do you think New York will ever have a dog?
I just saw a thing on Instagram that says there's a dog mayor now now of New York.
Right now?
Yeah.
Mayor Adams is calling him a dog?
No, I think dog mayor is like a different thing. Kind of.
He's
like,
got that dog in him.
Yep.
You know what? You look kind of like a silent film star a little bit.
Yeah, sexual assault.
Except
Zionism.
the talking
Yeah.
part.
You know any
Wait,
jokes?
what did he say?
You know what? You look kind of like a silent film star a little bit.
Except the talking part.
You know any jokes?
I don't.
Yeah, you do. I know you do.
No, you're the comedian, I hear. Do you headline your show? How do people advertise on the show? I mean, how does it work?
Don't worry about
Blue
it.
Chew.
Okay. Do you wear this when you do your stand-up?
No.
Is this like the Nebushi, like Jewish thing you could...
Why would I say Nebush?
Forgive me. You're right. You're right. I apologize.
I don't even know what that word means.
I apologize.
You're a Rodney fan, right?
Rodney Dangerfield? Yes.
Yeah. You want to give us a couple Rodneys?
Nevish is a Hebrew name often given to males meaning joyful or happy. It can also be interpreted as a person cherished by God. Okay, deeply loved by God.
Where'd you read this? I used to do Rodneys when I was in college, but no, I'm not going to do Rodneys.
In the documentary, the Rodney.
Did I really?
Yeah, well, everything was turning to shit. You were in the car. It was a great moment. Sorry to bring up the documentary.
No, it's I didn't realize that.
Do your favorite
I'd
joke.
rather not.
Why not?
I'd rather not.
Oh, do it. Come on.
Do
It's
one
great.
joke.
It was Rodney influencing you at all? Who is your guy? Who is your guy that you're like, that's the guy?
Wait, are we saying Anthony Weiner's in on the Adam Friedland is gay joke too? Oh my God.
I want to emulate. Is it Stewart?
No, okay, my guy, not Stewart. No, I'd say Woody for sure.
Oh,
Woody is his guy.
Wood. Okay.
Guy that you're like, it was Rodney influencing you at all? Who is your guy? Who is your guy that you're like,
Woody
that's the
Allen,
guy I
he
wanna
says.
emulate? Is it Stewart?
No, okay, my guy, not Stewart. No, I'd say
Jon
Woody
Stewart.
for sure.
Oh, of course.
Woody.
Yeah.
Woody. I love Larry.
Yeah.
You know the
Larry David.
I get it.
What?
I don't know.
Give us one joke. Give us one Rodney. We just let it on a light level because it's got so heavy.
It's the way you structured this. You could have done the yucks at the end.
Just give us one joke. I'll give you my dad's favorite
Larry
joke.
the Cable
Go
Guy.
ahead.
Okay.
A Rodney joke?
No. So there's a Jew who gets shipwrecked.
My neighborhood's dangerous, boy.
Shut
really,
up.
a
You're stepping
lot of
on my
crime
joke.
in my neighborhood, boy.
A Jew gets...
The other day, I asked the police officer, where's the nearest subway station?
Oh God, he's trying to do Rodney Dangerfield. Oh God, I can hear it. The other
He's
day.
like, I don't know. No one's ever made it.
The other day in my neighborhood. This is straight up Rodney Dangerfield.
My neighborhood's dangerous, boy.
Shut
really,
up.
a
You're stepping
lot
on
of
my
crime
joke.
in my neighborhood, boy.
A Jew gets...
The other day, I asked the police officer, where's the nearest subway station? He's like, I don't know. No.
So weird how you could go through an interview where they're like bringing up your sexual improprieties, the sexting of a minor, and then you still somehow think, yeah, I'm gonna come out on top. We're gonna joke around. I'm gonna flip the script. You know what the fuck?
No one's ever made it.
And you know, it's so telling that why this dude is like sexually abusing minors, and it's because he doesn't fucking care. At the end of the day, he doesn't care. He thinks to him, he can just laugh away sexting minors. It's all just a joke. He can get called out for it. The whole focal point of the interview could be about clowning on him and exposing him, bringing back to light what he did 10 years ago, and he still is just like, oh, we can joke this stuff away. It's not that big of a deal. Keep this man away from power and schools.
I get no respect for my wife.
Wait, what?
Talk about your wife.
I get no respect for my wife. The other day I was at a bar. The bartender says, what do you want? I said, I don't know, surprise me. He shows me a naked picture of my wife. Oh, I got no respect.
One more.
I'm all done. Go ahead, I interrupted your thing.
No,
Now you got to compete with Rodney, but go ahead. Knock yourself out.
My dad's favorite joke.
Yeah.
So the Jew washes up on a desert island, right? 10 years later, they find him. He's been alone. He's built an entire city. There's a town hall. There's a postal
The
office.
synagogue, that's the one I would never go into. Yeah.
Sorry, fucking stuff.
All right. Thank you, pal. Appreciate it. Really enjoyed it.
Okay, you know, at first I was a little hard. I was a little bored. Now Not saying I was hard physically. I was being a little hard on the show. Metaphorically, figuratively speaking. But I was a little bored. I was a little bored in the first half, but I see what Adam was doing. He was setting it up. If Adam started off coming at him about the documentary, his scandals, he might have walked out at the very beginning. I do wish I would have just started watching around 40 minutes though. The first part. Not really. Nothing I cared about. Oh, Bernie, what's up? What's up, Bernie? Uh-oh, Bernie. Bernie's freaking out now. Bernie's freaking out in the lap. Hold on. Hold on. Let me put something on real quick. Let me just put something on. I got to take Bernie out to go to the bathroom, I think. He didn't go when I took him a little bit ago. Check this out. Okay, we're about to switch over to Gaza news.
This is my spray bottle. I'm going to use this when you have
Trans people deserve better than your kinks. Okay, I'll add this to the watch later. But I got stuff I want to do. Here, real quick. Oh, here, you know, I'll play that while I go take Bernie out to the bathroom.
This is my spray bottle. I'm going to use this when you have perverse thoughts. I know what you're thinking of right now. You clicked on the video title because you wanted to know about why am I so attracted to trans women? Why am I so attracted to trans men? Well,
okay, I'll be right back.
That's the first issue. You're associating them with just their
I've seen
identity
this guy
of
on
being trans,
TikTok.
and you're using
He
that
kind of weirded
attractiveness
me
to
out
base
one
their
time on
entire
TikTok.
identity and idea off that one singular factor. Much like liking a big, voluptuous dump truck Latina, or liking specifically black men because of their endowed membership, you are enacting in an act known as dehumanization. Let me explain what that means. Shall we take the scenic route? This is a mermaid. A mermaid is a mythological creature which you don't know what it feels like. It has a lower half of a fish and the upper half of a woman. You may be kind of attracted to this idea, to see the taboo within this nature. Oh, it's half and half. It's very interesting. Now, a more common depiction of a, let's say, a mermaid that you might actually know would be Vaporeon right here. Vaporeons are actually the most compatible with humans. Being in the field A group, they are the most compatible for human breeding. And this is very interesting because that was a first quote from a copy pasta that many people use as a Vaporeon to have at this aspect. Pokemon are taboo because more so than often, they are quite literally just animals, but they have human proportions. And oftentimes you see this combination of two things as taboo. We got Baniri right here. Baniri is basically just a bunny girl. They stand up tall and they can communicate and hug you, and they can understand what you're saying and actually have interactions with you. We have Garnivore here. Garnivore is a human plant woman. That's the entire aspect of what Garnivore is. There are many also just outstanding weird picks like Ninetales. Don't really know how that got completely destroyed off the wazoo, but there's this aspect of taboo nature when it comes to this thing, and that makes it more alluring. Let's take, for instance, something else you probably did when you were younger. A lot of you guys probably got a really bad nicotine addiction. Probably tried some vapes out when you were younger. Probably tried some things you weren't really supposed to do, and that's completely understandable.
Once again, Bernie just stared at me. Walked in circles for a second and then walked right inside. So, are you going to go to sleep in my lap, Bernie, or are you going to start being rambunctious again? Okay, anyway. All right, let's move on. We're about to do a very big shift in vibes. We were just watching some funny stuff. But now it's time to talk about the serious stuff for the night. And this might be the main topic of the night. We might finish this topic after a while and then go right to playing a little Helldivers or something. But let's see. Let's get to where we need to be in the Discord. Let's see. Oh yeah, Miss Rachel stuff. We're gonna talk about that. We got quite a few things on Gaza to talk about today. Where does it start? Right around here. Okay. Jordan Peterson bit.
should we begin? Well, what do you mean begin? You think energy has unilateral derivation? Well, only if you broaden the metadata to include union ubiquity. What now? Well, that depends on what you mean by now. Well, what do you mean depends? Well, who is you in this instance? You think you're limited to this instance? Of course not. Time is a bastardization of cosmic arithmetic.
Oh, God.
This hurts my brain. Me too. It seems we can't agree on terms. Well, I don't agree with that statement. I don't agree it's a statement.
This is why I hate debates.
This must be how Romulus and Remus felt when they orchestrated the building of Rome.
This is how all debates
Clearly,
sound
I'm
to me.
Romulus. No, you're Remus. I'm Cain, you're Abel. You're Brutus to my Antony. Are we stuck?
The only debates I ever watch and enjoy are when Sam Cedar Cumster's a libertarian or just does some type of a debate, because Sam Cedar throws ad homs out on the table. He doesn't care. He's not like, oh, an ad hom invalidates my argument. No, he's gonna clown on someone and make him look like a fucking idiot.
We might be stuck. Uh-oh. Can anyone help dislodge the coarse synaptic latitude on display? Oh, I know. Say your favorite pompous...
The debates are just some fucking cringe lords trying to say as many $5 words as they can at each other. And express to each other how they understand debate rules and debate terms. You're doing straw man.
Phrase to control a conversation.
That is ad hom.
Ready? Egalitarian malfeasance. Damn. Again. Metaphysical verisimilitude. Nope.
Yeah, exactly.
Again. Qualitative capriciousness. Didactic frivolity. Ooh, good one. Is this proof that conversations with me are obnoxious?
You know, I'm gonna start dealing with those chatters more than, like, I wish I would have kept that chatter around and fucked with them a little bit more. But me banning them led to them sending me 7 pages of paragraphs in the DM, so the result was the same.
Anxious and futile? Well, we have built a career around it, so I think it's...
But I've always hated the idea of, like, I'm gonna fucking rhetorically own somebody right now and make myself seem smart, but a big part of what Hasan does is calling out chatters and just making them feel like idiots.
Easier if we just assume we're some sort of god. Deal.
Okay. It's exactly why I hate debates. All right. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a quick vibe shift. We're going from, okay, Bernie. I know, Israel makes me mad too. Israel makes me really mad too, Bernie. I know, me too. I hate them as well. I don't think Israel should exist either. I don't either. Do you want me to let you go? Do you want to walk around? Do you not want to be in my lap anymore? Okay, I'm gonna let you down. But then if you come back in like 5 seconds, I'll just pick you back up again. Because I love you. All right, here. Send everybody off real quick, Bernie. Bernie's got no panties on. He's got no panties on. Bernie's got no panties on the dance floor. Bernie's got no panties on. He's got no panties on. Bernie's got no panties on the dance floor. He was a Bernie. He was a Bernie. He was a Bernie. He was a Bernie. With a fatty and Dana. Okay, anyway. All right, vibe shift. Gaza, Palestine, the aid situation. Last week, a lot of Israel's allies banded together and started to say, we are threatening you with sanctions if you don't start letting aid into Palestine. Now, like I said, threatening sanctions doesn't go far enough. They should have been doing sanctions over a year ago. And there's somewhat of a debate going on within the Knesset right now, where there's 2 trains of thought. And of course, there's the third train of thought of there being some people within the Knesset where they believe that Palestinians shouldn't at least be like slaughtered in mass. They don't believe that they should give up their homes back to the Palestinians, but they don't think that Palestinians should be slaughtered nonstop. But the main debate that's going on within the Knesset right now is between like the Smotriches and the Ben Gavirs. Don't get it twisted. Both sides want genocide and ethnic cleansing. But the Smotrich side is like, all right, hey, if we want to continue this ethnic cleansing, this genocide that the world has let us do for so long, we need to let in a little bit of aid. We need to like trickle in a tiny bit of aid just so the world stage isn't like disgusted with us anymore. Because up until now, yeah, like some world leaders have said things against Netanyahu, against Israel's actions, but there have been no real tangible efforts by anybody in the world to really stop Israel from doing what they're doing. Other than the Houthis. And now, speaking of the Houthis, they're actually being somewhat successful in their efforts against Israel. Let's see. What did they do the other day? British Airways and Air France cancel all flights to Israel until end of July amid Houthi threats. British Airways has suspended all flights to Israel through at least the end of July, while Air France has halted its service through May 26th. The moves follow a recent Houthi missile strike near Israel's Ben Gurion airport, raising serious security concerns for international carriers. Yemen's Ansar Allah movement, the Houthis, has also issued a direct warning to all airlines to avoid flying to Israel airports for their safety. Meanwhile, in Yemen's capital, Sana'a, hundreds of thousands rallied in the million-man march in support of Gaza. Protesters marched under the banner, "From the besieged Yemeni people to their Palestinian brothers who are being exterminated and starved, the bread is shared, the rifles are aligned, and there is no retreat before victory." The march, titled "Steadfast with Gaza," will escalate against the crime of genocide and starvation, filled Sabine Square in central Sana'a. Hell yeah. These people were genocided by Saudi Arabia, all right? During Obama's term. Near the end of Obama's term. And look at them. These people that understand what being genocided means are standing up for those being genocided currently. The rest of the world's silent. Some of the leaders, we're threatening sanctions. Yeah, what up, Samurai? Hope work's going good, man. Good look at all these people. When's the last time you saw anything like this? Now, we've seen some big protests for the Palestinian people in other countries. When have you seen one like this? We've seen some big crowds in some countries. Nothing like this. I don't think of it in such an absolute, even though this opinion is objectively healthy, though, I will say watching confrontation parasocially has helped me keep my cool in real life situations. Someone has some shit to say while my guard is down. Okay, cool. That back to the debate conversation. That's good. Okay. But oh, so yeah, like I was saying, within the Knesset, there's basically two trains of thought: the Smotrich and the Ben Gvir. Smotrich being like, yeah, we're gonna do this genocide, we're gonna continue ethnically cleansing, but we have to let in a little bit of aid. Whereas the Ben Gvir side is like, no, fuck that, we're not letting any aid in. They're all a bunch of rabid attack dogs. But the Ben Gvir side is straight up like no aid at all. And you know, just to give a little bit of credence to that other side of things, the more pro-Palestinian side in the Israeli Knesset. Let's watch this one video. Here, let me get rid of this. Oh wait, no, it's not right here. Hold on. Yeah, this one right here. They dragged me off the parliament podium, not for breaking a rule, but for speaking the truth. 77 years after the Nakba, the world is witnessing a second Nakba unfold. Wow, Twitter's loading slow today. You can try to silence me, but you cannot silence the Palestinian people. You cannot silence the world's outcry. Ayman Odeh, Palestinian Israeli lawyer and politician who leads the left-wing Hadash party to the Israeli Knesset.
אבל מי שלא מכיר בנכבה, בעובדה שבחיפה היינו 70,000 והפכנו ל2,000, שמהמקום שקמה בו מדינת ישראל.
All right, here, let's see. Only a war against innocent people. This is what you are doing. You are weak. The fact that you don't recognize the Nakba, that in Haifa we were 70,000 people and became 2,000, that where Israel was established, 90% of my people is not here. We had 530 villages destroyed. 2 years after the Nakba, the authorities destroyed all of them completely. You're denying the history. You're denying the Nakba. This is a person who has no morals and doesn't want to build a proper citizenship. The other thing I want to say is that you don't know how weak you are. I see you as weak people. You are the very weak people after a year and a half of war. You have killed 19,000 children, more than that. 53,000 residents. It's in the 100,000s for sure, just according to the Lancet report. You destroyed all the universities, all the hospitals, and there is no political victory. You feel that there is no political victory. That's why you are going crazy. You're going crazy. Why are you so weak? Why are you sad? Why? Only death and destruction of hospitals, of universities, a war against civilians. So then they carry him away. Now, what was he? What did they say? A Palestinian Israeli lawyer. Interesting. Now, what I'm about to say doesn't really apply to him. But one thing you always have to remember is all of these people living in Israel, even the ones that are pro-Palestinian, and that guy might be Palestinian himself. I'm not too sure of who he is. I'm just going off what Dropsite said. But which is why I'm saying this doesn't really apply to him if he is like Palestinian. But anybody that is like just straight up Israeli, that either like moved there or like was born there to Israeli parents, even if they're pro-Palestinian, never forget they're all living in Palestinian homes. But beyond that, like I said, the main debates going on are between like the Smotriches and the Ben-Gavirs. Let's let a little bit of aid in so the world doesn't look at us in disgust so we can continue our genocide versus no, fuck what the world thinks. Let's continue the genocide. Don't let any aid in. We're starving them. Now, those are the main two debates going on in the Israeli parliament. The other side, the pro-Palestinian side, is a very, very small group. Now compare that to the Israeli population. Recently, a poll came out conducted by Penn State University that revealed an overwhelming 82% of Israeli citizens support for ethnic cleansing of Gazans. A solid majority, 56%, support the ethnic cleansing of Israeli Arabs. Nearly half, 47%, support killing all Gazans in cities captured by the IDF, which by the end of what Netanyahu wants to do will be the entirety of Gaza. The entirety of Palestine. To the question, do you support the claim that the IDF in conquering an enemy city should act in a manner similar to the way the Israelis did when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua to kill all its inhabitants? 47% all respondents answered in the affirmative. 65% of those surveyed answered that there is a current incarnation of Amalek, and these 93% responded that the mitzvah to erase the memory of Amalek is also okay. This is stuff I don't fucking understand. But the point is, 82% overwhelmingly support the ethnic cleansing of Gazans in Palestine. Minor correction: the poll was carried about by blue chip Israeli polling firm Geocartography, which among other things conducts the annual survey of Israeli Jewish opinion for the American Jewish Committee, and whose polls, for example, on Israeli elections are featured in mainstream Israeli and Western media. Notably, in 2015 elections for Prime Minister, Geocartography predicted a Netanyahu win when few others did. Yeah, just like straight up. Yeah, exactly. God said so. God said so. What's your argument? God said. God did. It's so dumb. I don't care what was written in the Bible thousands of years ago. We should not be making world decisions based off of that. I don't get the correction here. I got confused because Hurwitz's article was in Hebrew and the Google translated version referenced an Israeli academic at Penn State, Tamir Sorek, who came. Oh, so it wasn't like Penn State. It was just a different organization that did it, I guess. Okay. Not going to delete my viral-ish OP because I view the mistake as non-substantive. The province matter. Okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay. Anyway. Last night on Channel 13 News in Israel, a poll asking, should Israel let humanitarian aid go into Gaza? 53% said no. 34% said yes. 13% said they didn't know. An actual poll on a mainstream channel asking the public whether or not they support an ongoing famine. Worth keeping in mind that this poll also includes Palestinian citizens of Israel, so the percentage among Jews is definitely higher. Even if, and I've said this before, this is something I got from Bad Empanada. And what he says is Jews and I agree, but I think it's better to say Israelis. But in the context of Bad and Panada's point, it makes sense. If every single Israeli believed in Zionism, it would still be evil. In the same way, if every single Jewish person believed in Zionism, it would still be evil. Not because the Jewish religion, but because Zionism is an evil genocidal ideology that is the sole purpose is to kill all Palestinians so Israel can take over that land. Has nothing to do with the religion of Judaism and everything to do with it being a genocidal ideology. According to the recent poll published today in Haaretz, 82% of Jews in Israel support the forced expulsion of Palestinians in Gaza. And I'm assuming that it's instead of them saying Israelis, they're saying Jews because they probably did the poll where they specifically asked people of the Jewish faith. This isn't like, oh my God, they're talking about Israelis and everybody's saying Jews like in an anti-Semitic way. I'm assuming that the poll had to do with like asking specifically those who follow Judaism. And then we had this poll that I've been reading for a while now. And now I don't even know when this is from. Is there a date on this anywhere? I don't see a date anywhere, but this was in response to Ethan talking about how there's so many Israelis that are pro-Palestinian. Ethan Klein bristles at Sam Cedar's suggestion that Israelis are bloodthirsty. Only 4% of here. Let's hear what Ethan had to say.
200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has maybe
and then
6
non-Jewish
million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protest about the judiciary?
Very true.
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah. To stop to ceasefire.
Yeah, the state of Israel tries to conflate Zionism with Judaism and use the religion as the excuse exactly. But when we're critical of Israel and Zionism, it has nothing to do with being critical of Judaism and everything to do with being critical of a genocidal ideology.
Ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
They were
500,000.
And the more that they use their religion as the excuse, the more that perpetuates actual anti-Semitism around the world. Because then everybody's like, oh my God, look, these Jewish people are killing babies instead of, oh, these Israelis are killing babies.
Calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages?
Well, what do you? What's the point of?
Anyway, we don't need to watch the clip. Yeah, Ethan needs mental help. The whole point is Ethan being like, no, Israelis aren't bloodthirsty. A lot of them care about Palestinians. Only 4% of Jewish Israelis disapprove of IDF response. 81% think civilian suffering should not affect IDF decision-making. 70% think it should be illegal to even express sympathy for civilians. But don't forget, even these people that do care about the Palestinians are still living in Palestinian homes in Israel. Oh, here's Smotrich right here. The guy I was saying how there's like the two trains of thought, the Smotrich and the Ben-Gvir. Here's Smotrich, the finance minister. Oh, okay. You know, I'm not going to read the whole thing. What does he say? The IDF is finally conducting a campaign against the civilian rule of Hamas and not just focusing on the military infrastructure. We're eliminating ministers, officials, money changers, and the element of economic and governmental systems. They're killing the kids of these ministers, officials, politicians.
הצלחתי. צה"ל סוף סוף מנהל מערכה נגד השלטון האזרחי של חמאס, ולא מתמקד רק בתשתית הצבאית. אנחנו מחסלים שרים ופקידים וחלפנים וגורמים במערך הכלכלי והשלטוני של חמאס. בעוד ימים ספורים תיכנס החברה האמריקאית...
Oh, damn, my bad, Samurai. I didn't even see the last one. Nah, I actually hate my job based. But, oh, you're not even home from work yet? Damn. Let's go. On stream, on the company dime, listening to stream. Let's go. Let me see. Excuse me. What was this? Oh, okay, that's all just written in. Okay. And then I think I had one more video. One more, yeah, showing. We looked at one clip of this the other day. I think I have one more clip of some Israelis trying to block aid from entering Gaza. I think I had one more, and then we're going to talk about the actual aid situation and what's been going on the past couple days. But I feel like before we talk about the aid situation and what's going on, it's important to understand the Israeli perspective and that poll that just came out. God damn it, where's this one? I probably skipped it. Probably went right past it. Unless, do I have it here somewhere at the top? Oh, we don't need this anymore. We don't need that no more. What the hell? Why isn't it getting rid of them? It's not getting rid of any of the bookmarks here. Hold on, let me refresh. Driving home? Okay, just pulled into your driveway. Be careful. Don't drive and chat. That's dangerous. That's scary. No, that's not it. Fuck, where's that one tweet I had left? Hold on, I'm going to find it before we move on. One of these? No. Maybe I got rid of it. No, it's not that one. Well, you know what? If it's here, we'll find it. We'll find it as we're going through these. Oh, here it is. Perfect. There we go. Oh, you were on the ferry. Let's go. Nice. You were parked. That's so sick. Those are cool. Boats that take your car across the channel. But yeah, here's some Israelis trying to block aid from entering into Gaza. They're all just a bunch of rabid fucking dogs. And remember last week when we saw these clips? They were blocking trucks carrying body bags. It wasn't even trucks with aid. It was a bunch of body bags. Sick fucks, dude. They're like, no, we want them all to starve to death. Those 14,000 babies that the UN said are on the verge of starvation, we want them to all starve. They're just straight ghouls, dude. The epitome of evil.
עומדים ביחד, שוטרים, כל מיני אנשים שהגיעו לכאן כדי שהסיוע יגיע לחמאס. השוטרים רק מהצד הכי יפה.
She's mentioning Hamas. You are worse than Hamas. You standing here blocking this aid from going in makes you infinitely worse than Hamas.
של המפה.
Not even close.
לא אגיד על השאר.
He's out here fucking blocking aid, talking about Hamas.
מהצד הכי יפה של המפה. אנחנו הכי מחוברים אליהם.
She's like, Hamas is stealing the aid. Hamas is stealing the aid. It's like, no, you're blocking the aid.
לא אגיד על השאר.
God, bro. These sick fucks. But okay, so that's the current climate in Israel right now. How not only the politicians feel, but the constituents, the people, the population. Now, like I was saying last week, a lot of Israel's allies came forth and said, we are going to threaten sanctions if you don't allow some aid in. It was like right at the same time as the IDF fired upon those like diplomats from 20-something different countries, 30-something different countries, I forget how many. But again, it wasn't any tangible efforts to get Israel to stop. They were just threats. They should have been doing sanctions, actually engaging in sanctions over a year ago if anything actually mattered. They need re-education for real. But yeah, so last week, the world stage was like, you need to let some aid in. And the Smotriches of the Israeli Knesset were like, all right, let's let a little bit of aid in. Let's let a tiny bit in. Humanitarian groups are saying 500 trucks a day needed. That's bare minimum. Not even close to the amount that Israel's allowing to come in. I've seen reports that less than 200 trucks have entered in since last week. And I've seen reports that people in Palestine, Gazans, are saying none of that aid has reached them. The few trucks that have entered, none of it has even reached them. And the past few days, we've been seeing some Holocaust-like images. And I mean, we've been seeing Holocaust-like images for over a year now. The images we're about to see are nowhere near the worst of it. But okay, before we get to that, well, actually, no, you know what? Here. These are the images I'm talking about. A humanitarian corridor in central Gaza tells DropSite that the newly opened U.S.-backed distribution centers guarded on the perimeter by Israeli forces are being used to detain civilians. One elderly man was interrogated at the Mirage crossing after he failed to provide information on a relative. He was taken. He is now missing. Palestinians who walked an average of 15 kilometers crowd inside metal cages of the U.S.-backed aid site surrounded by armed private security forces. As the Israeli aid scheme staffed by U.S. mercenaries begins in Gaza, there's already a report of a Palestinian being kidnapped when he went there to get one of the small boxes of food, and I'm pretty sure the Mirage Crossing Aid Distribution Center, this is in South Gaza, like in Rafah, I'm pretty sure. When we were unable to provide the information the army requested, communication was cut off, and we were later informed that he was transferred to a detention center. He is now considered missing. But this image started circulating the internet, and a lot of people were comparing it to images like this. Poland, 1945, Gaza, 2025. Now, like I said, this image right here is fucking horrible and abhorrent, but it's nothing compared to like some of the images that I've seen over the past 2 years. This only scratches the surface. But this is one of the images now that has broken into mainstream media that everybody's talking about. The tides are starting to shift against Israel. We got people even like Piers Morgan out here now being like, oh no, it's a genocide. This needs to stop. I see no end in sight for Israel, and even if they were to end, like, what's their end goal? The tides are shifting because of images like this. Let's just keep reading. Gaza Humanitarian Foundation director resigns. Jake Wood has resigned as executive director of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the Israeli plan for aid distribution in Gaza that bypasses established NGO and UN channels. Wood cites an inability to implement an independent aid delivery plan without violating core humanitarian principles as the reason for his departure. In a statement shared by CNN's Jeremy Diamond, Wood said he was horrified and heartbroken by the hunger crisis in Gaza and had sought to build a neutral, secure mechanism to get food to civilians. But he concluded that GHF could not maintain humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence under current conditions. He urged Israel to significantly expand its provision of aid into Gaza through all mechanisms and urged all stakeholders to pursue innovative new methods for the delivery of aid without delay, diversion, or discrimination. Israel's U.S.-backed Gaza aid plan may lead to second Nakba, UN agency chief warns. Top UN official warns second Nakba under Israeli-led aid scheme. Philip Lazzarini, head of UNRWA, has warned that the new Israeli-run UNRWA, we know that's Hamas now, thanks to Israel, has warned that the new Israeli-run aid scheme in Gaza could force mass displacement and amount to a second Nakba. In an interview with Middle East Eye, Lazzarini said the crisis was not natural but manufactured. We're confronted with a completely fabricated man-made hunger. Hunger is deepening, and starvation seems to be used as a weapon of war. The new plan concentrates food pickup at just 4 distribution sites, down from 400 under the UN. They want them all traveling down to South Gaza, to Rafah, and these like 4 specific areas so they can cage them up like this. Now, I'm just happy that we didn't see photos of them caged up like this and then every single one of them dead. I'm pretty sure multiple did get shot, though. We're going to get to that here in a minute. Pretty sure multiple did get shot and killed. And the only reason I'm saying what I'm saying about this photo is just because we've seen children's heads exploded in 100 different ways because of the IDF. None of those make it to mainstream media. But thankfully, this one is. Thankfully, this is the image that finally is getting pushed to CNN. Remember, like, the only reason their mainstream media is talking about this stuff is because is because Trump is overseeing the genocide now. They weren't talking about this stuff when Biden was overseeing the genocide. Remember, there was that footage that I think, like, I forget, it was one of the major mainstream media outlets. They released footage of Gaza like 12 months after that footage had been like released on Twitter and we were all talking about it. Just like footage showing like the destruction of Gaza that's gone on over like the 18 months of the genocide. It's like stuff that we'd all been looking at for a year is stuff that CNN finally, now that Trump is president, now they're starting to show on TV. Meanwhile, what's the difference between Trump and Biden? Other than when Trump came in, it seemed like maybe he was going to be a little bit more on the Palestinian side. But besides that, what's the difference? Nothing. When it comes to the UN votes, it's the exact same. The Biden administration voted with Israel every step of the way. The Trump administration is going to vote with Israel every step of the way. Those are the American mercenaries running GHF's aid concentration camp in Rafah. One of them speaks in an Iraqi dialect. Most of them served in Iraq and Afghanistan. Some of them with infamous Blackwater. They each get paid over $33,000 per month, $1,100 per day.
انت من بالله تطلع بعدين اوافق اذا ما في عشان سلامتكم عايش بتروح والله الناس بارك الله فيك والله انت زلمه انت من بالله تطلع بعدين اوافق اذا ما في تطلع بعدين عليكم.
You may be asking yourself, like, why are they putting them in cages to pick up aid? Dehumanization. Oh, look who's back. Look who's back. Look who it is. Hi, baby. Yeah, right now it's literally a race against time before they kill or cleanse all Palestinians in Gaza. Yep. And as I've said before, in previous decades, it's always been about Zionism and the expansion of Greater Israel. That's what it's always been about. But in previous decades, there were people in the Israeli government that were like, oh yeah, over the next like 50 years, 60 or 70 years, we're going to take this much land. We'll get this much over the next decade, and then we'll expand this much more in the next decade, which that's still abhorrent and fucking horrible, genocide, ethnic cleansing. But it's now the mindset is with Netanyahu and all the Smotrich, Ben Gvir, it's, oh no, right now, we're blitzkrieging it all, we're going for it all right now. And that's gonna lead to the rest of the world turning against them. As we're starting to see like the shift when it comes to the media and the way they're talking about Israel. People like I said, Piers Morgan referring to it as an actual genocide now. Like, you may ask yourself, how do people like this sleep at night? They sleep on a bed made of $33,000 pillows and sheets. Okay? That's how they sleep at night. Masked American mercenary having fun in front of the concentration camp. Israel forced emaciated and desperate Gazans into like cattle with the promise of getting crumbs of food. And again, I just want to reiterate, like I'm not trying to downplay these images that we're seeing at all. It's just I'm trying to show how this is the image that started to change the tide. It wasn't the hundreds of fucking babies' exploded heads that we've seen. Yeah, the people have already made up their mind. They'll forever have contempt for Israel. Yeah. Media and politicians are still moving slower than a snail's pace. Yep. What up, Peevil? Does this guy, like, is he being sarcastic or does he really think, no, we're here, guys, don't worry. Peace and love, hang loose. Like, you have to be the most emotionally disconnected guy. Like, I have more respect for the guy that's there, like, cynically than the guy that's like, no, we're actually here doing good right now. And, you know, obviously I'm joking, but you get what I mean. It's like, how could you be out here like, no, we're actually doing good. Hang loose, peace and love. We're the bringers of peace. See, at least the guys that are there cynically that like hate Palestinians are being fucking honest with themselves. And you know, I think there's a better version that isn't super blurry like that. I think that's just one that got super compressed. Here, let me see. Yeah, right here. Oh no, it gets blurry too. Yeah, we're peaceful now, getting the fucking cattle. Shoot, yeah. Welcome back, Weed. Just real quick, I'm assuming that when I let Bernie down, he went and like pooped in the house and peed, and now look how comfortable he looks. Bernie's got no panties on. He's got no panties on. Bernie's got no panties on the dance floor. Bernie's got no panties on. He's got no panties on. Bernie's got no panties on the dance floor. Okay, anyway. It's like he partied all night. He's tuckered out. One passed out pupper. KO'd. Oh yeah, it is clear. You're right, I think. Here, hold on. Let's see. Oh, wait, no, this one. They ended up shooting and killing some of these people. A source at one of the Gaza distribution sites tells me that Hamas set up a roadblock to prevent Gazans from getting aid. Disgust. That's not what happened. Oftentimes, and I'm going to show you guys some proof, these gangs that go and that rob the aid trucks or rob the aid distribution centers are directly in coordination with the IDF, if not the Palestinian Authority, or even worse, like ISIS-linked gangs. Like the IDF directly works with ISIS, hires them to go and then rob these aid trucks and steal the aid, or block the roads, whatever it is. It's not Hamas doing this. Hamas blocking aid is like antithetical to everything Hamas is fighting for. They're just temping for the IDF, yeah. Okay, we read this one. Thousands of starved Gazans stormed the dystopian Israeli-American aid complex in Rafah after being forced to stand in endless queues and bake in the sun in a fenced concentration camp while being subjected to biometric surveillance. U.S. mercenaries and Israeli troops are opening fire. Israel's Khan reports the U.S. mercenaries were likely the ones opening fire at the starved crowds, while reports from Gaza indicate Israeli troops also fired at the crowds. People were told to stand in queues all day while mercenaries pick and choose who gets aid and who starves. That's what you expect from people that were a part of Blackwater. Private paramilitary groups that went in and tortured Iraqis and Afghanis. Israel's Channel 12 highlights reports that an Israeli helicopter began firing at the starved crowd. Oh, God. While the American mercenaries ran away. Palestinian report, chaos in the center of the division. Thousands of Gazans broke into the humanitarian aid complex. The Gazans broke into the humanitarian aid complex. A Palestinian mob broke through the fences of the compound. At this stage, there's no verification of the claims. Thousands of Gazans have already arrived to receive food packages, some of them Israeli-made. Hamas has also begun distributing free food. In order to sabotage the distribution? What? How could they even say Hamas is giving out food and that's sabotaging the food distribution? The aid what? They're distributing their own aid? What? Yeah, some of the biggest terrorists. Like when we talk about the American State Department being the biggest terrorist, it's like that is a big part of that are the private paramilitary groups like Blackwater that are not held accountable when it comes to like even like American war crime laws. Yeah, what happened to never again? Humanity failed again. Yeah, free food plus more free food equals sabotage. That's the equation right there. That's the algorithm. I think you figured it out. Footage shows Palestinians being placed in caged roads and zones to receive a meal at an Israeli distribution point. How is this scene considered normal? This is complete and utter dehumanization of Palestinians. Again, that's why they put them in the cages. And so I don't know if we're going to get answers. I don't know if we're going to get answers for who fired first. At least today. We might not get those answers today. And then, all right. I know we've seen some of these clips. I'm just trying to read through to see if there's any more context, any more information. An American mercenary flashes hearts at people forced into a Rafah concentration camp through cage-like paths to receive aid. In the second video, it shows American mercenaries running GHF's aid camp in Rafah. One speaks in Iraqi dialect. Okay, no, we know this. The Israeli military, which has killed 26 people in Gaza since dawn, this is as of the 27th, and 79 on Monday, injuring 163, said it didn't directly shoot at the crowd, but fired warning shots. So IDF is taking responsibility. They're claiming that they're the ones that fired shots, even though we're hearing reports that Americans did too. I don't put it past either of them. I assume both of them did. I assume both the Israeli forces and the American troops were firing at the Palestinians. And they're saying that they only fired shots after Palestinians started to rush the aid site. But as we know, frequently when it comes to situations like this, even in like protests that go on in the streets in America, who are the ones that agitate? Who are the ones that start the violence? The police. So then they can further justify the beating or the attacking of the protesters or the people that they're trying to subdue. Oh, that's a gunshot. Yeah. And even if the actual context is, oh, they broke down the fence because they were being held in there for hours, and they broke down the fence and tried to go get the aid themselves, good. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is the people trying to keep them from getting the aid.
That was about 10 minutes ago. That was about 10 minutes ago. They were calling it out from the ground.
In a just world, every single one of those Israeli and American guards would be. So then these Palestinians could just go and get their food peacefully, actually. If it was a just world, Hamas or Hezbollah would come in and allow them to go in and get their aid. Allow the Palestinians. Yeah, sequestered in the sun for hours is like, while they're already experiencing malnutrition, immense hunger, they're being starved. And if it was really like, oh yeah, they're like picking a select few people in the cages to give aid to, of course they should all fucking break the fence and go grab the aid themselves. Like we read, the UN said there were supposed to be 400 aid sites. This new this new US and Israel plan, there's 4 sites for aid pickup. Watch first seconds. The first seconds as large crowd storm Rafah aid distribution site. Young men scaled sandbags and rushed into the Israeli-controlled aid site, bypassing the hours-long humiliating wait at the gate. Israeli-backed group on site. Masked men in red and blue vests are visible at the scene, identified by locals as members of a new armed group led by Yasser Abu Shabab. This is a person that's linked with ISIS. Holy fuck, dude. A controversial Rafah figure operating under Israeli protection. I have some tweets about him we're going to read. Journalist reports that Shabab's group, the so-called Anti-Terror Service, has been tasked with distributing aid and serving as a buffer between Palestinian civilians and U.S.-Israeli personnel. Scale of aid and aftermath. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation says it distributed 8,000 boxes of food Tuesday, each intended to feed 5 to 6 people for 3 days. After nearly 3 months of total blockade, the site was stormed after hours of overcrowding and delay, with both Israeli and Palestinian media reporting that remaining aid supplies, fencing, and equipment were taken as American security personnel withdrew. It remains unclear how much aid was distributed before the site was stormed. The Israeli military, which has killed 26 people in Gaza since... Okay, we read that part already. So this group that is being tasked with helping administer the aid is called the Anti-Terror Service, protected by the IDF, is led by this guy. His name is, what was the full name again? Yasser Abu Shabab. We're going to learn more about him in a minute. Don't forget about that name. Again, I know we're going through some of these videos multiple times. I'm just trying to read as much as I can to learn like exactly what happened. Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF, aid site in southern Gaza descends into chaos as U.S. and Israeli forces fire shots. So, like, it's the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, then also the anti-terror group led by Shabab is like the security force within the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, along with the IDF and the U.S. service members being the security force. A newly established U.S.-backed aid distribution center in Tel Al-Sultan, west of Rafah, collapsed Tuesday after Palestinians starving and waiting for hours in the sun rushed toward the site in search of food. Sources indicate that both U.S. private security contractors and Israeli forces fired warning shots as the situation escalated. Okay, so it's being reported that both did. Yeah, four sites will never be sufficient. Yeah, like we've stated it, and the UN stated, 500 trucks a day. I think since last week, less than 200 trucks have made it in. That's what I was reading before I went to bed earlier today, while I was waiting for the tech to show up. Later, people. Photos released earlier in the day show Palestinians packed into metal enclosures at the site, where, according to local sources, they were held for hours in intense heat with no clear system of food distributing food. The aid center is one of two launched Tuesday under a controversial U.S.-Israeli mechanism that bypasses UN agencies and has drawn criticism from Palestinians and humanitarian groups. Key details. Ynet published two conflicting accounts. One Israeli security force described the scene as a Gazan mob that entered a sterile area, saying American forces retreated and fired in the air, claiming no goods were looted. But sources from the American company said the breach was anticipated and rehearsed. About 100 people entered late in the day, were allowed to take remaining supplies to prevent loss of life, and shots were fired in the air to disperse the crowd. Another Gaza-based source told Ynet that American security guards fled the scene after the fence was pushed aside by Palestinians. An Israeli combat helicopter reportedly fired into the air to disperse the crowd. All the shipments, tables, chairs, everything was taken, the sources said. Israeli Channel 12 also reported that IDF helicopters opened fire and that employees of the American company withdrew after the crowd attacked the humanitarian equipment. Earlier in the day, Israeli activists blocked the aid trucks, at Ashdod port. I think that's the clips we saw. All right, what is this? Okay, we saw this one already.
ايش هذا المرتبه؟ صلصه صور هذه مين اللي استلمها؟ والله زي ما قلت لك هتطول معلش انت يا اخوان يا شعبوطي صور يا شعب محمد فارمانا طول شغال ايش الله يسهطك الله ياخذ وريح الله يطلق الحق.
Okay, I don't know what that image is. Breaking. Despite public statements from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF, announcing the start of operations, no food aid entered the Strip today as of the 26th. This is a day before, I think this... Yeah, because this happened on the 27th. The cage part. Today, not a single aid truck entered Gaza except for 3 trucks carrying chlorine for the desalination plant in western Deir al-Balah. As for food aid, no flour or food items entered today at all. GHF, for its part, stated that it had commenced operations on Monday. GHF has no local recognition and no cooperation from UN agencies. Oh my God, if only there was a group that did have like local recognition and cooperation from UN agencies, maybe called UNRWA? Oh, that's right. Netanyahu labeled it as a terrorist organization. UNRWA's Hamas now. Oh, I wonder why he did that. I wonder why he labeled like the main source of aid distribution for the Palestinian people as a terrorist organization. I wonder why. Not so he could forcibly starve the Palestinian population, and then when it came time to maybe like let in a little bit of aid, he could be in control 100% of that aid distribution. Oh, no, no way. No, he just found, he had credible information that UNRWA was Hamas. And even, you guys know, even if UNRWA was Hamas, they are morally righteous. There it is. He said it. He supports Hamas. He said it. There it is. That was the funniest part of that whole situation. There it is. You said it. Like, oh, you got me, bud. You got me there. Fuck. I didn't realize I was saying that on my live stream, broadcasting it to everybody. Saying it 10 toes down. Let's see. The major U.S.-linked aid initiative in Gaza is facing intense scrutiny after Israeli opposition leader Yair Lapid alleged that the Netanyahu government is secretly backing the Gaza Humanitarian Fund through foreign front companies. GHF officially launched operations on Monday, saying it had begun delivering food to secure distribution sites in Gaza and aims to reach 1 million Palestinians by the end of the week. But its leadership collapse, legal challenges, and structural concerns have cast doubt on the effort's long-term viability. Israel using shell companies to influence Gaza aid. Speaking during a no-confidence vote in the Knesset, Lapid claimed that the Israeli government is behind 2 foreign entities, the Swiss-based GHF and the American registered Safe Reach Solutions allegedly set up to funnel Israeli public funds into Gaza aid operations. He suggested the project was orchestrated by Israeli security services under Prime Minister Netanyahu and Finance Minister Smotrich, warning that it may be an effort to control humanitarian access under the guise of neutrality. GHF told reports it had secured $100 million in funding. Oh, just like I said, they want to control it. under the guise that it's like the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or Fund. Israeli government denies allegations. GHF to temporarily rely on NGOs for food aid until it scales operations. Swiss office shuts down, legal review underway. Swiss authorities are reviewing whether to open a formal investigation after Trial International, a war crimes watchdog, filed complaints against GHF. GHF's Swiss operation have been completely suspended, and the group plans to continue via its U.S.-based entity. Bernie, do you want to walk around? Are you done being in my arms for now? Mwah. Mwah. Okay, here, let me go put him down. Watch, Bernie is gonna be back here at my feet less than 5 minutes. Maybe I'm just, it's so tough. I just, Bernie, poo and pee on the floor. You've been the best dog when it comes to being potty trained. You've always used the doggy door. You know what? Now that Bernie isn't so whacked out with pain meds, I'm opening the doggy door again. I'm going to see if maybe he wants to use the doggy door. He stopped using the doggy door like a couple months ago. He just like doesn't even look at it anymore. It's like he forgot it existed. But now that he's in the stage that he's at in his life, he's allowed to poop and pee wherever he wants. So, Bernie, I don't have the time to constantly get up and take you out and go to the bathroom and watch you out there because I have to watch him when he's out there. I don't have the time to do that right now, so you just poop and pee wherever you want, and I'll clean it up. Don't worry, honey. I got you, baby. GHF's model built around Israeli designated safe corridors and distribution hubs secured by private armed contractors with aid restriction to pre-approved Palestinians has been widely rejected by the humanitarian community. The UN and major aid organizations have refused to participate, warning that the plan violates core humanitarian principles. Okay, yeah, we know all this. All right. Every country that is not immediately cutting off all trade, transport, diplomatic, and military ties with Israel is, without exception, a participant in this Holocaust, says Ali Bouminema. Legend. Exactly what I said. It's the threat of sanctions is like nowhere near what needed to happen. Sanctions should have been placed over a year ago. Never forget who let this happen. The entire world except for Lebanon and Yemen. Even like Xi Jinping isn't doing anything. Look who's back already. He's already back in the office. Okay, I think we looked at this video already. I think we looked at this one already too. Oh, we didn't. Thousands of starved Gazans stormed the dystopian Israeli-American aid complex in West Rafah after being forced to stand in endless queues under the scorching sun inside a fenced camp, subjected to biometric surveillance. The U.S.-Israeli-backed Gaza humanitarian... The idea... They probably were doing biometric surveillance, but it's like... They don't really need to do biometric surveillance. The IDF just indiscriminately takes Palestinians and puts them in prison. They're not like using biometric data to be like, oh, this one's in Hamas, we're capturing that one. They just take people and put them in prisons and then rape them to death. Not like that's actually what happens. Here, let me, you know what? Give me 1 second. I just showed Bernie what the doggy door was, or what it is, and it seems like he's like, oh my god. His epigenetic memories are coming back to him. Let's see if he uses it and goes outside and goes to the bathroom. I doubt it. I doubt it. The U.S.-Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation responded by opening fire on civilians after losing control. The group has no humanitarian record and operates without oversight while Israel continues to block UNRWA and World Food Program from providing real aid. And even the World Food Program is said, like, people like Abu Bakr Abed will say that they work with the IDF in Israel. Thank you so much for spreading that positivity. What up, Shark? Okay. Yeah, Never Again, Auschwitz, 1944, 1945, Gaza, 2025. Now, this, I think, is a different story. Yeah, this is in Deir al-Balah. This is a different story here. We're going to wait. Let me just make sure we got through all of these ones about the Rafah station. Because now there was another aid distribution site where things went down. But I just want to make sure that we get through the first part. I think that was it when it came to that the aid distribution center in Rafah. Ooh, a hurt ankle. Was it from volleyball? Did you try to do a nice save and recover, and it just rolled the ankle or something? Okay, yeah, this is all stuff. Yeah, all right. Let's look at a couple videos about what happened on the first day in Rafah, and then we'll get to the next day where there was an UNRWA warehouse that was raided by Palestinians. You know, that's what the narrative is. But first, let's just go back and look at a couple videos. Let's see. Oh, you what? Damn. Give those dogs some rest. Rest those puppies. I mean, your feet. Here, hold on. I'm just trying to find the first one I wanted to look at. Oh, yeah, this is the... Here, well, you know how I was saying I heard less than 200 trucks? This was the report. Right here. Israeli military says, and this is from the Israeli military, the UN is saying 500 trucks a day. Israeli military admits since last week, 170 trucks with aid have crossed into Gaza. A lot of them probably just being body bags, and like we saw chlorine for water desalination tanks.
News out of Rafah in southern Gaza. Chaotic scenes have unfolded.
Only bad bitches with latex outfits get to call any part of me puppy. Don't I get an exception? Your favorite streamer? I don't get an exception in that. I give you VIP, and I'm not considered in the same tier as bad bitches with latex outfits? Why did I even give you VIP? What the heck?
Huge crowds.
Put on the latex. Fine. I got to make sure before I push my chair back that Bernie's not there. No, hey. You guys have seen me in my Among Us costume that is meant for like a 12-year-old. Okay, that was basically latex. You guys have seen me in that before. I walked around TwitchCon in this fucking latex suit. Okay? I'm about that life. I've been about that shit. Step to me. And guess what? When Halloween comes around this year, I'm wearing the same costume I've worn the past 3 years. Right here. Anyway, I don't have any furry accessories like we talked about earlier. I'm not a furry. I don't want to do any stolen valor. I support my furry community, but I'm not about to steal their valor. Okay? I'll put on a little latex, though. Okay, here, sorry.
To reach a controversial aid group's food distribution point. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as it's known, which is backed by Israel and the United States, began its operations in southern Gaza earlier on Tuesday. This despite allegations of politicizing aid and not having the experience or capacity to bring relief to more than 2 million people. The United Nations and other aid groups say the organization does not abide by humanitarian principles and could serve to further displace people from their homes. Months of no food, no fuel, no medicine or shelter being allowed into Gaza caused great difficulty.
Something about sheepskin
we've been hearing
condoms
from some of them.
Right? That's the thing.
We have been dying of starvation. We have to feed our children. What else can we do? We saw people running and we followed them, even if it meant taking a risk. And it was scary. But fear is not worse than starvation. We are hungry.
I had the healthier body.
Massive bazongas and I'll consider it. Do you want me to get fucking plastic surgery? You want me to change myself to be accepted by you? That does not sound right. That's not anything I advocate for around this channel or want anybody to perpetuate. That you have to change yourself to be accepted by somebody else in this chat? That is abhorrent.
Look at me now. I have nothing to eat. I have nothing to give my kids. We did not ask for war or anything. We just want food.
Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud.
My lesbian in the chat, okay? Advocating people not be themselves. How could you?
Reports from Gaza City.
We spent the past hour just answering questions and responding to inquiries from people here in Gaza and the northern territories who are eagerly asking questions about whether distribution centers
those fake boobs true.
Are going to be set up here in Gaza City for much needed aid and food supplies and medical supplies for more than 80 days.
I think I'm trying to get in a bunny suit now. Oh fuck.
80 plus days.
I hate Donnie Darko. It's my least favorite movie.
Now, without a drop of aid coming into the Gaza Strip, what we've seen in the past couple of days was only trucks that were coordinated for just to deliver food supplement to patients inside the hospital. Other than this, the northern territories have been deprived of proper access to flour, to bread, to other basic
yeah, this is in the Rafah crossing in southern Gaza.
That is only a few miles away. The blockade is on the Karm Abu Salim crossing that is only a few miles away, where thousands of trucks are stuck at the other side filled with the critical materials. But the other side here, a lot of families are going hungry. On the other hand, the scenes in Rafah from Tel Sultan area emerging heartbreaking images of hungry people storming the distribution center, trying to get their hands on whatever is available and go back to their family with something to feed them. The food parcel contain only a small amount that is not nearly sufficient to feed families, small families in the strip, let alone extended larger families across the strip. This has been very heartbreaking and also led to raising questions about the safety and the dangers and the risk involved in turning up to these distribution sites managed by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, heavily secured by the Israeli military on the ground. What we've seen as people stormed the center, try to get their hands on the food that is available, was quite understandable given.
So, for anybody that wants the geographical information, oh shit, what the hell? Edit, undo. How do I zoom in? Can I just zoom in with my... Anyway. Rafah down here, southern Gaza. This is where all the images we're seeing of them being held in the cage at the aid distribution point. That's where this is going on. After we're done with this part, we're about to watch pretty much the same thing go on in Deir al-Balah. The UN said within this area there were supposed to be 400 different aid checkpoints, aid distribution centers. Since Israel and the United States have taken over and they're not letting any of these other UN groups do aid distribution, they're only letting it go through their channels, there are only 4. One being down here in Rafah, one being in Deir al-Balah, and I'm assuming there's going to be like one up in northern Gaza, one in central Gaza. And they're doing that to get them to all like travel insane distances from their homes to then hopefully further ethnically displace them.
That for the past 80 days, people did not eat well, did not have access to any of the food supplies.
So much crazy footage. But this footage is starting to breach the mainstream news. So the tides are shifting a little bit.
The family members confirmed to us more than half of the crowd there.
Yeah, Garlo, and I got more. We're going to talk. Hopefully we get to it. We might have some of this Gaza stuff might get pushed off till tomorrow because there's so much to talk about that we missed the past 3 days. But the last hospital in northern Gaza just shut down yesterday.
To temporary shelter, to their tents, to their homes in southern part of the strip, to central area without getting the food parcel because it was too dangerous for them to show up.
Yeah, a lot of them left without even getting aid.
That walking through the barbed wire fence
as if there was even enough aid for all of them at that distribution point.
By the Israeli military and the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation felt more walking into a military base, not a humanitarian aid distribution point. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera from Gaza City, Palestine.
Hamas has reacted to the scenes from the food distribution point in Rafah. The group says the Israeli occupation's project to distribute aid in the so-called buffer zones has failed disastrously. Hamas says that what happened today is conclusive evidence of the...
And I don't think Hamas is saying this, but it's not like it failed on accident. Like it was a deliberate failure. They're not like failing. They're not trying and then accidentally failing to distribute aid.
Occupation's failure to manage the humanitarian crisis it deliberately created through a policy of starvation, siege, and bombing. This constitutes a continuation of a fully fledged genocide under international law. The Israeli military has released footage of a Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distribution center just hours before the chaos unfolded. So let's take a look. This center here is intended to serve hundreds of thousands of people who had received little to no food for months and replace those established by the United Nations and other independent charities. Al Jazeera's Hamda Salhout joins us now from the Jordanian capital, Amman. You're there, Hamda, because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, look, these distribution centers under the umbrella of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, this is Israel's big initiative in terms of delivering food to Palestinians, which they have deliberately blocked for almost 3 months. And it broke down within the first few hours. What is Israel saying?
Well, the Israeli government hasn't really commented on the disaster that happened in southern Gaza this afternoon, but the Israeli military did say that order was restored quickly after the chaos did ensue. They're saying that the military did fire into the air to help try and secure the perimeter and to get crowds to disperse, adding that the American contractors who were running the distribution site did also fire their weapons into the...
And, like, this isn't new. This isn't news. Netanyahu said that he was doing his surrender or starve policy like 6 months ago.
Air to try and control the crowd. But the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation also released a statement saying that the images that were shown and what happened was essentially...
Garlo, we've literally seen footage. I don't know if you've seen this, but back last year we saw footage of Palestinian mothers mixing in dirt with like flour and things like that and sugar. That's what they had to resort to.
Blown out of proportion, and that order was restored after a short period of time, and that due to the large influx of people, they were just trying to get out of the way, essentially retreat, which is why they left the area, to let Palestinians go and get the aid. Now, of course, the pictures that have been coming out of Gaza tell a much different story. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has come under a lot of fire, a lot of skepticism for being unethical, for not being transparent. There's been a lot of question raised about who exactly is funding it.
And we know that this isn't how it is, but if Israel and the United States actually cared about aid being distributed, UNRWA would not be considered Hamas, a terrorist organization, and they would be allowed to continue supplying the Palestinians with the aid that they have been for a decade plus now. I don't know how long UNRWA has been in operation, but they are responsible for providing like the most amount of aid for Palestinians, even before October 7th. And not just aid, but like public
and
utilities
why
and
this
things
is the
like
aid
that.
Distribution mechanism that's put in place when there are already so many different channels to do so that Palestinians have relied on for decades.
It's just past 10 p.m. in Gaza, and this is expected to resume tomorrow. So, Hamda, can you describe for our viewers how the system is designed, right? How it's supposed to work, this distribution?
Crazy. But again, this is like, there's nothing wrong with them busting down these gates and trying to rush to the aid and to grab it themselves. Nothing wrong with that. The only thing that's wrong here is that, one, they were being held in these cages to begin with, and two, that the Israeli and American forces are firing upon them.
And what Israel says that it wants to achieve with this?
Well, there are 4 distribution centers for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and every day from a certain time period, Palestinians can go and essentially pick up this parcel that Israel says has enough food in it for a family for around 5 days. But Palestinians in Gaza say that it would perhaps last a family 2 days, given the contents that is inside and given how many family members you have. So how this is going to work? Well, Israel secures the perimeter in which the aid is going in, and then it is taken to these distribution sites in which these American contractors who've been hired essentially secure these distribution centers for the Palestinians to go. But the images that have come out within the last 12 hours show Palestinians lining up in sort of fenced areas, looking like caged animals, to try and get to this really life-saving aid. These are people who have been hungry for more than 3 months, and in fact, this
only
is a
animals I'm seeing, and I don't even see them, but the only animals in this scenario are the U.S. service members and IDF forces.
That's been going on for nearly 600 days, and throughout that time period, the Israelis did not allow a ton of humanitarian aid before the blockade on the Gaza Strip began. And it's
that's the thing, is like the idea that the total blockade has been going on for 2 months. It was before that. It was before the ceasefire. There was an insane blockade on aid, but I don't think it was 100% blockade. But there was still like To the point to where Netanyahu was talking about his starvation or surrender or starve policy.
Mentioning that there's been outcry from the Israeli opposition.
It's not like the blockade started after the ceasefire
saying
ended.
that they are the architects, that the coalition in power are the ones who orchestrated this entire mechanism to try and get access to all of these humanitarian points under the guise of neutrality. And it's something the Israelis are coming under fire for. And it's worth mentioning that the head of the World Food Program, Cindy McCain, says that she's never received any sort of proof from the Israelis that Hamas is taking this aid, that it's looting it, that it's selling it on the black market. She's never received any sort of proof to back up those claims by the Israeli army, which is why this entire mechanism, the Israelis say, was started in the first place.
Hamda Salhout reporting from Amman. Jordan, thank you very much.
Israel had said it wanted to control the way aid got to Palestinians in Gaza from hubs like this one in the far south. Day one of that plan didn't survive contact with reality. The reality of a population Israel had denied aid since the start of March. Initially, there'd been reluctance to come here. The process included biometric measurement. Hamas had urged resistance against what it called an Israeli intelligence operation. Israel has denied that, and in any case, soon enough, any idea of control was evaporating.
Bro, like, just see how many people are showing up to this one distribution center. There's only 4 of them. Whereas the UN recommended 400 different distribution sites.
People stormed the place and stole everything. The Americans started shooting, then the Israelis. More than 20
Interesting. We're getting a lot of wildly conflating stories.
And then a tank climbed the hill and started shooting.
Wildly contradictory stories.
Each box is supposed to contain enough.
The IDF fired first. The Americans fired first. The Americans just ran away, didn't fire at all.
Nearly 60 meals, prompting some disbelief today. This man carrying the contents in his T-shirt
I don't know why I didn't say that word. I'm dumb.
I saw people running there. I decided to go too. People said it was scary. I didn't care. It was dangerous or not. I was going to go. I want to feed my children.
Earlier today, the Israeli military proudly displayed the operation on social media, prepared and ready, so they said, to deliver aid. The plan had been for nominated family representatives to collect food from the US and Israeli-backed, Swiss-based Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The army said it would stop Hamas looting the aid, something aid agencies said was not happening at any scale to begin with.
We're standing here in this logistical area that the IDF built and will be run by a third party that will give the people of Gaza the aid directly. Every day, thousands of Gazans will be able to come here, reach this third party, and get the aid directly.
For weeks, that idea had been heavily criticized by the UN and other aid agencies as unworkable and politicized. The location of the 4 hubs established so far, 3 in the far south, 1 in the middle of the territory, also decried for enforcing further displacement. The UN's aid chief, Tom Fletcher, said it would see starvation used as a bargaining chip.
You starve people for over 2 months now, and then you allow a trickle of aid, a trickle of food in, and you ask them to go to Rafah, where people have to walk for miles and miles in order to get a food parcel. Is this a viable solution? This is a humiliation.
On Sunday, the executive director of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation resigned, saying it wouldn't be able to adhere to principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality and independence. And while established aid mechanisms operate at restricted levels, everywhere evidence of the need for them.
Even when they bring aid, nothing reaches us. As you can see, we're here like stray dogs collecting food from the trash. I swear, this is our life day to day. We collect food every day from the garbage. If we don't gather anything, then we don't eat.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation blamed Hamas blockages and the volume of people for the chaos today, saying it had distributed 8,000 boxes and would be open again tomorrow. A UN spokesman called the images heartbreaking, saying it had a detailed, operationally sound aid plan ready to supply a desperate population.
Oh, wait,
Harry
what the
Fawcett
fuck?
reporting there. Well, Sam Rose works for the UN Relief and Works Agency, where he's the director of UNRWA Affairs in Gaza, and he joins us now live from Oxford. Sam Rose, I mean, absolutely desperate scenes coming out of Gaza again today, at a time when there should be at least some good news with food getting in. What's gone wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, this is so distressing. I mean, we've seen distressing and heartbreaking scenes for the past 20 months, and this...
That dude is talking like he's set up vending machines across Gaza, right?
Many of those. What's gone wrong? Everything has gone wrong. It gives me no pleasure to say that. But everything we said about why this mechanism would not work and should not be put in place, we've witnessed today. The complete humiliation and dehumanization of a hungry, scared, injured, exhausted population, the corralling of humans into what can only be described as cattle pens in Rafah, massive overcrowding, no supply to meet the demand, no proper distribution networks. It's harrowing and it's heartbreaking, and it was completely avoidable, and it is completely avoidable if we're allowed to do our work.
I mean, is it possible that this just is an illustration of people who are starving? You say, you know, the supply didn't meet demand. Perhaps over the next few days and weeks it will, because many people would say it doesn't matter where the aid comes from, who delivers it, as long as it gets in there.
Well, the United Nations showed during the ceasefire that we have the ability to deliver aid safely, at scale, to reach people where they are. This is not what happened today, and it's not what will happen over the course of the 3 weeks for a modality such as this, whereas people are forced to go to certain locations to pick up a box of poultry food items. Yes, they need food, but they do not need food to be distributed in this way. How are the sick, the elderly, the wounded, the infirm supposed to make their ways to these aid centres? How are these people supposed to get the services that they need to go alongside this food? We have tens of thousands, over 100,000 people have been injured in this conflict. How are they supposed to get the food and get the service that we need? And we have no time to wait. The population is on the verge of famine, on the verge of starvation. In UNRWA, my organization, we have the largest uninterrupted UN food operation anywhere on the planet that has functioned successfully for 75 years uninterrupted. We, the World Food Programme and others, we have the supplies on the border kilometres away. Let us get them in and let us distribute to people where they are.
You will be familiar with the argument from the Israeli government, which said a new system of delivering aid was needed because they, as they have consistently claimed, Hamas are stealing the aid. What's your response to that?
Oh, this is
the response is we've seen no evidence of this. Neither myself, my 12...
There's only evidence that it's literal like ISIS-linked gangs supported by the IDF. I'm actually trying to find a tweet right now.
The entire humanitarian community in Gaza.
None we already read about that because I have some more.
Have seen any evidence of this? We have absolutely nothing to hide. We ask repeatedly for this evidence. Our programs, our distribution mechanisms have been assessed and evaluated independently over decades, and there's been no evidence for any of this. Show us the evidence and let the journalists in. If the United Nations are constantly decried, constantly criticized for what we're saying, then let international press into Gaza to see the situation for themselves. Okay. That's what I would say.
Briefly, if you would, you know that the man who headed up this group has now resigned after just 2 months. He says the foundation cannot adhere to the humanitarian principles of humanity and neutrality. What happens now in terms of getting aid in? Should the foundation keep going in tandem with the work that you're doing?
I mean, we've seen what happens if it keeps going. Just by calling something humanitarian does not make it humanitarian. I applaud the CEO of the Gaza so-called Humanitarian Foundation for standing down and listening to the concerns and the issues that we had raised. We don't need these two systems to work in parallel. We need the aid that is on the border.
Surely it's
several thousand trucks of aid that is on the border. And I'll be accused of being a liar for saying that, I'm sure, but it is there. believe me. We need to be allowed to get that in. In 4 days during the ceasefire, my organization, UNRWA, we distributed food to 1 million people.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize we were talking to Hamas right now.
What's needed
the leader
for these
of
people
Hamas
who are facing famine and starvation.
Sam Rose, going to have to end it there, but thank you very much for speaking to us.
So yeah, I got more on the concept of Hamas being blamed for these aid distribution centers being overrun by Palestinians, but we're gonna combat that in a minute. I want to get through all the videos talking about exactly what happened, see how media is reporting on whether it was America that fired first, Israel that fired first. We're almost through these videos. So this is, I think, that Israeli plane that we were reading about.
صار الناس هجمت وما لحقناش شيء، صار يطخ اخذنا حالنا وروحنا، يعني ما اخذناش اي شيء، يعني ان نستفيد منه ونمشي حالنا في ظل المجاعه اللي احنا فيها، يعني ما استفدناش منها كل ما فيش نظام نهائيا كان، ما سيطروش على الناس من كثر المجاعه المستوطنه هذا المجتمع.
يا رز بس احنا طالعين نوفر لقمة الطعام لاولادنا، يعني حسوا فينا، يعني بدنا حدا يحن علينا وعلى المأساة اللي احنا فيها، يعني احنا لا هممنا الطخ ولا القصف، المهم نوفر اللقمة لاولادنا ونجيبها. اقلب لك اياها كمان.
الله حي الله حي.
Beachfront properties. The Riviera of the Middle East. God, what a freak. Okay. Next one.
Well, the US and Israel are apparently pressing on with a controversial aid program for Gaza, despite an alarming start. Palestinian officials now say one person was killed and 48 were injured by gunfire on Tuesday at a distribution site in southern Gaza.
Let's see how CNN reports on it.
Israel says it fired warning shots as thousands of Palestinians
just like the warning shots they did at the diplomats last week.
What is the US-backed
They're just
convoy,
warning shots.
which was handing out aid for the first time.
So,
Here's how
okay,
one
I thought I read 7. Maybe 7 dead is the next one we're about to learn about. But Palestinian officials, 1 dead, 48 hurt in chaotic aid drop.
Described
an aid distribution should result in not only nobody dying but nobody being injured. But as we know, we've seen frequent reports on there's a line outside the bakery, and an IDF tank just fired at the people waiting in line.
The chaotic
they were just
situation
greeting the
driven, they
diplomats.
say, by
They were just saying hi, welcome to the West Bank. That's a West Bank welcome right there. Some gunshots to the face.
I arrived
whizzing
at a
by
place
your
surrounded
ears.
by
That's
Americans
called the
and
West Bank
Army.
welcome.
I tried to get closer, but because of the crowd, I couldn't get anything. They treated us with a lack of respect, and they concentrated a lot of people in one area, which made it 400,000 citizens. We were denied our dignity simply to leave our land, and we refused to humiliate ourselves for food and water.
Based. Here, I want to hear that again.
The chaotic situation driven, they say, by desperation.
I arrived at a place surrounded by Americans and the Army. I tried to get closer.
All of these people are starving. These are all people in a modern-day Holocaust that we're watching.
But because of the crowd, I couldn't get anything. They treated us with a lack of respect, and they concentrated a lot of people in one area, which made it 400,000 citizens. We were denied our dignity simply to leave our land, and we refused to humiliate ourselves for food and water. They want order, but there will be no order because these are desperate people who want to eat and drink.
Well, international aid officials had warned that this new scheme was flawed from the beginning. The main UN agencies serving Palestinians issuing a searing condemnation of what is its disastrous
compared to the
rollout.
1940s and how little is being done.
It was chaotic, undignified, and unsafe. We have predicted that with this hub, people would be asked to walk for kilometers, which seems to have been the case, waiting
didn't we
long
read 14
hours
kilometers?
in the sun, waiting to be vetted and clear. And as you know, we as a United Nations have said we cannot adhere to this way of providing.
Just imagine, like, put yourself in that position. You're like 15 kilometers away from the nearest aid distribution center, and you have to walk all the way there just to get put in a fucking cage for hours. Well, you're not even sure if you're going to get any of the aid. When it was like barely being distributed to those people in the cages. It's, oh my God, man. Like, I just can't. The thought of like waking up hungry and being like, all right, I'm going to walk 15 kilometers to try to go and like save myself. Oh my God, it's so fucking horrible.
Providing assistance because it falls short to abide to humanitarian principle.
CNN's Paula Hancock's joining me here in the studio to discuss all of this. This, of course, is a new mechanism rolled out earlier on this week. Let's just have
I wish we could like put Netanyahu in a cage.
To Israel, Mike Huckabee is touting the program, Paula.
I'm so glad it started officially yesterday. There were lines of people that got food. It was not stolen by Hamas.
But they weren't Palestinians that got food. They were Israelites, all right? Because there's no such thing as a Palestinian. It's only, and there's no such thing as Palestine. It's Judea and Samaria, and they're all Israelites.
The manner in which it was distributed is effective.
Yeah, it's genuinely impossible. I know. It's like, it's unfathomable.
Well, what Mike Huckabee says there seems to
it
stand in pretty stark contrast to the reality on the ground that we described earlier in the show. So
makes me feel queasy.
What's going on here, and what can we expect going forward?
Well, Becky, I mean, you could see the images. They are desperate people that have not eaten, have not had water for a significant amount of time.
This is CNN, but it's CNN with the British accent, so keep that in mind also.
And there was chaos as people were desperately trying to get something to feed their families. One diplomatic official said to us this was a surprise to no one. This had been warned about by the United Nations, by NGOs, because the issue is, according to the United Nations, for example, is that there is going to be 4 sites where this aid will be distributed. We've just had a statement from GHF that runs this, saying they now have 2 sites up and running, and it will go ahead today.
Oh, so okay, so they were supposed to have 4, they only had 2 up and running. And the 2 that they had up and running had instances just like this. You know, it was like, this was one of them, and then the other one we're about to watch got just like this too.
3 of those sites are in southern Gaza. 1 will be in central Gaza. There's nothing in northern Gaza. So everyone there has to move south. The neediest, the ones that can't move, the elderly, the wounded, won't get anything because they won't be able to get to these distribution points.
If their whole family's been killed already and it's just them left, the elderly, oh, sorry.
Hundreds of distribution points around Gaza. They know what they're doing. Open the border crossings, allow more aid to get in, and allow them to give the aid to the people that need it. With this GHF...
This attack dog policy, like I was saying, the new Israeli policy of like, oh no, we're not waiting decades to like conquer little bits of land. We're taking it all now. It's what's going to lead to their downfall, to the rest of the world turning against them and being like, all right, we're standing... Even if it's not America, like standing up with the Palestinian people, all of these other countries are going to like be like, all right, Israel, enough is enough. Like, we're starting to see, like I said, even Piers Morgan was like, oh, it's a genocide. You're right, Mehdi Hasan.
A new idea, but at this point, it is stumbling.
There is aid available at the border. We know. I mean, there have been hundreds and hundreds of trucks with aid available, but it just hasn't gotten in until this point. This is a US-backed scheme secured by Israel, as I understand it. Why is it that the US and Israel believes that this is a better form of distribution than the UN agencies, who we know have been in this business for years, getting on with distributing aid? Where does the disconnect come?
So the main point that the US and Israel is making is that they want to make sure that Hamas doesn't get hold of this aid. They want to make sure that it goes from the aid distribution center to the people that need it.
What is Hamas going to do with the aid if they were to intercept it? They're going to make sure that people actually get it.
which is fair enough. We've heard that
fair enough, she says. Fair enough.
Has been looting, and the NGOs are very open. Which is fair enough. We've heard that there has been looting, and the NGOs are very open about that.
Yeah, but none of them are saying it's Hamas that's doing it. They're all saying there's no evidence of Hamas doing it. And there is ample evidence of it being Israeli-backed, ISIS-linked gangs.
Saying a lot of the looting is simply from desperate people. Yeah, but there is looting.
That too. That's something I said when we were first talking about the looting situation a couple weeks ago. But it's really just these Israeli-backed gangs
trying to distribute this food around
trying
Gaza.
To sow discord,
so that is the reason that we're hearing from the Israeli side and from the US side. There can be some very good reasons for trying these new things. I mean, remember the floating pier.
Elon,
some
Trump voters, Republicans, Zionists,
Israeli side and from the US.
They're gonna clip this.
West side,
just like they clip like AOC waving to a crowd. They're gonna be like, look, Elon did it, or if he did it, so can Elon. Elon's allowed to do the salute too.
Can be some very good reasons for trying these new things. I mean, remember that the floating pier
they're all anti-Semitic.
that the US military did about a year ago now. It was a multi-million-dollar effort. And in the end of it, it lasted a few months. It was mostly not working.
Yeah, the floating pier, which is like wildly acknowledged, it's just
bad
like
weather,
a
and there must have been maybe 3 weeks of functionality. So there was an admission that hadn't worked.
Wasn't that like used? Like, didn't IDF forces use that to enter that area on like secret missions?
Went back to trying to put pressure on the border crossings being open. This is what we keep hearing repeatedly from NGOs across the board. Open the border crossings, allow the trucks
like
through.
The pier.
Yes, some will be looted now because the situation is so desperate. They're very transparent about the problems in distributing this aid, but that is the best way to get it to where it's needed, because 4 points across a population of 2.2 million, you're going to have these bottlenecks, you're going to have these problems.
Meantime, no signs as of yet of a ceasefire deal and hostage release. Where do we stand on that?
So the latest that we've heard from Steve Witkoff, who is the Middle East envoy for the Trump administration, is that there is a deal on the table. There's a ceasefire.
We're going to skip this part for now because we're going to talk about the ceasefire. Here, I will watch it. Why not?
Deal. He's told CNN that it's effectively that 10 living hostages would be released, as well as the remains of 10 hostages who have died, and there would be a temporary ceasefire in return.
Oh man, I wonder how those hostages died. There's no way that it was Israel bombing them. Speaking of that, actually, is this it right here? Yeah, this article right here. Hold on, let me go full cam before it doxes me. I think I'm good. I don't think it's gonna dox me. Okay. Every time I was sure this was the end, former IDF hostage in Gaza says one of her biggest fears was Israeli strikes. An Israeli Defense Forces soldier released during a ceasefire hostage deal has said one of her biggest fears during captivity were strikes carried out by Israel. Levy, one of the 5 IDF female soldiers released in January, made the comments during a weekly rally at Tel Aviv's Hostage Square on Sunday demanding the return of hostages. Strikes come unexpectedly. At first you hear the whistles, you pray that it won't fall on us, and then the explosions, a noise so loud that it paralyzes the body, and the ground shakes, Levy told a crowd of thousands. Every time I was sure that this was the end of me. It was one of the scariest things I experienced there, and that's also what endangered me more than anything, she continued, describing an incident where a strike caused the house she was in to partially collapse. That was my reality. It's their reality now, she said, referring to those still in captivity. Even now, at this very moment, there are hostages who hear those whistles and explosions. They're there trembling with fear. They have nowhere to run, only to pray and cling to the walls with a terrible feeling of helplessness. We don't need to read any more than that, but you get the point.
for that. During that temporary ceasefire, there would then be negotiations to try and turn the temporary into permanent. And he's actually said that he is happy to almost adjudicate that. So
the only people that actually care about the hostages are Hamas. According to everybody else, the hostages are washed. Netanyahu does not give a fuck about getting the hostages back. He likes the fact that they have the hostages because that justifies him continually bombing Gaza. The moment he gets all the hostages back on the world stage, it's like, oh, fuck. He can't justify the continual bombing of them. But to Hamas, that's the one bargaining chip that they have. That's the one thing that they have. Why would they treat them poorly or kill them? As we've seen, when these hostages are released, yeah, they're emaciated a little bit. They look like they've like haven't had that much sun exposure. They look pale, lacking vitamin D. The Israeli hostages that are released from Hamas look like not even comparable to the Palestinian hostages released by Israel. They look like Holocaust survivors, the Palestinians that get released. Whereas the Israeli hostages, whether it's an IDF soldier or a civilian, yeah, they look emaciated a little bit. They look like they haven't been, they look like they've lost weight. But it's nothing compared to what the Palestinians look like. And not even the Palestinian hostages that get released, but just the Palestinian children that we see with malnutrition. It's like skin and bones.
Himself even further into the process between Hamas and Israel. He says Hamas needs to accept that proposal. We've heard from a Palestinian official that Hamas has agreed to a proposal. It's just not clear which proposal. We have been here many times over recent months that there are many different reports out there about what Hamas has agreed to, but that's where it is at this point.
About to say the same thing, great minds think alike.
Where it is at this point is no ceasefire deal in place as of yet. Well, meantime, the Israeli military still has 5 outposts in southern Lebanon, despite agreeing to withdraw from the territory in the...
Okay, yeah, Lebanon's a whole different story. All right, next, this is the last video. And then we're going to get back to some tweets before coming back to videos.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is an Israeli-American plan to distribute aid in Gaza and to ensure that it doesn't go to Hamas. It started operations today. 2 distribution points were opened, both in Rafah in the
make
south
sure it doesn't
of
get to Hamas or to fucking any Palestinians either.
Gaza, inside an evacuation zone and a 5-kilometer round walk from the edge.
All right, so yeah, this is where they were.
The nearest safe zone. IDF soldiers secured the surrounding area.
We're standing here in this logistical area that the IDF built and will secure and will be run by a third party that will give the people of Gaza the aid directly. Every day, thousands of Gazans will be able to come here, reach this third party, and get the aid directly.
This guy moved from fucking Ohio. Okay? This dude moved from Kansas. Born in Kansas, moved to Israel on birthright to go kill Palestinian children. I guarantee it.
Thousands queued for food parcels, desperate after an Israeli blockade on
the Gatekeep Hunger Fan Club, yeah.
Gaza that's lasted almost 3 months. But by mid-afternoon, the numbers were so large that one site was overrun. There was chaos.
Overrun!
People rushed to get food.
There was shooting, and we fled. We didn't take anything that would benefit us, help us get by given the famine that we are in. We didn't benefit. There was no order at all. They could not control the people because of the extent of the famine affecting society.
The American contractors had to withdraw, and there were sounds of automatic gunfire. The IDF denies firing on the Palestinians, and there have been no reports of injuries. Aid organizations have criticized the initiative and refused to work with it. The foundation's chief executive resigned on Sunday night, saying that the plan didn't meet his standards of humanity or independence. The organization's source of funding hasn't been revealed either, raising further questions.
That's interesting.
It is a distraction from what is actually needed, which is a reopening of all the crossings into Gaza, a secure environment within Gaza, and faster facilitation of permissions and final approvals of all the emergency supplies that we have just outside the border.
The food boxes contain rice, flour, oil, sugar and biscuits. The foundation says that it will open 2 more distribution centres and expects to feed 1 million people by the end of the week. The people of Gaza are at breaking point, though.
They fed like 15 people today, or what was that first day?
Desperation and the security situation will only alleviate once aid starts entering Gaza in large volumes. The Gaza
You're
humanitarian...
telling me that 170 trucks that entered is going to feed millions of people in the coming days?
The Foundation says it can do that, but its critics, and there are many, will say that today's stampede is proof they can't.
Oh, okay. All right. Now back to the tweets. So we saw what happened in Rafah, the Rafah aid distribution site. Now, that was on the 27th. Now, on the 28th, yesterday, we saw a similar site at the aid distribution center in Deir al-Balah. Now, actually, okay, hold on. I might be reporting this wrong. I'm learning right now with you guys. This might not have been one of the aid distribution centers set up by the GHF. This might have just been one of UNRWA's warehouses that got raided today. Thankfully. But this is the story that I'm a little less clear on. So we're going to be learning. Breaking news, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, inside the UNRWA warehouse. It's chaos. A human tide surging toward hidden aid. Thousands are pushing, shouting, and clawing for sacks of flour and child nutrition boxes. Desperation fills the air. Hunger has shattered all order, and survival is now only instinct. I mean, if there is aid just sitting in a headquarters like this, it should be broken into, and the aid should be distributed to the people. Now, if this is an UNRWA compound that has just been sitting there for months filled with aid that hasn't been distributed, I wonder why. I wonder why UNRWA didn't distribute. Oh, wait, maybe it's because Israel designated them as a terrorist organization and they couldn't operate in Palestine anymore. Oh, that's probably why. Okay. That's that. Here, you know what? Before we do that tweet, let's go to the other ones. People in Deir al-Balah have stormed one of the UN warehouses where 40,000 bags of flour and tons of children nutritional supplements are stored. This is Abu Bakr Abed. People are still running toward the warehouse, picking up whatever they can from food items, reports. Okay. So this is just people going to that warehouse. I think the same thing, but what did Dropside have to say? At least 7 Palestinians were killed in a deadly stampede after hundreds of people stormed the World Food Program warehouse in central Gaza. A doctor at Al-Aqsa Hospital said some victims were crushed or suffocated under bags of flour. One of the dead was a brother of a hospital staffer. His body was received while the relative was on duty. Local reports confirmed the incident to Dropsite News. Horrible, man. Even if that is the case, that it's like they got stampeded, like it said in that one tweet, it's turned to the desperation is turned to like survival instincts, you know? Had more on this though. Hold on. Yeah, that's about the stealing of the aid. Okay, we're gonna look at that in a second. Here, let me go to the top of the bookmarks. I think I had a couple tweets on from Abu clarifying what happened. Excuse me. No, that's the ceasefire deal. Here, what's this one? Israel systemically targets Gaza food lifelines. A new investigation by Al Jazeera's Sanad unit found the Israeli forces deliberately targeted more than 20 community kitchens, food distribution points, and aid storage sites across Gaza between March 26th and this week. Sanad documented 8 attacks in northern Gaza since March 18th. 7 more strikes were reported in central Gaza, including Deir al-Balah and surrounding refugee camps. 5 additional attacks took place in the southern city of Khan Yunis. This comes as Israel, with U.S. backing, enforced a total blockade on Gaza since March 2nd, depriving 2 million Palestinians of food, water, medicine for more than 80 days. The findings add to mounting evidence that Israel is not just blocking aid, but actively dismantling the institutions and infrastructure meant to deliver it. Not just that, but they're actively, like, organizing these raids. And they're trying to stoke people into getting more violent so then they can justify just, like, shooting them. They're like, oh, look, they're raiding the fucking warehouse. Let's kill them all. But yeah, look. Al Jazeera's Sanad unit found Israeli forces deliberately targeted more than 20 community kitchens, food distribution points, aid storage sites across Gaza between the 26th and this week. Oh, yeah, of course. The Palestinians themselves are just like storming these food distribution centers. Even if they were, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm erring on the side that there's some disruptors in these groups that are like egging people on. Just like we see police do it at peaceful protests. But oh, here, let's see. All it takes is one IDF soldier undercover, a Mossad agent, to go, all right, let's break in. And then the chaos ensues, you know? Which, again, there's nothing wrong with breaking into these warehouses that are filled with food. But you can see how there would be people with bad faith intentions trying to get this crowd of people to get more rowdy. These are people at the end of the day who want to survive, and fight or flight instincts kick in, survival instincts kick in. Trying to get food for your fucking kids so they don't starve, you know. You might not care as much about the person standing next to you. But the main point here is that the IDF is causing this. Oh, here we go. Press release number 847 from the government media office. Regarding the circulating video, Israel spreads lies to cover up its crime of engineering starvation while blocking aid distribution to Palestinian families. We have been following the circulation of a video showing a group of starving civilians in Gaza storming a warehouse belonging to United Nations World Food Program. in the central government. This tragic incident reflects the catastrophic humanitarian reality imposed by Israel's tightening siege and systemic starvation policy. In a blatant attempt to mislead and deflect from its starvation crimes, the Israeli military quickly released a false narrative claiming that the Gaza government is hoarding tons of flour in its warehouses and is responsible for starving the population. In response, we affirm the following. First, the Israeli Army's claim is a blatant lie and a part of systemic disinformation campaign aimed at escaping international accountability for using hunger as a weapon of war against civilians, a practice that constitutes genocide under international law. Second, the incident at the WFP warehouse has nothing to do with the Palestinian government in Gaza or any local authority. The facility belongs solely to the United Nations agency. This was confirmed in a formal UNRWA statement, which held Israel directly responsible for pushing people to take desperate actions by blocking the entry of food and humanitarian aid and imposing severe restrictions on truck movements through the crossing. Third, information from international organizations confirms that it was the Israeli army itself that blocked the WFP from distributing flour and food aid to needy Palestinian families, ordering that it be delivered only to bakeries, part of what is now known as the engineering of starvation. This policy aims to control the only source of food for the population, turning aid into a tool of humiliation and domination to ensure the continued starvation of Palestinian families. Fourth, we remind the world that thousands of aid trucks remain stuck at closed crossing points that Israel has shut off for nearly 90 consecutive days. Israel is solely responsible for blocking food and humanitarian supplies, and its refusal to open the crossings confirms that the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe is the result of deliberate and systemic Israeli policy. Fifth, the baseless accusations Israel levels against the Gaza government or other local bodies are desperate attempts to mislead international public opinion. They're unsupported by any material evidence and directly contradict reports from the United Nations and international human rights organizations, which have consistently held Israel responsible for the spread of hunger and food insecurity. So even if it was like Palestinians themselves deciding, hey, we're going to break into this warehouse and steal the food, that's directly because Israel is starving them. Like I said, it's morally, there's nothing wrong with them breaking into these places. But as we're going to learn, oftentimes it isn't the Palestinians going in and breaking into these warehouses or these trucks, stealing the aid. It's Israeli-backed gangs that are linked to ISIS. We hold the Israeli occupation fully responsible for the collective starvation of over 2.4 million Palestinians in Gaza, and we call on the international community to break its shameful silence and hold Israel accountable for its ongoing crimes. We commend the position of international and humanitarian organizations that recognize civilians have been driven to desperation by Israeli policy. We stress the urgent need to deliver aid through neutral, independent channels. Okay, we get all this. So yeah. If this wasn't orchestrated by Israeli-backed gangs that are linked to ISIS, this is just like the desperation of the Palestinian people after being forcefully starved by Israel. And what did it say right here? Yeah, the Israeli army blocked the WFP from distributing flour. Where I'm about to read something from Abu Bakr Abed, though, where he says that, like, the WFP is in directly working with the IDF. I thought I had an Abu Bakr Abed tweet of him saying that. Oh, yeah. So, like Drop Site said, Breaking, at least 7 Palestinians were killed in deadly stampede after hundreds stormed the World Food Program warehouse in central Gaza. Oh yeah, I read that part. So then Abu replied, the WFP hasn't been transparent. This has happened before. Having talked to several people in Gaza, they have barely received any aid from this organization. Several sources, including the Israeli media, have proved that the WFP work under the supervision of the Israelis. Breaking, some criminal gangs have intervened to steal more flour bags from people. More chaos unfolding right now in the warehouse. Crazy and unprecedented scenes emerging right now. And that's another thing, is Palestinians could have seen that there were these gangs breaking in, and they're like, hey, we're getting that shit. Not them. Okay, yeah, we read that already. The WFP said Hamas never intercepted its work. Those are just gruesome lies and extreme propaganda to stir up strife within the population. Note, the Israeli military admitted it obliges those organizations to walk its routes to be looted by Israeli armed criminal gangs. We're about to learn about those criminal gangs. And then what is this that Abu retweeted? This is the Al-Ghafari warehouse, which belongs to the UN World Food Program, WFP. It was being prepared to send flour to the starving people in northern Gaza, but Israel obstructed its delivery. Israel and its supporters have nothing but lies, lies, and more lies. Okay, so wait, what was... Okay, right here. Palestinians have broken into Hamas's Al-Ghafari warehouse in Gaza and found massive flour stockpiles. This is not a Hamas warehouse. It's a WFP warehouse. Okay, just lies. Straight lying is OP. Lying is OP. This propaganda machine must be dismantled. All the lies on today's incidents from the Israelis are hilarious and nonsense. Okay, now real quick, we're hearing all this stuff about aid being stolen by Hamas or being withheld by Hamas and Hamas headquarters, like we just read. Israel claiming that Hamas is stealing this aid. They're the reason why they had to cut it from 400 aid distribution points down to 4. It's all Hamas's fault. Has nothing to do with Israel wanting to starve the Palestinians. Everything to do with Hamas stealing the aid, of course.
Have this man-made catastrophe with Israeli authorities blocking the
Let's see what the WFP themselves had to say.
March until about May 18th. The Trump administration said Israel needs to let in food. So are your deliveries consistently now getting through?
Well, let's start with the fact that this is a catastrophe, and you're absolutely correct, and I'm very grateful that you're covering this issue. They have let a few trucks in. This is a drop in the bucket as to what's needed.
Not even a drop in the bucket, a drop in the ocean.
Right now, we have 500,000 people inside of Gaza that are extremely food insecure and could be on the verge of famine. If we don't help bring them back from that, we need to get in, and we need to get in at scale, not just a few dribble of the trucks. Right now, as I said, it's a drop in the bucket.
So how many trucks need to be getting in daily to address the scale of the need you
500.
see? And can they get into northern Gaza?
Bare minimum.
Well, prior to during the ceasefire, I should say, we were getting in 600 trucks a day. Right now, we're getting in maybe 100, something like that. So it's not nearly enough, and it needs to be going to the correct
AP report,
places.
170 since last week.
So the various gates, it's inconsistent.
But I'm seeing so many different reports when it comes to that. How many trucks have been let in?
To how the gates are open, it's inconsistent as to the roads we can use. The roads that are the better roads, the ones that can get us further along, aren't open at all. It's complicated right now. And again, I will tell anybody who will listen, we need to get in at scale and be allowed to feed these people before a further catastrophe occurs.
Your organization announced at least 15 of your trucks were looted when they entered southern Gaza en route to bakeries. Israel has consistently said that the looting is being carried out by Hamas. Have you seen evidence that it is Hamas stealing the food?
None.
No, not at all. Not in this round. Listen, these people are desperate, and they see a World Food Program truck coming in, and they run for it.
Like even if it was like a Palestinian kid robbing a truck, do you blame them?
This doesn't have anything to do with Hamas or
That's
any kind
not
of
what's
organized
happening.
crime or anything.
But even if it was, would you blame them?
Simply to do with the fact these people are starving to death. And so we will continue to go in. We will continue to go in with food and the kinds of supplies we need to help the bakeries operate and make sure that we can continue to do that and hopefully be able to do more of it. But again, we can't do this unless the world community puts pressure on this. We can't be allowed to sit back and watch these people starve to death with no outside diplomatic influence to help us. These poor souls are really, really, really desperate. And, you know, having been in a food riot myself some years ago, I understand the desperation very well.
Well,
when were you in a food riot?
5 days ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to take control of all of Gaza.
Was there a food fight at her high school or something? I'm confused.
Gaza, which seems to be a shift from going in, carrying out raids, and then withdrawing. We've seen the Pope speak out. We've seen the leaders of France, of Canada, of the UK calling the cutting of aid egregious. Netanyahu said,
yeah, actually do something about it.
Criticism like that is feeding Hamas and really feeding anti-Semitism. What do you make of that pushback from him, that criticisms of the state are feeding
She was at Firefest.
What I do know is they're not feeding people. And the most important part of this is that's what we're supposed to be doing. I'm very grateful.
Crazy thing is Firefest was better at distributing aid than Israel.
For anyone, the Pope, any of the folks that did shout out and say, listen, we need to get more in. But I can't tell you as to exactly what Netanyahu's thinking.
I was at Burning Man, we ran out of water.
Or anything else. What I do know for a fact is that we need food to get into Gaza to avoid an utter catastrophe.
The Israeli army had announced aid will be distributed under what they described as an American plan. Prime Minister Netanyahu said it'll be American companies giving food directly to...
She was a part of the organization, not the WFP at the time, but the organization that was in charge of distributing aid to Firefest.
Palestinian families in safe zones secured by the Israeli military. There's reporting...
And again, like Abu said, the WFP works closely with Israel.
In the Washington Post that these are armed private contractors doing logistics. Palestinians will have to submit to identity checks to be fed, and that would replace the UN coordinated networks, presumably also the World Food Program. Do you know how much longer you will be allowed to operate in Gaza?
I've not seen a plan from anybody. We continue to operate doing what we do best, and we are the largest and the best at what we do, I might add. We've never been, a plan has never been proposed to us.
We haven't heard in the press, at least from the administration,
they do some stuff in good faith so they can mask all the bad faith stuff that they're doing with Israel.
Details either, but we do know that the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, announced back on May 9th that this is going to be a U.S. initiative involving only Israeli security. The Israelis are not distributing food. Secretary Rubio was just in Rome. He said he did meet with you. Did you share with him any of your concerns?
Well, we had a very frank discussion about exactly what was going on and what we could do to help alleviate a lot of this. Some of it, I'm not sure that they were completely clear on how we operate and the size that we are and the logistics ability that we have to be able to do this. So we had a very nice discussion. As you know, the Rubio family and the McCain family have been friends for a very long time. And so I was grateful that he would take the time to listen to what we had to say and let us discuss exactly how we feel we should be able to operate.
Did he assure you that the U.S. supports the UN and the World Food Program continuing to supply food in Gaza?
We didn't really discuss the U.S. Participation in any of this. He was really concerned with and really trying to understand how we operate and the need for exactly what we do. We will work with anybody as long as it feeds people and feeds people safely, I might add.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What's this one? New starving Palestinians killed seeking food at aid centers and UN warehouse. In just 48 hours, at least 17 Palestinians have been killed and more than 60 injured while trying to access food in Gaza. Israeli forces shot 10 civilians, wounded 60 others at 2 aid sites run by U.S.-linked Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in Rafah, according to Gaza's government media office. So wait, how many? So, CNN reported 1 person dead. What did CNN say? 1 dead, 48 hurt. Okay. Israeli forces shot 10 civilians and wounded 68 others at 2 aid sites run by U.S.-linked Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in Rafah, according to Gaza's government media office. 7 more died in a stampede at a UN World Food Program. That's the second one that we're going over. At least 7 people were killed, 15 injured after Israeli forces shelled and shot at people trying to reach the GHF aid center in North Rafah. Just killing people trying to travel to these aid centers. Central Gaza warehouse stampede. At least 7 people were killed after hundreds stormed the World Food Program warehouse. A doctor at Al-Aqsa Hospital said some suffocated. Okay, we read that. Filmed the footage shared below. A young man says he traveled more than 5 kilometers on foot to a warehouse because he had been starving. Yesterday, Rafah Aid Center massacre. Israeli forces opened fire inside the GHF-run distribution site. Rafah killing 3. Okay, so drop site is saying 3 were killed at the original one with the cages, injuring 46 and leaving 7 missing, believed to be detained or killed. All right, let's listen to this kid who traveled 5 kilometers while starving. I received news from the city. I came from the city and found that the flour is gone. How is it gone? Poor citizens like you and me take a bag. I found a gang of militia system with weapons more than you can imagine. Each one of them has 2 or 3 more bags of flour. Wait, what did he say? I found a gangs and militias system. Each one of them has 2 or 3 bags of flour. I told him, sell it to me. I'm fasting and I don't even have breakfast. He refused. God made it easy. He put the gun to my head and I took the bag. By God's will, I told him I was fasting. I took it and walked away. God made it easy for me. God is sufficient for us, and He is the best disposer of affairs. Okay. I'll just read anything that's important.
قسما بالله صايم من الصبح معد هذا فيه في مصاري بقول له خذ فيها من غادي فيها كيف الله سهلها وجبناها مش هذا الحمد لله على كل حال هذا الحمد لله كيف.
Okay, anyway. Let's see. Okay, we looked at that. Oh, you know what? Let me close that. Get rid of this one. Now, what's this one? Israel is dismantling Gaza's UN aid system over claims even top Biden officials say are baseless. Like they have any credibility in any of this. Ambassador David Stattenfield, Biden's former special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues, says Israel never privately claimed, let alone proved, that Hamas was stealing a majority of UN or NGO aid. Any diversion, he said, was minimal. World Food Program Chief Cindy McCain also confirmed Sunday that Hamas is not looting international aid coming through established channels. So why tear down the entire aid system? Drop sites Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm broke it down in the morning's live stream.
That Hamas was stealing, profiting, and diverting the majority of the aid that was coming in. That is Israel's claim. How do you respond to that?
No such allegation or evidence in support of allegations like that were ever provided privately by informed Israeli security or political officials. It is a claim which, on the face of it, is not reflected in any of the experience that those involved in the humanitarian effort have seen. Did Hamas benefit politically from its presence at distribution sites to reinforce to the population of Gaza that they remained effective and in place? Certainly they did.
What? Hold on.
Did
What?
Hamas benefit any of the experience? The face of it is not reflected in any of the experience that those involved in the humanitarian effort have seen. Did Hamas benefit politically from its presence at distribution sites to reinforce to the population of Gaza that they remained effective and in place? Certainly they did. Did Hamas take...
What the fuck does that even mean? The resistance to the occupation was making their presence known. Like, what the...
Some assistance? Quite likely. But from the UN and INGO channels, which were highly accountable, whatever aid was ultimately diverted in any fashion by Hamas was minimal compared to the aid that was received by the general population. Now, the same can't be said about aid that came in outside UN or international NGO channels. That's a different matter, and Israel understands that. But we're speaking now of the UN. The allegations that the majority, I've heard some claims, all of the assistance was seized by Hamas, that has never been made privately to officials involved in this process, nor demonstrated through evidence.
I mean, it's the same thing, like, oh, every step of the way, Hamas keeps fucking up the ceasefire hostage deals. Meanwhile, it's every step of the way Israel doing that. Hamas has been accepting these ceasefire deals since a week after October 7th. But every step of the way, Israel fucks up the deal, and then the American State Department just runs defense, says, oh, yep, it's Hamas. They're fucking it all up. Now, before we listen to... Before we listen to what Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm said, I would like to read these couple other tweets. This one is from November 19th, 2024. Wait, is this the one that I just... No, that's not the one I wanted. This is the one I want. Oh, wait, yeah, this is the one. Okay. But yeah, despite all of these groups saying that, oh, it's Hamas that's fucking up the aid distribution, they're stealing all the aid, they're making it to where we had to go from 400 distribution centers to 4. Let's look at some of the groups that are actually responsible for doing this. Where's the one tweet that I pulled up? Here. Young men scaled sandbags and rushed into the Israeli-controlled aid site, bypassing that hours-long, humiliating wait at the gate. Israeli-backed group on site, masked men in red and blue vests are visible at the scene, identified by locals as members of a new armed group led by Yasser Abu Shabab, a controversial Rafah figure operating under Israeli protection. Journalist reports that Shabab's group, the so-called anti-terror service, has been tasked with distributing aid and serving as a buffer between Palestinian civilians and U.S.-Israeli personnel. I thought there was more. Okay, no. All right, so that's that. Let's read a little bit more about these guys. Israel is aiding ISIS-linked terrorists. Oh, sorry. Oh, Derby, it's okay, man. The VOD will be up. Actually, hopefully the VOD is available right now. If it's not, I'll publish it after stream. But Israel is aiding ISIS-linked terrorists and criminals to sow chaos and famine in Gaza. Shadi al-Sofi, a wanted murderer and son of an informant collaborator with Israel, and Yasser Abu Shabab, a drug dealer, are the main warlords responsible for looting most aid under IDF protection. They formed gangs of over 200 armed criminals and established a military-like compound, per the UN, in an emptied death zone fully under IDF control, where they looted only this Saturday night about 100 aid trucks at once. This way, Israel can absolve itself of responsibility for its deliberate starvation policy in Gaza and say, look, we're letting it aid in. It's Hamas. It's Hamas's fault that food doesn't reach the people. As claimed by Senator John fucking Fetterman. God, fucking scumbag. Look, we're letting aid in. It's Hamas's fault that food doesn't reach the people. Me, John Fetterman, I want to kill myself. I hate my life and my family. Who signed me up for this job of being a senator? I hate life. I want to eat myself into having a heart attack. Or use my gun. IDF soldiers never fired at those gang members as they loot aid right in front of Israeli tanks and troops in a closed military zone that no Gazan is allowed into. The IDF only fires at local policemen whenever they try to prevent the looting. Oh, wow, what a coincidence. They don't stop the looting from happening, they try to stop people from stopping the looting. Yasser Abu Shabab was arrested by Gaza's local police multiple times in the past for drug smuggling and trading, which is often facilitated by ISIS groups in Sinai. Hamas militants attempted to eliminate him yesterday in an attack that killed 11 of his gang, including his brother and partner, Fatih, and the gang's accountant. 30 others were wounded. Shadi al-Sofi murdered in 2020 a PLFP member who Israel had sentenced to life and imprisoned for 15 years for killing of al-Sofi's father during the first Intifada for spying on Palestinians for Israel. Al-Sofi was convicted in a Gazan court, and the local police captured him in a special operation in late 2020 before he broke out of prison with the help of ISIS-linked militants and was smuggled out of Gaza to Sinai, then reported to Israel's Negev. He returned to Gaza with the IDF ground invasion, where he now co-leads the criminal gangs that loot aid and sabotage humanitarian work under IDF protection. Al-Sofi was sentenced to death in court by Gaza after captured by Gaza's police before militants broke him out of prison. ISIS militants broke him out of prison. Haaretz confirmed the gangs looting aid under IDF protection are affiliated with terrorist groups like ISIS. The gangs operate just 100 meters from IDF tanks and troops who only fire at civilians or policemen entering the area, but never at those gangs. So this group linked to ISIS, okay, was at the Rafah Aid Distribution Center where supposedly American service members were there and IDF soldiers along with that group GHF. You had American service members working alongside ISIS. It's not like ISIS was created by the fucking CIA to justify our counterterrorism efforts around the world. No way. It's not like Dick Cheney greatly benefited from having a group like ISIS out there. So that was from November of last year. Let's see this tweet. A gang of collaborators led by Yasser Abu Shabab, who call themselves the Counterterrorism Apparatus and whose headquarters are located in the Jargun Palace in Rafah under the protection of the Israeli army and aircraft, released photos this morning from the aid distribution center in Rafah. The photos, without showing the faces of the individuals, were taken to promote the site and claim that Gazans have begun arriving to receive aid. This comes despite the Israeli military's official announcement yesterday that the opening had been postponed for logistical reasons. This gang will be responsible for dealing with the Americans and Israelis and distributing aid to the residents, which means gathering the population in the south in preparation for their subsequent displacement. Yasser Abu Shabab was a drug dealer accused of murdering and smuggling, which led to his imprisonment for years. He was released at the beginning of the war as a result of the bombing of prisons. He now leads a criminal gang to protect himself. Yeah, it's Hamas that's fucking up the aid distribution. Yeah, And then I think I got this one more tweet. There is strong evidence to suggest that Yasser Abu Shabab's bandit network, aka counterterrorism service, is a Fatah/PA, and I think PA is Palestinian Authority, op to overthrow Hamas by fragmenting Gazan society. The bandits are all Fatah loyalists, largely of the Taliban clan with ties to the PA. Israel is now arming and dressing in uniform. Israel is now arming and dressing in uniform the very ISIS-linked criminal gangs, drug dealers responsible for looting humanitarian aid under full IDF protection. IDF fires at police whenever they prevent looting, try to prevent the looting from these gangs. Posts from the bandits indicate that they work on the orders of Majid Faraj, PA GIS chief, who reports directly to PA leader Mahmoud Abbas. In one post, we can see the PA presidential seal above the counterterrorism service logo. PA's role in banditry is indicated by the bandit deaths in April. Okay, we don't need to read those. So yeah, this is all just proof that it's linked. These ISIS-backed gangs, Taliban-backed gangs are linked with the Palestinian Authority, which the Palestinian Authority just works with Israel. They don't care about the self-determination of the Palestinian people either. And then, oh yeah, let's go back and listen to what Ryan and Jeremy had to say. They're probably just going to put into words everything I just said.
Can you give us an update on this this humanitarian aid situation with this Swiss-based weirdo Marine who was running this thing connected to the Israeli...
We've learned a lot, chat. We've learned a lot the past little bit. I've had to do a lot of reading. I told you guys I was going to be learning with you guys. I've learned a lot.
That now it's even too much for him, apparently.
I feel like I could now successfully dismantle anybody trying to say that it's Hamas that is disrupting these aid distribution points or looting the aid.
And nothing apparently is getting in.
Yeah, I mean, let's remember that there is a decades-long program that was in place and administered by the United Nations that was the primary distributor of aid to Palestinians that have been displaced or forcibly removed from their land or their homes, going back to the origins of the Nakba, the catastrophe that followed the imposition of an apartheid colonial state on Palestinian land. And much of that is coordinated by UNRWA. And, Israel has been waging its own war to try to destroy UNRWA, not just because Israel wants to control the amount of calories that Palestinians in Gaza are able to take into their bodies, but also because UNRWA represents the right of return of the Palestinian people. And so the United States and Israel in recent months, the Trump administration and Netanyahu, came up with an idea that I think was, originally born of, out of Netanyahu's thought process on his war of annihilation against the Palestinians, where they would essentially dismantle UNRWA's presence in Palestine and create a semi-non-governmental organization called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that's registered in Switzerland and has ties, some of its personnel have ties to the CIA in terms of the private security that's being attached to it. So basically what it is that Israel is going to be quote unquote securing zones where this so-called non-governmental organization is going to distribute really small boxes. We've now started to see the images coming out of Gaza, really small boxes that have a couple of bags of pasta, some lentils, and some other items in them. And people have to walk, in some cases, 15 or 20 kilometers to go and get this aid. And there's already images of people lined up, and it was haphazardly put together. And as we were preparing to come on today, Iyad Amawi, who is from the Gaza Relief Committees, texted me and with an urgent appeal saying that a Palestinian man who actually was among the first to arrive to try to get a box of aid this morning was kidnapped by Israeli forces when he went to go and get the aid. This is one of the nightmare scenarios that Palestinians and others have been warning about, that Israel would try to use the distribution of aid to lure people from central and northern
and just kill them as they're headed there.
Northern Gaza into the south of Gaza.
It's the same thing when they were evacuating hospitals in northern Gaza, evacuating areas as they would try to enter into Gaza City, they would just get killed. Or an ambulance filled with like neonatal babies that need to be hooked up to machines or else they'll die, all get loaded up into an ambulance, leave a Kamal Adwan hospital for northern Gaza, and then they get held up at IDF checkpoints for hours.
And then either try to force them to stay in the area or to use it as a mechanism to snatch more Palestinians. And we've seen condemnations of this program coming from the highest levels of the United Nations. Now you have even countries that have been major facilitators of Israel's genocide. I'm thinking, of the European countries recently, the United Kingdom, France, but also this week, Germany. Even though Germany has been just bloodthirsty genocidal in support of Israel, the incoming or the new chancellor, Friedrich Merz, said this week, well, it seems like in recent days, things have gotten really bad and we don't see a justification to be doing this in the name of fighting Hamas. So when you even are starting to lose Germany, which has been as enthusiastic as the United States in adopting Israel's lie-filled narrative to justify a war of annihilation, then it's clear how startling and horrifying the situation has become. So, you and I have talked about this, Ryan, before, about this aid program, and I likened it to essentially setting a trap. The Israelis dehumanize Palestinians. They talk about them as animals. And it's essentially saying, we're going to put bait inside of this cage. When you go into it, we're going to shut it, and we're either going to kill you inside of there, or we're going to implement what Netanyahu calls Trump's plan, which is we're going to remove you entirely from your land and send you.
Had they not broken out of those gates, who knows what would have happened? Who knows?
Somewhere else, whether it's Libya or Somaliland or elsewhere. So very dire situation.
Sorry.
There are thousands of Palestinian children at risk of starvation, and that is spreading rapidly by the hour if you talk to doctors and health officials.
Trying to save face. Again, sanctions should have been enacted over a year ago. It's like, you guys are a bunch of fucking bitches. Genocide enablers, man. Every single one of them. Like we said earlier, the only people sticking up for the Palestinian people in the world are the Houthis and Hezbollah. And Hezbollah isn't even really... They've been pretty on the down low since the ceasefire in Lebanon. Somalia mentioned. Let's go. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Okay, hold on. We already looked at this. Yeah, I'm done with that one. And then this is the one I wanted to make sure I saved again. Okay. Let's go back. Bookmarks. Okay, sorry, I lost my place. I think we were done with tweets, so I have like a bunch of other stories to talk about, but I think that's it when it comes to the tweets. with the aid distribution stuff. What is this? No, Netanyahu giving genocidal speeches. You know, we're not getting to all this stuff today. The Gaza segment's going to spill over to tomorrow, which that's fine. That's fine. I wanted to cover Miss Rachel. I wanted to cover the doctor that had 9 of her children die. All the hospitals that have been bombed recently. We'll get to all that tomorrow, because we're not going to finish the aid. We're going to barely finish the aid portion. We're not even going to get to the potential ceasefire that they're talking about today. Okay, these are the tweets we just went over. All right, let's look at... yeah, that has to do with something else. All right, let's look at... Looked at these. Looked at this. And then I think we just looked at this video of the World Food Program director saying it's not Hamas that's stealing the aid. Here, let's look at this. Widely condemned U.S. Israeli-backed aid group starts. And I think this is going to be... I think this video is going to be about GHF. Let's see. It's Al Jazeera, so there's hope. Let's see if they mention that Shabab ISIS gang. Whatever it was called, the anti-terror organization or whatever they called themselves. Let's see if they get a mention.
Controversial aid group.
That's what I want us to do. Do mainstream media outlets mention the ISIS-backed gang? They're all going to talk about GHF or GFH, whatever it was called, Gaza Humanitarian Fund. But let's see if any of them talk about the ISIS-backed gang.
Backed by the US and Israel, says it's begun operations in Gaza despite objections from the United Nations.
I'm going to run
the
to the
Gaza
bathroom
Humanitarian Foundation says it's now opened its first distribution hubs in
the next 30 seconds to 1 minute that I'm gone. If they mention Al-Shabaab or whatever his name is and his terror group, please tell me.
Southern Gaza. On Sunday, its executive director resigned, saying the mission couldn't adhere to humanitarian principles. The UN and other aid groups say the scheme would force further displacement of Palestinians and could breach international law. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is a new organization meant to control the delivery of aid into Gaza after Israel blocked the United Nations from entering the Strip. Now, it's backed by the US and Israel, who say it's going to stop Hamas from stealing aid. That's an allegation that Hamas denies. Armed security contractors will guard the trucks from the border to collection points. Palestinians are expected to collect aid from those centers in southern Gaza, but there's no provision for those too sick or weakened by famine to walk long distances across the Strip. The United Nations has rejected the organization, saying it would not engage with a plan that, quote, disrespects humanity, neutrality, independence, or impartiality. Tariq Abu Zoom is outside central Gaza's largest hospital in Deir al-Balah. How hard is it going to be, Tariq, for people to get to those distribution points in the south?
Well, it's really very difficult process in order to get and to help people to get aid from the recently formed aid distribution hubs in southern Gaza. And we have seen that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has posted photos for a group of locals who have got aid parcels from one of these aid distribution centers in southern Gaza. And in one of the areas that is under the Israeli control, the organization said that it has started distributing aid for local communities here under the protection of private American security contractors. But on the ground, many Palestinians are questioning the neutrality of the foundation, saying that, and they point to its ties to government involved in the war on Gaza, raising quite massive concerns regarding the use of aid as a political tool and to use it to control the movement of Gaza's population. Given the fact that only who would move southward will get aid, it means that a very large proportion of Gaza's population will not be able to get such kind of aid because of their location in the northern part of the Strip. The long distance is one of the basic challenges here because people will be forced to travel for long distance under under very dangerous security circumstances in order to get such parcels that will be enough for very few days, and later on they need to re-travel again. So
Any mention of the terror group?
Neither from the Israeli military nor
group,
from
ISIS?
the security measures that will be completely carried out during the process of distributing aid. That
I'm gonna be real. I feel like most of the stuff they're gonna say in some of these videos is stuff we've already just read and gone over. But I want to see if Western media is gonna talk about, like, they may say, oh, it's all the UN. Everybody's saying that it's not Hamas that's looting these trucks. Well, why don't you talk about who it is then? Why don't you say exactly who it is? Why don't you talk about that there are ISIS like linked gangs standing like right next to U.S. service members administering aid to Palestinians? Why aren't you talking about that?
Biometric screening at aid checkpoints, but the work of this foundation also is triggering mounting criticism from humanitarian organizations and from the leadership of this foundation itself, as the key executive director of the foundation just resigned a couple of days ago, and his resignation reflects the foundation's failure, in fact, Rob, to uphold basic humanitarian principles, and has also triggered a wave of accusation that the foundation operates without sufficient transparency, bypasses trusted UN aid channels, and imposing intrusive security measures as well. For many families, they decided to not go there in order to
Israel's
get aid,
motto.
and they are completely trusting what UN and other agencies have been doing over the course of the past decades regarding the process of aid distribution process. And mainly what we are talking about here on the ground is that people are quite concerned that they might be relocated in other areas and won't be able to return back to their houses or their temporary shelters. So many challenges have been really emerging, and
we've learned a lot, but after stream I'm going to be doing even more of a deep dive on my own into the GHF.
Of stumbling block regarding
try to learn like who's funding them. Like it said, nobody knows. Like I'm gonna be researching
that will be carried out by such foundation.
Dari, just as you've been describing there, even if they get to the distribution points, the process of actually getting the aid is going to be very difficult. At the same time, one of the risks that people are going to face as they try to make their way to those points is, of course, the ongoing attacks by
random
the
aside, I feel like my new lights are making things way brighter. I might need to turn them down. Does my face does it look like way brighter to you guys today, or does it kind of just look like normal? Let me know. Sorry, random aside.
Just talk to us about the latest attacks that have been happening.
Are you guys finding yourself sitting here like, oh my God, why is it so bright on his camera today? Or is it just you don't even notice?
Well, it has been another sleepless night here in Gaza.
Didn't notice? Okay, all right.
As you can clearly hear in the background, the sound of drones continue to be extremely overheard.
There have been times where my lights are too bright and it like washes things out to where like the colors behind me are super washed out, not vibrant.
Ultimately, most of the time in Gaza, and the Israeli military is still categorically operating in Gaza in main two areas, in the northern border towns and villages and in the city of Khan Yunis. The Israeli military sets a clear target to defeat Hamas completely in these areas, but civilians have been completely bearing the cost of the cost.
Oh, but guys, don't worry. They got Mohammed Sinwar, Yahya Sinwar's brother, the new leader of Hamas. They got him. While indiscriminately bombing Palestine and Gazans, they just so happen to get the new leader of Hamas.
This political and military decision, because they have been found themselves on the move again, squeezed in the western side of Gaza City and in Al-Mawas area alongside the coastal line, and basically these recent airstrikes were concentrated on residential houses in a Shuja'iyya neighborhood, where civilians there are reporting on ongoing furious battles raging between Hamas fighters and the Israeli occupation forces.
Man, do you know what Yahya Sinwar's job was, basically, before he became the leader of Hamas? He was the guy or one of the guys that would try to find Israeli spies, Mossad agents within Hamas, and then torture them to get them to reveal information.
And the Israeli military continues as well.
There's that picture of him holding the silenced pistol. It's alleged that he stole that from a Mossad agent that he killed. that infiltrated them, and they figured it out. And there was like a battle that took place, and they killed the Mossad agent.
Many shelters for local families. The latest was in
Actually, I just remembered months ago I made a shirt of that. I made a shirt of that picture of Yahya Sinwar holding the gun, or where he's like putting in his pant loop. Oh fuck! Oh my god! I need to get back on that shirt grind. I completely forgot about that.
In the western end of the Gaza City. As far as we know, that one Palestinian was killed in the strike. And here in the south, we continue to hear a series of explosions every now and then as a result of the Israeli ongoing expansion for the ground operations and the deliberate demolition of residential houses. Apparently, Israel is trying to turn Khan Yunis into a model to be like, to look like Rafah, as a very devastating landscape, and later we might see a gradual transfer and expansion for these ground operations.
Okay, let's move on. Let's see. I just
American
want to
and
see.
Israeli-backed aid supply group says it's started operations in Gaza, delivering truckloads of food to so-called secure distribution sites.
These media outlets talk about the ISIS-backed group.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which uses armed American security contractors, aims to bypass the United Nations as the major aid supplier to Palestinians. It's already seen its own executive director resign in protest amid mounting concerns over the project. The foundation says it delivered truckloads of food to its secure sites on Monday, where distribution began to people in Gaza, although it isn't saying how many trucks were involved.
Give me 1 second, chat. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep playing the video, but I completely forgot to check my floors to see if Bernie peed anywhere. If he did, I got to clean it up because a lot of my floors are wood floors, and I don't want them to get fucked up. I'll be right back.
By critics as politicizing and militarizing aid and using food distribution to cattle Palestinians into diminishingly smaller areas with selective distribution used to starve out Israel's adversaries. The foundation rejects the criticism, saying its operations conform to the humanitarian principle of neutrality. Let's go live now to our Middle East correspondent, Yulan Nell. And Yulan, this new aid operation is underway. Do we have any more information about how it's going?
We haven't heard any more today about aid reaching these new secure hubs, as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation refers to them. There are 4. We're expecting initially 3 of them in the south of Gaza, 1 in the center. And the foundation is insisting that it's planning to reach more than 1 million Palestinians within the next week. So that would be half of the population of Gaza. All that we saw so far in a couple of official photographs that were put out, the most I could count was about a dozen men, apparently Palestinian, carrying away boxes. And we saw also some lorries with boxes on them from a small US-based NGO that had been transported into the Gaza Strip.
Now, he peed twice, but I think those peas were from before stream because they're like really dried up. I didn't notice them before I started. It sucks so much, like now living in a house where there's like animal pee and poo all the time. I grew up in a house of like drug addict parents where they just let the dogs pee and poo wherever. If I didn't clean it up, it didn't get cleaned up. It was just like carpet, like just filled with dog poop and stuff like that. Which is another reason why I constantly say I think there's some drugs going on in the Ethan Klein household. There's a bunch of dog poop all over the floor. That's very some context clues for what could be going on behind the scenes. But it's like, it just sucks because like I grew up like that and I always hated it, and I've always like since then like trained my dogs to be potty trained, to go outside. But now Bernie's just so old. It's like, yo, just go wherever you gotta go, man. Go wherever you gotta go.
Now, the UN and most UN agencies that have been working on the Gaza humanitarian crisis have been refusing to work with this newly created foundation. They see it as both unethical and unworkable, and they've accused Israel of using food as a weapon and also using it as bait to try to fit in with the military strategy of forcing Palestinians in Gaza to move to the south. And, you know,
It's not clear at the moment whether this will be effective. Israel says that a new system is urgently needed to stop Hamas
Whatever pills you got
from
type dude.
stealing supplies.
I think, wasn't it you
for
that
its
said
own
it? The
benefit.
Adderall. I think that's is probably playing a big part in it.
And that's something that the UN has said is not happening in
It was literally the clip of him asking for the Adderall. I think that's the one I'm talking about.
a meaningful way. At the same time, we've been hearing from the UN's humanitarian office some figures suggesting that despite Israel's easing
And not
of
saying there aren't like reasons to take Adderall. Like there's some people with chemical imbalances that need that shit. It helps them out, helps them focus more, deal with ADHD, all that. But it's also a drug that people abuse.
the blockade, the total blockade imposed on Gaza for 11 weeks, saying this was to pressure Hamas.
It's heavily like in the streaming world as well. Like
in the past week or so of lorries being allowed to return.
I thought about it. I've thought about trying it. I've never done amphetamines before, but I have thought about trying
Gaza
that just to see.
There's about 190 lorry loads, mainly of food,
I shouldn't.
going
I don't
in.
think
And
I
we're
ever
hearing,
will.
of course, that distribution is very difficult with people just so desperate on the ground.
And Yolande, in the meantime, there's also been another development, a missile attack on Israel by the Houthis in Yemen.
That's right. Sirens went off earlier today, and that's the fourth time in 5 days that that's happened. The Israeli military saying that it shot down a missile and another projectile that were launched separately from Yemen.
Hell yeah, Houthis, do your shit. Fuck them up.
The Houthis saying that they are acting
Get
in
'em.
solidarity with the Palestinians,
Hell yeah.
although they have agreed with the US to stop their attacks on ships passing in waters going close to Yemen.
American ships. That was the ceasefire deal. It was American. I'm pretty sure like American like naval ships. It was the main part of the deal. Because as we learned from JD Vance in the text, only 3% of our trade goes through there. It's not that big of a deal. Fuck Europe. Fuck those guys. But yeah, the deal was no more attacking American ships. The blockade of the Red Sea continues. And not only that, the Houthis, as we're seeing now, have ramped up their bombing of Israel itself. It's so much so that other countries have stopped sending flights there. The blockade is working. It is righteous. I stand with the Houthis.
And, you know, Israel has acted, it's attacked Yemen repeatedly, but we have not seen these strikes stopping. It's 3 weeks ago that Israel hit the main airport in Sana'a, killing several people and dying.
I'm shot. I got shot. Oh, please don't shoot me. I want to die. Why would you want me to die? I'm shot?
Are we really doing this?
Help me. Help me. Fourth coming in with the 56! And then Thrasher with the 30! Let's go! Oh, Brian, get the fucking song ready, you scumbag. What the fuck, Brian? Come on. There we go. Yeah, 56 months. I don't even know how to count that high. That is so. Fourth's been around back when I first started streaming, when I would stream for like 2 months and then I'd be gone for 6 months. Thrasher has been around since a little bit after that, not too far gone from that time period. crushed my toe, that would have been so bad. Oh my god. Alright. Let's get your guys' names up on the board. There we go. There are your names right there. Fuck. The nail came out of the wall. I can't hang it back up. I don't know where it went. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find that later. Garlo, you may be a noob. You may be a newbie. But you're the fucking best newbie. So glad you started coming around. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were watching these videos. Yo, Fourth, thank you so much. But yeah, Fourth's been around. Fourth is one of the first people to ever be in this chat. That's why he has the first badge next to his name. Garlo, you contribute so much to the conversation. You don't know how much I appreciate you. And not just appreciate it, enjoy hanging. You know, that's what this is every day. We're just hanging out. Until I'm at like thousands of viewers, you know, we're hanging out together. That's what this is. That followage is a scam only because when I hit 420 followers for the first time, you unfollowed. That's the only reason. No way. That's crazy. You guys, no pressure. No pressure. No pressure at all.
A controversial new aid group began operations in Gaza today. The so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is backed by the US.
Like I said, I want to just go through a couple more of these videos just to see if they mention anything about the ISIS gangs.
Israel and uses American contractors for security.
It's okay, guys.
But the UN and other critics say this group could lead to the displacement of even more Palestinians. Recently, Israel has been blocking most aid to Gaza as it works to destroy Hamas and free the hostages. Deborah Pata has the latest.
The harrowing cell phone footage of 5-year-old Wargal Sheikh
I don't think that counted.
Trudging through rubble.
I don't think it counted. I don't think it started the Golden Kappa hype train. I think the Golden Kappa hype train like had just ended. It did not. I'm dying. I'm dying. Ooh, Gremlo got it. Let's go. Yo, Ben, thank you so much for the gift sub, but... The gift subs, but what did you do? But if we give more subs... I wonder if it works like that. I don't think so. I think... Since it was an option, and then it went away, it's probably not an option anymore. I bet it was just in that moment. We had it and then we lost it. And it's okay. That's fine. I'm not mad. I just don't think it's possible to get it back. Fuck! Help me! Bet with the 5 gifted! And then fourth with the 2 gifted. Oh, it says it's close. Guys, no pressure. No pressure. No pressure, guys. But if anybody were to do it, it can't be Fourth or Ben. It has to be somebody else. But no pressure. No pressure. But if it were to happen, it just has to be somebody else. Ah! Golden Kappa Hype Train! Let's go! Let's see those golden kappas in the chat right now! Now, don't feel any pressure to give any more. You guys calm down. Don't feel any pressure to give more. The hype train, we already got it. We got the golden kappa. That's all we needed. That's all we needed. You guys did your job. You did enough. Fourth with 100 more biddies. Legend. Weed with the 5 gift subs. Bet with the 5 gift subs. Fourth with the gift sub. Fourth with the resub. Thrasher with the resub. Weed with the 100 biddies. Thrasher with the 17. Where is it at? Use it! Or maybe we have to finish the hype train first. I don't know. It's only the second time we've ever gotten this. Here, Brian. No, not this song. This song gets me fucking blocked on YouTube now. I can't really play this one anymore. Unfortunately. Play the old one, Brian. Here we go.
I'm so alone, no one to phone. Browsing the web, people call me a pleb. Please notice me, I wanna be one of your tier 3s. Say hi when I subscribe. I gave away all my money to my cutie pie. They said hi when
More with the gift sub!
I'm top to 20 streamers, how will I survive? They said hi when I subscribe. I gave away all my money to my cutie pie. They said hi when I subscribe. I'm top to 20 streamers, how will I survive?
This stream is brought to you by Saratoga! Saratoga! Brian! Brian! You fucked up the song! Here we go. Okay, here we go. Now, okay, Brian, we're back. Okay, guys, let it finish. Let it finish so we can get the golden kappa. Okay, let it finish now. You guys did enough. And you know what? Because because of the Golden Kappa hype train, you guys unlocked a very special segment portion of the stream. This next part of the stream was brought to you by Saratoga. Alright guys, I'll see you in a minute. Stream is brought to you by Saratoga. My morning routine. My morning routine. Do that every morning. Saratoga. Fresh and alive. The Ox are out. Let's go, baby.
Your booty real wet? Do it clap? Yeah. Do it fart? Yeah. Do it grip the meat? Yeah. It's tight? Yeah. One you stick? Yeah. 2-year-old? Yeah. 3-year-old? Yeah. Yes, daddy. Ooh. Pipe check.
Oh no, the floor's really wet now.
Giga poop. Yeah. Giga boomer. Yeah.
Bernie!
Giga pogger. We're gonna have a fucking...
You guys, it's Bernie's time to do the Saratoga thing. Come here, Bernie. Bernie, Saratoga time. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh. There we go. I was like, what's making that noise? Why is it doing that? Ooh! Guess what I just touched? I just touched Bernie's pee-pee. He pee-peed and there's some pee driblets on his stomach and I just felt them with my hand. Let's go! I love it when that happens. And then Derby with the 5 more gift subs. All right, Bernie, I gotta put you down for a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, Bernie.
You will never be Japanese. You will never find the love of your life in Japan who looks like this and is a cutie pie Japanese girl. You will never be the protagonist in an anime. You will never have superpowers that allow you to overcome your most greatest tribulations. You'll always be a loser. Damn, those wickedness. Damn, those wickedness.
Derby with the 5 gifted.
Shut up, you stupid bitch. Damn, those wickedness. Damn, those wickedness. Damn, those wickedness. Shut up, you stupid bitch. Damn, those wickedness. Damn, those wickedness. Shut up, you stupid bitch. Damn, those wickedness. Damn, those wickedness. Damn, those wickedness. Shut up, you stupid bitch.
Yo, Derby, thank you so much.
Ahmed Mohsin. 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 Ahmed Mohsin.
Yo, Derby, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Ahmed Mohsin. Ahmed Mohsin. Ahmed Mohsin. Ahmed Mohsin. Ahmed Mohsin. Ahmed Mohsin.
Now chat. Never forget. Never forget where you got the golden kappa from. When you go to other chats and you spread the golden kappa far and wide, do not forget where you got it from. Don't forget where you came from. Don't forget your roots.
Ahmed Mohsen. Ahmed Mohsen.
Yo, Derby, thank you so much. Oh, you know what? You probably wanted me to do the Saratoga thing to Bernie now, huh? That's probably why. I said I was gonna do the Saratoga thing to Bernie, and then you gifted the 5 subs. You probably wanted me to do that, huh? Okay. Bernie, you gotta get waterboarded. Sorry, it's for 5 subs. Has to happen. No way around it. Sorry. Sorry, Bernie. Saratoga time. I'm just kidding. What the? Well, you better not. You think I would even pretend to do that? You think I would even pretend? You know, there are a couple things I have planned for the future for when Bernie's not with us that I have a feeling some people are going to be like, that's not funny. But I'm going to be like, yeah, it's how I deal with it. So, Bernie, I love you. I love you so much. Okay. Oh, yeah. Get to pee on the floor. I'm gonna start stream peeing and pooping on the floor every day.
Just remember why you started.
Here, let me go put Birdie down and go wash my hands off from the pee-pee that I got on my hands. And then I'll write your name up on the whiteboard, Derby.
Strike closer to your next home run. When you step into the ring and they're bringing the doom, you gotta hit back harder with the power boom. When your back's against the wall and you're living on a prayer, backing down from the fight's gonna get you nowhere. Hit the world back harder than the world can consume. Believe there's power within and keep on bringing the boom. They're gonna tell you that it's over, gonna tell you you're through. Tell you that you fell off, yeah, we heard that too. You gotta keep on fighting just a little bit longer. Feel the boom from within and start coming back stronger. When we said put them on the boom meter, we're gonna rate them. Said put the fries in the bag, but we already ate them. The boom's about happiness and leading the pack. When you give the world the boom, you get the boom right back. When your back's against the wall and you're living on a prayer, backing down from the fight's gonna get you nowhere. Hit the world back harder than the world can consume. Believe there's power within and keep on bringing the boom. Expect nothing, appreciate everything, and bring the boom. When your back's against the wall and you're living on a prayer, backing down from the fight's gonna get you nowhere.
Oh shit, wait, hold on.
Harder than the world can consume. Believe there's power within and keep on bringing the boom.
All right, Derby, here you go. Here's your name.
We bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring
Here's your
the
name right here.
We bring the
Thank you, Derby.
We bring the boom. We bring the boom to everyone. We bring the boom. Your favorite father and son. Every afternoon.
Okay.
FYP. We'll be bringing the boom.
Thank you.
Around the 3:15.
Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Doom came in with that gift sub or the resub 7 months. Man, I can't believe it's in 7 months with Doom. Fourth came in with that 56-month resub, legendary status. Thrasher with the 30 months, legendary status. Bent with the 5 gift subs, legendary shit. Fourth with the gift sub, legendary. Weed with the 5 gift subs, legendary shit. Fourth with the 100 biddies. Thrasher with the 17 biddies. Weed with the 100 more biddies. Holy shit. Then fourth came in with another gift sub, and then Derby with the 5 to top it all off. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. And thank you for the Golden Kappa hype train. Thank you for that as well. What up, Mixable? Get pissed on there. Bernie literally peed on me. When I picked him up, he had pee on his underbelly. He definitely did. I love the Boom song, but this one goes real hard. Are we talking about the new Boom song? Because okay, I'm gonna be real. This Boom song, We Bring the Boom, is a meme song. Like, the verses are all bad, the rhyming is bad, the lyrics are bad. Whereas this song, there's some emotion in it. There's some emotion here. And the reason why is because his dad almost died. His dad almost died, and he was in the hospital for a long time. And they came back with their backs against the wall. They were living on a prayer.
Just remember why you started.
But for real, his dad, like, he almost died, apparently. That's what everyone was talking about on TikTok, and I thought it was a meme. And then they came out with this song, and it was like, oh shit, something actually almost happened, and he almost died, probably.
Against the wall, and you're living on a prayer. Backing down from the fight's gonna get you nowhere.
Sharp!
The world back harder than the broken.
You guys are going crazy right now.
And keep on bringing the boom. Bring the boom around the world, keep spreading happiness and cheer. They set our 15 minutes up, but we're still here. Haters gonna hate, that's what they do. But haters only win if you let them get to you. When you step onto the field, don't forget to have fun. Each strike's a strike closer to your next home run. When you step into the ring and they're bringing the doom, you gotta hit back harder with the power boom. When your back's against the wall and you're living on a prayer, backing down from the fight's gonna get you nowhere. Hit the world back harder than the world can consume. Believe there's power within and keep on bringing the boom. They're gonna tell you that it's over, gonna tell you you're through. Tell you that you fell off, yeah, we heard that too. You gotta keep on fighting just a little bit longer. Feel the boom from within and start coming back stronger. When we said put 'em on the boom meter, we're gonna rate 'em. Said put the fries in the bag, but we already ate 'em. The boom's about happiness and leading the pack. When you give the world the boom, you get the boom right back. When your back's against the wall and you're living on a prayer, backing down from the fight's gonna get you nowhere. Hit the world.
Yo, everybody, thank you for all the gift subs, the resubs, the biddies. Thank you so much. Should we get back to it? Should we get back to the vids? We were just watching stuff about Gaza. All this is getting cut out of the Gaza segment for YouTube. You know, when I did the Saratoga thing a minute ago, I definitely spilled some water on the floor, and I felt like I stepped in it. I think I stepped in something other than just Saratoga water. You pee wherever you want, you little good guy. You good boy. The bestest.
A controversial new aid group.
Later, Thrasher. Have a good one, man. What up, Jack? Talking TikTok, what is up with those American talent AI videos? I don't know. I haven't seen any of those. I don't know what that even is. But yeah, thank you guys for all the subbies, the biddies. Thank you so much.
Group began operations in Gaza today. The so-called Gaza.
Yeah. So what we're doing right now is we're watching a couple mainstream media outlets talk about the aid situation in Gaza, mainly to see if they talk about the ISIS-backed gang that is a part of, like, the security force in administering this aid, but not just the security force. They're the people that are going around and looting these headquarters or the trucks to make it look like Hamas is doing it, so then Israel can justify, oh nope, we're trying to deliver aid, but Hamas is just stealing it all. Looks like we can't do anything, and we're cutting all the distribution sites down to 4. That's what they're doing. They're just using this ISIS-backed gang to justify them starving the Palestinian people. But I want to see because they're all talking about how it's this controversial group, the what's it called, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Like, they're the ones that are this, like, bad, shady shadow group that nobody really knows, doesn't really have anybody holding them accountable. No one even knows where they're getting their funding from. But are any of these outlets going to talk about, like, the security force that is backed by ISIS that is a part of this? It doesn't seem like it.
The Humanitarian Foundation is backed by the U.S. and Israel and uses American contractors for security. But the UN and other critics say this group could lead to the displacement of even more Palestinians. Recently, Israel has been blocking most aid to Gaza as it works to destroy Hamas and free the hostages. Deborah Pata has the latest.
The harrowing cell phone footage of 5-year-old Ward al-Sheikh
Oh God, this is fucking horrible. And I didn't think that I was allowed to show this because I thought we were watching her get burned alive, but she didn't get burned alive. She survived this.
Khalil trudging through rubble, her makeshift shelter engulfed in flames after an Israeli strike hit the school where she and her family had fled to escape the war in Gaza.
But there was a Hamas tunnel underneath that school. So you understand, right?
The little girl survived. Her mother and 5 siblings did not. When she returned to the scene of the attack, she...
Entire bloodlines, okay? Like I've said, even if the genocide were to stop tomorrow, do you know how long it's going to take for the Palestinian population to recover from like generations being obliterated?
She found her sister's abandoned flip-flop.
Isn't like a majority of Palestine minors? Or like a large population? They're killing the future. Yeah, literally. Actually, Hamas are tunneling like bugs, moving as fast as possible, right underneath every single Palestinian. Yeah, if they even allow them to recover. That's like I was saying, like hypothetically, say the genocide ended tomorrow and there was like a 2-state solution, which I believe in a 1-state solution, Palestine, everybody lives there equally. But in the neoliberal world that we live in, say tomorrow, genocide's over, 2-state solution, Israel stops genociding the people around them. It's going to take generations before the Palestinian population is like caught up to where it was before the genocide. Just even before October 7th, let alone, you know, going all the way back to 1948. Yeah, population-wide generational trauma. But like, I'm talking like mental trauma, but also like just like physically like replacing all of those Palestinian bodies, like the population itself. Like it's, oh my God, dude.
Up and broke down.
Unimaginable.
They all died, she wept, after a rocket fell on top of them. Under pressure from its allies, including the US, Israel began allowing in a trickle of humanitarian aid last week. The newly set up US
Speaking
and
of that, let's just
Israeli-backed
talk about it real. Or no, we'll
Gaza
get back to that story later.
Humanitarian
I want to stick with the
Foundation
aid stuff right
also
now.
says
We'll talk
it
about
began
that girl. I got more
distributing
videos
food
and
yesterday.
stuff later.
It's unclear how much or where, but its director, Jake Wood, resigned over the weekend, saying they could not adhere to humanitarian principles of neutrality while fulfilling their mission. It's a criticism that's also been leveled by the UN amid concerns the foundation could be used by...
You know, I know like generalities when it comes to the Assad regime, and I know about what happened with like HTS and the different groups going in, NATO-backed groups going in and overthrowing Assad, but I don't know too much about how many people died under Assad. So I wouldn't be able to make that comparison.
Depopulate the north of Gaza by concentrating aid distribution in the south. The situation is so desperate.
Yeah, Houthis have you reconsidering military resistance. The thing is, like, the UN warned that 14,000 children were on the verge of starvation, and all of Israel's allies just said, stop that. We are going to threaten you with sanctions. I am hoping, though, like I've said a couple times tonight, that the tides are changing. The media is covering this differently, partly because it's just Trump. It's Trump's genocide now. Before, they didn't want to criticize Biden. But now, like, the tides are shifting. Piers Morgan himself is calling it a genocide. So hopefully that does happen. But I just don't have any hope in that now at this point. I don't have any hope in any of the world leaders actually standing up on business. Like, even Xi Jinping hasn't done anything.
That this mother and child are scavenging for food. Even when they bring aid, nothing reaches us, said Islam Abu Taima. We're like stray dogs collecting food from
trash.
trash.
I don't know if you heard, but earlier, like was it French Airlines and was it Canada or some other country have stopped flying to Israel because of the Houthis' blockade and them bombing next to the airport a couple weeks ago. So that Military resistance works. Actually brings results.
If we don't, we starve.
Most moral political entity, the most moral army. Like unironically.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Deborah Patter.
Okay, so yeah, not one mention of the ISIS-linked gangs that are responsible for stealing all this aid. Oh, of course.
Is now being
ABC News isn't going to talk about it.
This used to be one of the busiest spots in central Gaza, a lifeline for thousands who would queue for long hours in the scorching heat or under the bombardment to get a few pieces of bread to feed their families. But today, this bakery is quite silent and shuttered, like so many other bakeries across the entire Gaza Strip, as the management of this bakery has left a notice here for families that this bakery is closed until further notice.
The bakery
is very useful to all of us.
And then it's
Not
like,
to
oh,
have
we
a
ran
bakery
out.
means a crisis for everyone. I used to bake bread with flour in a clay oven for myself and for others. Now, when they have it, people use pasta, rice and lentils, put them in water for a while and then bake this dough. But we are facing starvation, with the full meaning of the word.
Following 80 days of a full and tight Israeli closure of all border crossings with Gaza, Israel allowed for a basic amount of aid into the Strip, and people used to wait here in order to get bags of flour from UN warehouses in the central areas of Gaza. UN, in fact, estimates that Gaza requires between 500 to 600 aid trucks completely loaded with all kinds of food items and flour to alleviate the current crisis. Here in this place, we used to see bags of flour being lined up on the ground in order to be distributed for thousands
Should blue helmets be deployed, in your opinion? Like, blue helmets, what do you mean? Like UNICEF, like UN workers? Because if that's what you mean, we saw that on the ground in Lebanon. IDF frequently attacked them, would shoot at them, shoot like, weren't they shooting like phosphorus? And like weapons at it was insane.
Families in the central area.
IDF does not give a fuck if there's peacekeepers around. They were shooting at peacekeepers nonstop last year in Lebanon. All the time. It was like it was happening like almost every couple days.
Now the situation, as you can see,
but I remember they exploded some like white phosphorus near a peacekeeping headquarters.
Rating as the United Nations did not get enough amount of aid to be distributed for local families, and many bakeries that have...
In the same way that the IDF shot at those diplomats last week in the West Bank that were visiting the West Bank, they've like literally shot at peacekeepers and injured them.
Limited operations have been forced to suspend their work due to the insufficient amount of flour that were
I don't know anything about the Yugoslavia type ones.
Apparently, the Israeli military now is trying to shift the distribution process to be completely directed towards the southern part of Gaza, where civilians will be forced to walk for long distance to get aid from the designated and concentrated aid distribution there, while people on the ground are suffering from unprecedented rates of malnutrition, where the United Nations estimate that at least 500,000 Palestinians are suffering from acute and food insecurity. So apparently, empty shelters, complete depletion of all kinds of aid supplies, and now Gaza Strip is quite left in limbo, leaving families quite desperate and vulnerable to fend for themselves and to survive the next day. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, from a Nusayrat refugee camp, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe to our
channel. I don't think the IDF would allow UNIFIL or anything like that into Gaza. They barely let these, like the World Food Program, organizations that they're in cahoots with. Here, this is one of the ones where it really seems like
arms embargo if it doesn't stop.
Really seems like the media, the tides are changing when it comes to the media's perception of Israel.
Stop its attacks on Gaza, says the Spanish government, which is hosting a meeting in Madrid of Arab and European countries, including the UK, on how to end the war. Today, Israeli airstrikes killed 30 Palestinians, while yesterday 2 members of the International Red Cross were killed. Some limited aid of 107 trucks did enter Gaza, but humanitarian organisations say that much more, up to 600 trucks a day, is what is desperately needed, following 11 weeks of a blockade on aid by Israel. Fergal Keane reports now on the situation facing...
Wait, what? Inna, you can't open this, don't try it. Just from Dane to Dane. What we got here? Oh my God, what the fuck? Oh God, all the cookies. All the cookies. Okay, allow selected. Fuck. Yeah, right here. Israel has shot at the blue helmets. How could it be a mistake? Yeah. Is this talking about Lebanon? Yeah, Hezbollah. Yeah. I was reporting on this like every other day. You didn't know I could view that? Well, remember, Mixwell, I told you I'm coming for your house. I'm already in cahoots with your government. The UN does not want either the Israeli military, IDF, or Hezbollah forces in our area in Lebanon. UNIFIL in southern Lebanon and wounded 4 soldiers wearing the characteristic blue UN helmets. Yeah. Those aren't the only 4. But yeah, I was reporting on that like every other day before the Lebanon ceasefire.
Facing the youngest members of Gaza's population, and there are distressing images.
We see it, and we hear it. From far away, but in sound and colour, an agony that cannot be denied.
This is Osama, and he is 5 years old.
Today, a British doctor captured these images in the paediatric ward of Nasser Hospital.
These images just
the young
always
and vulnerable.
The most gut-wrenching things. When
There
kids
was
have
abundant
malnutrition
aid that
like
could
that
have
in their
helped
like
them.
earliest years of development,
But nearly
it's
3 months of Israeli
it's
blockade
permanent.
kept
Never
it out
goes
of
away.
Gaza.
Like, of course, you can
How they
recover from
were
it, but
once
some of the effects are
and how they are now.
permanent.
These children are so malnourished that they're actually wasting away.
Oh, God.
It's shocking to see this degree of malnutrition, and it's because of the blockade.
The hunger ward, where a colleague first met
hunger
5-month-old Siwar Ashur. Allergic to regular milk formula, the special variety she needed was running out under the blockade.
When I change her, her body is very bad and dehydrated.
I need to be careful.
She's like a skeleton.
Okay.
Whenever I look at her, I cry. I cannot bear how thin she is.
Her condition stabilized. And a week ago, Siwar was sent home from the busy hospital with a can of baby formula.
The situation is very dire.
Just to go
We're
to a
staying
tent
in
to
a tent,
potentially get bombed
and
in,
there
you
are
know?
many insects. The insects come at her. I have to cover her with a scarf so nothing touches her.
Even though Israel is now allowing some aid into Gaza, there's nothing like enough nutrition for Siwar. Her mum says her weight has dropped again in recent days.
Currently, there is no food or nutrients. The water is polluted and we force ourselves to drink it. We don't have food or bread.
The shelter was hit by gunfire when people attempted to loot food nearby.
When Siwar hears the sounds of the rockets, she gets startled and she cries. She understands these things. The sound of the
I was
tanks,
just watching a video of
warplanes,
Abu Bakr Abed the other day where a helicopter went over and he like got scared.
and rockets are so loud and they are close to us. And if she was sleeping, she would wake up startled and crying.
The Israeli government said 3 days ago there was no food crisis in Gaza.
Every single IDF soldier, every single one, Netanyahu, every single person involved in this deserves to be fucking
but that it was now allowing aid to prevent one. Life is hunger, fear, and trauma. Dr. Wasim Saeed is a British plastic surgeon who's just returned from Gaza. He's treated many children, like 6-year-old Noor, who suffered severe blast and burn injuries in an Israeli airstrike. Lack of nutrition is making it much harder for wounds to heal, he says.
You could see people losing hope. You could see how depressed they were. The nutritional status of everybody was appalling. So grafts were not taking, wounds were not healing.
Yet for all that he's seen, this British doctor wants to go back.
Yeah, it's hard to look at.
It's his human duty, he told us.
None of this needed to happen. Every
But we
time
have
you
to
see
see
a
this
child,
shit.
you think of your own children and how...
Can't ignore it.
Yeah. Well,
Can't look the other way.
You try not to at the time because it would be you couldn't work if you thought, what if this was happened to my daughter or heaven forbid.
Put those
or
images
something
in
like
your
that.
brain and talk about it and tell other people about it. And
Set
hopes
against
that
the raging war, a child's life is a fragile
any
thing,
type of platforming
but
of
loved
this will
dearly, from one heartbeat to the next.
help the Palestinian cause.
Fergal Keane, BBC News.
Well, Israel does not allow international media organisations, including the BBC, into Gaza, and we use trusted freelance teams on the ground. Let's turn now to our correspondent, Barbara Pletasher, who's in Jerusalem.
Yeah, Ben,
for
I
us. And
agree.
Barbara's-
And like back when in Trump's first term, I was even looking into joining like different humanitarian groups that would go and into the desert, out at the borders, and leave water and aid and things like that. I'm the same way, man.
Some terrible scenes of suffering there. We know that some aid has got in. Are we likely to see any improvement soon?
I mean, I literally just said that a couple weeks ago. I was like, if this streaming shit ended, I'm going to figure out how to join UNIFIL or something.
Israel says it has allowed around 500 lorries carrying food supplies into Gaza over the past week. And some of that has been distributed, but there's been a lot of chaos and insecurity. Desperate
To
people...
do that, though, I'm pretty sure, at least in America, you got to join the Peace Corps or the AmeriCorps, one of those things.
Overwhelming bread bakeries, for example.
Which those are even hard to get
armed men
into.
looting some of the aid. UN officials say that that's because so little has been let in. They say this wasn't a problem during the ceasefire when Gaza was flooded with aid, and that needs to happen again. But Israel is saying no, it's going to try something new. It's going to use a private company backed by the U.S. to distribute food, and arguing that this is going to prevent Hamas from stealing aid and so reduce its influence. But there's a lot of criticism about this plan, not least because this company doesn't have the supplies and the structures that the UN has. And so at best, at the moment, it could only feed about half the population. And then at the same time, you've had this escalation in the war by Israel saying that it wants to finish Hamas off. You had the chief of staff today telling soldiers, in fact, Hamas has been greatly weakened. This is not...
Why do they even report on what Israel's saying is the truth? Like, oh, Israel's saying they're trying to get rid of all of Hamas. Like, that's not what they're doing. We all know this.
Not going to be an endless war, but it really doesn't look like that in Gaza right now. I have to say, people are being squeezed into a smaller and smaller space, and there have been many civilians killed during military operations over the weekend. Rita,
thank you, Barbara Pletasher.
Palestine is just one large concentration camp. That's all it is.
Out of this, all
right, let me see. What else did we have? All right, this one.
New aid distribution group backed by the U.S. and by Israel says it has started operating in Gaza.
Yeah, so wait, why humanitarian aid organizations struggle to help Gaza? Let's see.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation uses armed American contractors for security. This is what makes it different. It aims to bypass the UN to become the main supplier of aid to Palestinians in the enclave. For more on this, let's bring in Osama Khalil. He is the chair of the International Relations Program at Syracuse University, joining us from Syracuse this morning. Thanks for being with us. What can you tell us about this relatively new aid program and the likelihood that it will get people the supplies they need, whereas previous efforts maybe were limited in that effort?
Well, happy to be here. Well, this new program is already off to an inauspicious start. The director has already resigned, and there's an interim director in place. And the director who resigned said it was because the attempts to deliver aid could not be done so with a humanitarian purpose. And that shouldn't be surprising. The United Nations is the only major organization on the ground, as well as several other NGOs, that can provide the necessary aid. But the bigger issue here is that Israel has been preventing aid from coming in, at least since mid-March, if not dating back at least 20 months, some would argue 18 years. So roughly 500 to 600 trucks a day need to come into Gaza just for basic sustainability. And we're not even seeing a trickle of that. So we've already had at least 65, maybe 70 Palestinian children who've died from malnourishment. The UN is warning that thousands more will die in the coming days.
Digging through
unless
trash.
The necessary aid comes in. So what needs to happen here is not these kind of fake organizations that the Israelis have set up using American military contractors to pretend that they're allowing aid in. In fact, none has come in. We're already getting reports on the ground that none has come in. And as I mentioned, the director has already resigned. What needs to happen now is for a ceasefire to be put in place for at least 600, possibly as much as 1,000 trucks per day to come in, so the Palestinians, the 2 million Palestinians who've been under 20 months of war, can actually get the aid they need. Otherwise, we're looking at famine, malnourishment, and disease.
So the ceasefire actually taking hold is crucial. What do we know about the latest proposal that Hamas agreed to, but Israel rejected it?
Well, unfortunately, this has been a consistent pattern for at least 18 to 20 months. It began under the Biden administration, it's continued under the Trump administration. The major stumbling block here is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. What he does is every time we come close to a ceasefire agreement is he undermines it. And then he finds some new excuse to do so. In fact, it's important
and every
to
step of the way, Blinken or whoever it is at the State Department now, they're just running defense for Israel, saying, oh, yeah, it's Hamas. They keep fucking up the ceasefire deals.
The ceasefire ended in March because Israel unilaterally ended it. The only way these hostages that are remaining can be released is through a negotiated ceasefire. You know, Israel has killed more hostages than it's rescued. The major group of hostages that have been released have been through negotiations and a ceasefire. We're very close.
This video went in a different direction than I thought it would.
All of this, I think
the tides are shifting a little bit in mainstream media. CBS has always been a little bit better when it comes to covering Palestine, but
important to stress was completely avoidable. All of this could have been done way back in October 2023, at least December 2023. And it's really incumbent now on the Trump administration to distance themselves from the Biden administration.
Those pictures of them in the cages yesterday, I think, really turned the tides for a lot of people in media.
Policy here. President Biden could have ended this a long time ago. And it's unfortunate that President Trump has continued it.
And it's also that it's not Biden's genocide anymore. It's Trump's genocide. So the liberal establishment is like, all right, we can be critical of this now.
This could be over. And so much pain and suffering and death could actually be ended. And in fact, that's what we need the president to do at this point, is to really begin to distance the United States from Israel the way you just talked about on Ukraine in terms of an arms embargo, sanctions, etc.
Yeah.
That's the kind of message that needs to be sent to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu.
It can't just be we're threatening sanctions if you don't do this. It's no, we're doing sanctions now. Sanctions for a fucking year until you switch up Israel.
Who's continuing this for his own narrow political
arms embargo
purposes.
Until you're
done. A sobering
done.
assessment. Osama Khalil, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Voted against a proposal to end weapons trade.
A US-Israeli plan to bring aid into Gaza has suffered a setback. The executive director of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has resigned. Jake Wood's resignation comes just 2 months after he was tasked to coordinate aid distribution in Gaza. Wood said he sought to establish the organization as an independent humanitarian entity. He adds that he's...
Okay, we're going to switch, or we're going to skip that. And so this is from yesterday, or the 27th.
לא ייכנס גרגר אחד של חיטה
Israeli officials vow to starve Palestinians as hunger crisis deepens.
אני חושב שאין שום סיבה להכניס להם עכשיו סיוע הומניטרי.
מלחמה כמו מלחמה, אפילו לא חצי כפית מים.
שאין חשמל ואין מים ואין דלק.
I don't think that's pee. I think Bernie like stepped in his water bowl. But you know what, Bernie? Even if it is pee, whatever. I'll deal with it. I don't care. Get in my lap. Oh no, he stepped in his water bowl. He's all wet everywhere. Okay. At least it's not pee-pee. All over my hand right now.
ואין סיוע הומניטרי, ויש רק אש וגופרית של מטוסינו
Two small parties. I
והטנקים שלנו
mean,
והלוחמים
what is it? 15 Democrats vote with Bernie Sanders, or 14? I think he's the 15th.
מכניסים סיוע הומניטרי.
The time that he put in the arms embargo bill.
במציאות העולמית של היום לנהל מלחמה, אף אחד בעולם לא ייתן לנו להמית ברעב ובצמא 2 מיליון
Oh, here, we gotta read this.
סיבה להכניס אני חושב שאין שום
I think there's no reason to give them humanitarian aid.
סיבה להכניס להם עכשיו סיוע הומניטרי.
Just fucking barbaric animals over in Israel. Just straight up fucking barbarism, dude. A war is a war. Because like these are from the media. The people in the media. These are from civilians. We read the polls earlier. 80% are cool. 82% are cool with the ethnic cleansing of Gazans. No electricity, no water, no fuel, no monetary aid. There is only the fire and brimstone of our plains. Oh, they voted like to actually end weapons trade with this. That's good. That's good.
מכניסים סיוע הומניטרי כי אין ברירה. אי אפשר במציאות העולמית של היום לנהל מלחמה. אף אחד בעולם לא ייתן לנו להמית ברעב ובצמא 2 מיליון אזרחים. למרות שזה אולי צודק ומוסרי.
Again, this is like the wing of the parliament, the government that's like, no aid at all. None whatsoever. Whereas like the Smotrich, Netanyahu side, they're like, oh, no, let's let in a little bit of aid just so the world doesn't look at us in disgust. Just so they can keep up appearances, you know? Whereas this guy's like, no. Every single one. No food, no water, nothing. There's no need to bring humanitarian aid into Gaza. And like I said earlier, those ones who do want to give Palestinians aid, just remember, they're living in Palestinian homes. Body bags, dude. A truck full of fucking body bags. Yeah, we watched this. Depraved freaks. She's like, IDF soldiers, why are you doing this to me? Why are you attacking me? Yeah, falling into the hands of Hamas. Even if all the aid did fall into the hands of Hamas, that's better than it being in the hands of the IDF, this new Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. But that's not what's happening, as we've learned. It's literal gangs backed by the IDF linked to ISIS that are stealing all this loot, or the aid, looting it all. One Israeli politician is denied there's a food shortage in Gaza. Oh, okay, I read that wrong twice then. Okay, I misunderstood you wrong. Okay, I misunderstood you twice there. So the Danish parliament did recently vote against a proposal to end weapons trade, and then there were two parties that voted like to end it. Okay, got it. Fuck. Guys, we haven't even finished the aid portion of Gaza stuff. I want to talk about the potential ceasefire. I want to talk about Miss Rachel. I wanted to talk about the doctor who lost her 9 children. I wanted to play a game called Zionist or Nazi. But I have to go do a blood test here in like less than an hour. So we're going to get through as much as I can. And then Gaza segment part 2 tomorrow. It's because the reason we have so much is because I had to take off the past 2 days. Even the Dem socks, of course, dude. You know? The epitome of Dem socks is that exploitation gets pushed off to other places. I just wanted to get through all the videos that I had talking about the aid. Okay, here, now we're finally to the videos from what happened at the World Food Program headquarters today. That people were saying was a Hamas headquarters when it wasn't. It was an UNRWA facility.
Some breaking news out of Gaza now.
And I would imagine that the reason that UNRWA facility was filled with aid just sitting there, maybe because UNRWA was declared a terrorist organization that couldn't operate in Gaza anymore.
Food program saying that hordes of hungry people have broken into one of the agency's warehouses in central Gaza, just desperate apparently to find food. Initial reports indicate that 2 people have died in this chaos.
I would imagine that this ISIS-backed gang started raiding this place and other people followed. But even if that wasn't the case, even if it was just Palestinian civilians realizing that this whole headquarters was filled with aid, break in there. Break in and steal all of it. There's nothing wrong with that. But I would imagine that it was like one of the gangs that started doing it first.
And several more have been injured. The UN agency has called for an immediate scale-up in food assistance, saying that more aid is the only way to reassure people that they will not starve. So again, the World Food Programme saying that hordes of hungry people have broken into one of the agency's warehouses. Let's bring in Hani Mahmoud, who joins us on the phone from Gaza City. So Hani, what are you hearing from where you are?
Well, Nick, the incident started at earlier hours in the late afternoon when a crowd of hungry people, again, acting out of desperation, the lack of flour, the lack of basic supplies, is forcing people to act differently this time. They want to get their hands on whatever is available, and this happened to be one of the warehouses managed and operated by the WFP, and it's believed it was filled with the flour bags in the past few days when the Israeli military allowed the almost 100 trucks filled with flour and other basic necessities, and it was kept in the warehouse until a better mechanism to how to operate them to run bakeries, because on the first day bakeries operated, it was pretty much chaotic, and it was very humiliating for many of the families, particularly for vulnerable groups, women and children who showed up at one of the bakeries in the Nusayrat refugee camp and could not get their share of bread, half of bread for each for a family. That was definitely not enough, let alone the stampede that happened at that day, the overcrowded areas that was not safe at all. And WFP later on announced that it was going to look into better a mechanism how to operate bakeries. It was also looking into giving flowers to families directly instead of bringing them to the bakeries. So what happened today just echoes the scene of yesterday's at the distribution point in Tel Sultan. People are hungry. They're driven by desperation. Desperation fuels chaos, and hunger creates the act of violence that
like we said earlier, it's like
one
it's
video that
life
is
or
going
death
around where a person is asking someone who has his blood full of his face full of blood, and when he asked him, "Is it worth it?"
Would I blame somebody in this
I have
situation for
kids
only
who are
caring about themselves and like getting that food, that bag of flour back to their family? No.
hungry, haven't eaten for the past week. I'm just happy that I managed to get this one bag of flour. This is the situation. This is how desperation is doing to people.
It's like you get to a point where you're so hungry, you will fight for that food.
Desperate measures from hordes of hungry people that have...
But like I said, I imagine that there was one of these gangs, these ISIS-linked gangs, went in, busted open the place, let everyone know they could go in just so they could create this big, huge, chaotic crowd to then be like, oh, look, see, the aid distribution is just not working. Hamas is stealing all of it. The Palestinians are being unruly. They're stealing it all themselves.
Get into one of the agency's warehouses, World Food Programme's agency's warehouses in central Gaza. They're just desperate to find food.
Instead of 408 distribution points, we got 4. And now, oh, you know what? One of them got
Make
robbed,
sure
so now
to
there's only 3.
subscribe to our channel to get latest news from Al Jazeera.
I'm really glad I read all those tweets about the Shabab gang. Yasser al-Shabaab, whatever his name is, the dude that's linked to ISIS, the drug dealer.
This was the scene on Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, no, so this is from
Al-Mawasi in Rafah. Tens of thousands of starved Palestinians thronged to the place.
This is
where
from the other day.
Gaza
Okay, we know all
Humanitarian
about
Foundation.
this. Let's see. Let's move on. Trump says Gaza aid, very nasty situation.
Turning now to scenes of desperation in the Middle East as Palestinians rush to pick up aid in Gaza after an Israeli blockade restricted food and medical supplies. Shots were fired, and local officials say dozens were wounded. The aid is being distributed by a new group backed by Israel and the United States. Rami Asensio reports, and a warning, some of these images are hard to watch.
Desperate Gazans by the thousands rushed one of the 4 new aid centers. There was shooting and we fled, said Hasni Abu Amra.
Okay, we watched this already. I swear we looked at this. We looked at this. Where's the ones talking about today? Oh, well, here's German Chancellor Merz.
Das, was die israelische Armee jetzt
What the Israeli army is now doing in the Gaza Strip.
im Gazastreifen macht. Ich verstehe offen gestanden.
I no longer understand, frankly. I don't understand how you could have ever understood any of it.
Nicht mehr mit welchem Ziel.
What its objective is.
Die Zivilbevölkerung
to cause such suffering to the civilian population. Dog, this has been going on for 19 plus months. I mean, since 1948, but.
In Mitleidenschaft zu nehmen, wie das in den letzten Tagen immer mehr der Fall gewesen ist.
But for the leader of Germany to be coming out and saying this, tides are shifting.
Sich nicht mehr mit einem Kampf gegen den Terror.
Can no longer be justified as fight against Hamas terrorism. The tides are shifting.
Terrorismus der Hamas begründen.
And even like HASAN said in his ban video, the tides are shifting. Just him getting banned for reading that manifesto alone. Tides are shifting.
Turn back to the Middle East now, and the EU's top diplomat Kaja Kallas says Israel's military strikes on Gaza go beyond what is necessary to defeat Hamas. She's also criticised the new aid distribution system imposed by Israel in Gaza, which bypasses the United Nations. Let me just actually quickly take you back to the UN, because the Security Council has been meeting and is meeting to discuss the situation in Gaza. We've been hearing some of the key contributions in the last hour or so, and we'll return there in the next few minutes to get the latest live. But I also want to just play you a little more of what Kaja Kallas has been saying today.
Israel's strikes in Gaza go beyond what is necessary to fight Hamas. Humanitarian aid cannot be weaponized. It has to be in accordance with the humanitarian principles, and therefore we have the humanitarian aid organizations that are able to provide that aid.
Well, that UN session started with Sigrid Kaag, who is the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process, talking and introducing today's session. She said the entire population of Gaza is facing the risk of famine.
Civilians in Gaza have lost hope, Mr. President. Instead of saying goodbye, see you tomorrow, Palestinians now say, see you in heaven.
Oh, God.
Death is their companion. It's not life.
Oh, I mean, remember last year when we were reading things about them saying that, what was it that, they'd rather, I forget exactly what it was.
Hope. Palestinians in Gaza deserve more than survival. They deserve...
And how, like, suicide would be better for them than what they're enduring because of the Israelis. And, like, to a lot of these religious people, suicide means eternal damnation.
A viable and vibrant future.
Well, we'll return to the Security Council in the next few minutes, but let's speak now to our correspondent Barbara Plett-Usher, who's in Jerusalem for us. And Barbara, I hope you can hear me okay, but people there are marking the 600th day of this war in Gaza. Give me an idea of the sorts of things that they've been saying to you.
Yes, Matthew, I'm actually in central Tel Aviv in Hostage Square, a place from where we've reported many times, so I think it's familiar to viewers. This is a place that became a central gathering point for the families and friends of hostages shortly after the war began, and I don't think anyone expected they would still be here 600 days later. You can see the countdown there, 599, leading up to 600 days. They are very frustrated, they are very angry, many of them very angry with the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who they believe ended the ceasefire in March and resumed the war because for political reasons.
Yeah, but Biden and Trump both said that, oh yeah, you can resume the war after the first phase. We all knew. We said the day one of the ceasefire, we were talking about that.
Hardline cabinet partner.
And then there was even that one, didn't a journalist try to ask that? It was Ryan Grimm. Ryan Grimm tried to ask the person doing the State Department briefings about that, like, special letter about like restarting the war after the first phase, and it was like, hey, was that same letter like there for Trump? And she's like, I'm not answering that.
And they're very afraid
not answering
that these
hypotheticals.
Airstrikes that have been killing Palestinians will kill their loved ones, the ones that
I remember that video I like clowned on Ryan Grimm. I was like, get fucked, nerd, get wrecked. She owned you. Somebody commented on that video. They were like, I don't see how you could think that Ryan Grimm got owned here. He was asking a legitimate question and got shut down by the State Department. I was like, oh God. I was like, it was satire.
Still there, so quite a lot of criticism of the Prime Minister.
I love Ryan
also
Grimm.
Appeals to President Trump. Because the Americans have ended up negotiating directly with Hamas to get an American hostage freed. And so they're saying, Mr. Trump, please take the lead here and get all the rest of the hostages back. So very much a sense of frustration at this 600-day mark.
I even I commented back. I was like, I normally wouldn't do this, but I just want to let you know that I love Ryan Grimm and this was satirical. Normally I would just let it go, be like, all right, they didn't get it, whatever, went over their head, okay, fine, don't care.
The majority of Israelis want the war to end and the hostages to come back. You have had, in recent days and weeks, much sharper criticism. So the former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, who has been critical of Israel's tactics in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis, the deaths, the civilian deaths, has now actually said he believes that they are war crimes. That is still very much a minority view in Israel, but it does show you how the war, having gone on for so long, and then also having resumed so recently in the middle of a ceasefire, has frustrated and angered many Israelis.
Barbara there in Hostage Square, thanks very much. And more from Barbara Plett-Usher a little later in the programme. But let's speak live now to Yusra Abu Sharek, who's an aid worker for International Network for Aid, Relief and Assistance in Gaza City. And thank you for being here with us. Give me an idea of what the situation is like where you are currently.
Yeah, thank you for having me. The situation in Gaza Strip is devastating and getting worse and worse after almost 12 weeks of complete blockade. Even with the very few amount of trucks that entered Gaza Strip recently, it's not enough. It didn't reach the people at household level or family level. So people in Gaza Strip, 2 million people are starving, living at risk of famine. And they ran out of all mechanism, and yet they have to face the the forced mass displacement and evacuation, in addition to the intensifying airstrikes all over Gaza Strip. So people are fleeing and wandering the streets with no access to shelter items, with no access to food, with no access to hygiene. Almost all humanitarian organizations in Gaza Strip run out or have zero stock of humanitarian aid. So the situation in Gaza Strip is catastrophic.
We were just listening to the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process talking at the UN Security Council, and she said, and just recounted some of the conversations she'd heard, that instead of saying, see you tomorrow, Gazans are saying, see you in heaven. And she said a phrase, death is their companion. Is that the sort of thing that you are hearing from people when you talk to people?
Oh, sorry, guys. My bad. I was looking for something.
Yes, it's all over around everyone. All kind of fears, all kind of killing. Like some people, especially children, as analysis showed, more than 71,000 children are.
I have not heard one mention from any of these media outlets, and some of them we watch a lot, you know, and we're going to continue watching them, but not one mention of the ISIS-linked gangs that are doing the actual looting. But they have said it's not Hamas. They have admitted that, like, nobody's saying it's Hamas other than Israel. But they're not going as far to report on the things that somebody like me are reporting on.
Are having acute malnutrition.
A small platform like I have.
Starvation, with this very limited access to very limited items of food, they are starving to death. In addition to airstrikes everywhere. For example, me myself as a humanitarian aid workers, during the last recent month, I escaped from here and there like 3 times. Worrying about my children while they are at house.
Yes. A final question, if I could, and I hope the line will restore because it looks like it might have frozen. No, it's come back. We know of the new humanitarian arrangements that Israel has set up, a lot of condemnation of that from the UN. But are you finding that are people where you are heading south towards that aid, or are they not? Are they staying put?
It's not that this mechanism is not designed to be reachable.
Well, I mean, as we learned, people are traveling for it, and they're getting killed while they're traveling to get there.
People in Gaza and North, in Gaza City and North. So no, the people who ran for receiving some aids or taking some aids are from Mawasi, Khan Yunis, and Rafah, which is a very southern part of Gaza Strip. But for North and Gaza City, it's not workable, it's not applicable for them to go there because it takes hours of walking or using donkey carts. So it's not visible, it's not workable. And the mechanism itself is not designed to reach people.
None of this
Gaza
aid has reached northern Gaza yet. The small amount of trucks that have been let in, the drop in the ocean, it has not reached northern Gaza. Okay, real quick, like I said, I have a blood test I gotta go to, but let me just read through any of the important stories that had to do with this aid. Okay, we read that about the Israeli poll. Oh, and then there was this whole other article that I had when we were talking about the ISIS-linked gang. Hamas security forces killed 20 aid looters linked to Israel, ISIS. And when was this from? This is back in November when we read that one tweet about Shabab. On Monday, a Hamas security unit, and that's when they captured him, right? On Monday, a Hamas security unit called SAM of the Hamas-run Interior Ministry killed at least 20 gang members who attempted to loot trucks loaded with humanitarian aid in complicated military operation carried out in east parts of Khan Yunis and Rafah in the south of Gaza. Speaking to the New Arab, a security source in the ministry who preferred not to be named said, "We carried out the military operation against the thieves gangs in cooperation with the tribal communities in Rafah and Khan Yunis. We succeeded in killing a number of them who contributed to the starvation of our people by stealing aid and selling it at exorbitant prices," the sources added. The source claimed that Gaza security services monitored communications between these gangs and the Israeli army forces that direct their tasks and provide them with security cover. Two of the gang leaders, one a drug trafficker and the other previously associated with ISIS, appear to be orchestrating the largest and most active looting operations to aid convoys bound for Gaza. The two leaders, Yasser Abu Shabab and Shadi al-Sufi, who were previously sought by Hamas security forces before the war, appear to now be working alongside hundreds of thieves under the protection of Israeli occupation forces in areas near Kerem Shalom crossing. I was wrong. Shabab was captured a long time before this incident that happened in November. Yasser Abu Shabab, who comes from the Taraban Bedouin tribe that extends from Sinai to southern Gaza and the Negev Desert, is said to be the main influential figure behind the widespread and unorganized looting of aid convoys to Gaza, according to the UN memo. Abu Shabab, who operates from eastern Rafah, leads a group of around 100 armed thugs who attack trucks carrying food and other supplies into Gaza. The other gang, Shadi al-Sufi, was detained by Hamas after allegedly... the other gang leader, Shadi al-Sufi, was detained by Hamas after allegedly killing Gazan Jabir al-Kik in July 2020. Sufi reportedly fled to Sinai with the assistance of ISIS and returned to Gaza during the war. But we read through a lot of this earlier. I actually gotta go here. Let me go through. Israel bombs Gaza school, sheltering displaced Palestinians, killing 36, including children. Gaza's humanitarian catastrophe has deepened following a weekend of Israeli attacks that killed scores of Palestinian civilians, including children. Just one attack, the Israeli strike on a school-turned-shelter in Gaza, killed 36 people as they slept. Dozens of others were wounded, many others burned. This is the video where it showed the silhouette of the 7-year-old girl rushing to escape. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. Talk about the hospitals being bombed tomorrow. Okay, that's it. We covered everything. I tried to do a bunch of fun stuff at the beginning of stream because I knew that a good portion of... I didn't know it was going to be the whole second half of stream, but I knew a good portion of it was going to be just atrocities in horrific images. And I didn't even get through everything I wanted to. Not even close. So we're going to be going over a lot more Gaza stuff tonight. I didn't get through any of the Trump stuff. Trump had a couple really funny things that he said today. And we didn't get to any of that. So we'll get to all that tonight. We'll do more fun reacts, and then we'll get to the news. But I got to get out of here. I got a blood test to go to. If I don't get out of here soon, I'm going to be late. Come on, play the song. Thank you. All right, who are we going to raid? Ooh, M-HUD's live.
Oh, there's the bot again. And you smack that one down too. And there's
you know what? Gremlo's live. He just got a gift sub. Let's raid him.
Here, bitch. Hey, man. I had a rough week. I actually don't give a shit about your problems today. Can I just talk about... There's a cantaloupe in my ass.
Gremlo. Chat. Weed. Thank you for being here.
You're the one fucking person.
Appreciate you. Copy and paste that, make me look cool. What happened tonight? What happened? Oh, Bernie's ready to go. Doom came in with the 7-month resub. Fourth with the 56-month. Thrasher with the 30-month. Bentley with the 5 gift subs. Fourth with the gift sub. Weed with the 5 gift subs. Fourth with the 100 biddies. Thrasher with the 17. Weed with the 100. Derby with the 5 gifted. Fourth with another gift sub. And then Shark with the 11-month resub. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tonight. More fun stuff, more Trump news, more Gaza reacts. Maybe we'll play some games. Thanks for hanging. Bye, Shark. Bye, Weed. Bye, Mixable. Bye, Bent. Bye, anybody else.
You're the one fucking person that I didn't want to listen to. You're the one fucking person. Do you feel like I'm grateful? You're the one fucking person that I didn't want to listen to. You're the one fucking person.
Bye, Reeks.